Good evening, everybody. Let's quiet down a little bit. Welcome everyone to the May Fairfax Town Council meeting. We'll call this to order and begin traditionally with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The roll call will show that all 5 council members are here. We have an agenda and affidavit of posting to approve. I would note that the manager has asked us to take number 10 off the consent calendar. Anybody else want anything, any changes to the agenda? John?
Yes, number 9. I would like to take that off of consent and put it in front.
We'll deal with that, but is there any changes to the agenda as we have it in front of us besides that? No? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with pulling item 10 off consent.
Okay, and it's not just pulling it off consent because it's gone for the evening.
And
correct.
David, could you remove
No.
number 7?
When we get to the consent item, the consent calendar, then we can discuss what we're going to address at that time, okay? We're just talking about holistically the entire agenda at this time. No, just hold on. Well, hold on. We'll get there, sir. Okay, we have Kohler. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have Kohler and Renee. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the announcement very briefly of closed session that we began at 5:30. The council made no decisions. There's nothing to report. Some announcements before we head on to the fun part of our meeting. The Fairfax Food Pantry, Saturdays 9 to 11. Community Church on Drake. Volunteers always needed. We have a vacancy on the Park and Rec Commission. Applications, Town Hall, Town website, also on the Affordable Housing Committee, applications there as well. The Fairfax Farmers Market, as everybody saw tonight, is occurring Bolinas Park from 4 to 8 p.m. every Wednesday. The Chief Mills is going to be here on Friday night to screen arguably the most depressing movie ever made. Marin on Fire, 7 o'clock, May 9th, in this room with our new fire chief, Mark Mills. If you haven't seen this, and we did hand out, the volunteers handed out copies of this DVD, some years ago. It is stunning in its importance. Perry Park Playground is going to be closed from May 12th to the 17th. New playground equipment is going to be installed, and the opening ceremony will be on the 17th at 9 a.m. Your town council will be in 2 places at once, both at the opening ceremony and here. Oh no, we're not doing the town center.
No, when we get to that,
workshop.
when we get to that, we can discuss
We'll
that.
talk about that at another time. And the very important, the Ross Valley Flood Protection and Watershed Program, Flood Zone 9, is going to be having a discussion at White Hill Middle School on the 19th of May between 7 and 8:30. Important to attend in the new building to discuss the work that's going to be proposed, detention basins, as well as wells that are going to be placed at Lefty Gomez Field. Flood protection under the watchful eye of Flood Zone 9 is rapidly making its way to Fairfax. Renee?
May I make an announcement?
Absolutely.
So I wanted to announce also that the newly forming coalition in the Ross Valley to start to look at, tackle, converse, and create a team to deal with teen and adult drug and alcohol use and abuse will be meeting for the second time. We did the first workshop, hosted it here in the Women's Club in Fairfax. I had about 150 people that came. Couldn't quite house everyone. The next one will be tomorrow night at Drake High School at 7 o'clock in the, I believe they call it the Student Center. Right, so please do spread the word. It's a very important task force, and we're collecting ideas and people and public input to really try to grapple with this very important issue from an entire whole community level. So we're all involved, and everyone is invited and welcomed to come and participate.
Any other announcements folks want to make? Seeing none. Ms. Gould, can I ask you a favor? Do you mind if we take you number 2 in order so that we can hear from the kids from the St. Rita's School and get them off to bedtime? Is that okay? Okay. With that, Ms. Adicio, please come on up with all of the kids and let's go through this mapping project. Make it to the audience. They're much more important than us.
We are first and second grade students at St. Peter's School. The mayor asked us to make a map of Fairfax. We did much more than make a map. We learned about our local community in the last few months. We worked in groups to create a blog to show what we learned. We have made videos, written reviews, and visited businesses all over Fairfax. We will present to you just one of our pieces of our project. This piece is our artistic representation of some businesses in Fairfax. Thank you for having us here.
Hello, we are from St. Rita's School. We decided to do our project on Maro's Pizza and Pasta and Top Hat Cleaners.
First, we visited Maro's Pizza, and then we visited Top Hat Cleaners to get the inside story on both of them.
We worked together to make this perfect. We didn't put any top on so that you can all see the insides of the buildings.
As part of our project, we stopped by Maro's Pizza and Pasta and tried the food there. You can find a review of the food at Maro's Pizza and Pasta on our blog. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Enzo. Our project took us a very long time to build. We put a lot of work into it. Many times we thought we were done. Then as a team we realized that we needed to add more details. We thought that we would never be able to make it all of the businesses, but through all of our work we made it. Our project is about the School Street Plaza in Fairfax. Sometimes people in Fairfax forget about the School Street Plaza. We wanted to remind people to go there and visit. We also put a lot of work into our video about the School Street Plaza. You can see it on our classroom blog. Thank you.
Back up. I want you guys to go back.
Hi, my name is Hudson. We worked very hard on this project. We had a lot of mishaps and arguments working in a group, but in the end we pulled it together.
The art project is of Perry's Deli. When something broke in our project, we were responsible for putting it back together. Now that we put it all back together, it looks great.
We also made a video of Fairfax Veterinarian Clinic. You can find it on our class blog. We even saw cat surgery when we visited the vets.
Sorry.
Last but not least, we got to go try tons of ice cream flavors at Perry's Deli. We liked them all, but Reese's Peanut Butter Cups was our favorite. You can read all about this more on our blog. Thank you.
Last but not least. And you guys, if you're sitting down, if you're still sitting down, you guys can listen respectfully to your classmates. You ready?
Hello, my name is Ivan. As you can see, we have made a project for our class and the mayor of the town. This project is about Iron Springs. As you can see, we made lots of people eating at Iron Springs. That's what we saw when we visited there. This is a popular place. We visited and ate nachos, fries, and chips and salsa. Our favorite was the nachos. You can read our reviews on our blog. We all work together to make this whole project work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David, Mr. Mayor, for bringing us to town council and Nick for watching our
All right, they're funneling out of the building. Ms. Gould, come join us. Maybe we could grab a copy of the binder, Jim, and pass it out. Great. Please have at the podium over there. And Chief, maybe you could help Ms. Gould hit the right button. So tell us about the Rosie the Riveter program. How'd you get into this?
Well, I was 20 years old, married, had a baby, and my husband said he was going to be a welder in the shipyards, and I said I wanted to be one too. He didn't like the idea, and so I put it off for a little while, and then I just decided, okay, I was going to do it. He was already working in the shipyards, and when I went to the high school for 2 weeks to learn to weld, and then they said go to the hiring hall in Oakland, which I did. And they said go to the Boilermakers Union, which I did, and they said no women and no blacks. So I went home. And then I went back again, same thing. The third time I went to the hiring hall, I went up to the window and they said, no, not until the Boilermakers will take you. And I started crying and I went back I was headed out of the hiring hall when a man said, what was the problem? And I told him, and he said, go back up there. So they gave me the job, but I couldn't go onto the workplace until the Boilermakers changed their mind, which right about then is when they did, and that was July of 1942. So they hired 5 other women and a chaperone and took us out to the shipyard. They didn't know what the men would do when they saw us. So it worked out well, and eventually I became a journeyman welder, earning the same money as my husband and doing the same work. And men at that time were the head of the household and controlled the money, and he couldn't handle it because I was making the same amount he did, and he left. He went over to Hawaii to do repair work on the ships that had been bombed. But that ended our marriage. And I continued to work, and each step of the way, it was a challenge. There were about 15 on the crew, and I was the only woman. And every morning, the lead man would point out what needed to be welded, and he'd always give the guys the good stuff, and me just the little leftovers. And one day I just decided I was tired of it, and just in lockstep behind him, every time he said, pointed to something, I'd say, I can do it, and so he said, do it. And that was the beginning of becoming a real welder. And then eventually when I wanted to go on graveyard shift, because members of my family had arrived from Oregon, and we needed the bed. So I had, at one point there were 4 of us working. My sister Marion was a draftsman, my sister Marge was a welder, and my mom was a painter. So my sister Marge and I got on graveyard so we could sleep in the bed in the daytime and somebody else could have it at night. And eventually I became a Navy certified welder and stayed until the end of the war. At that time, we all went back to our lives, and people have asked, well, weren't you mad when you lost your job? And the answer has always been no, because we didn't expect to work. Women at that time didn't expect to work outside their home, so the war was just something extra special. And we were glad to go home and be homemakers again. And years went by. I had remarried and had 4 more children. So we did really well at the baby boomer thing. We not only helped win the war, but we set an example for women, opened the doors for women for any job they wanted to tackle. It changed women's expectations of what their work could be. And then we gave birth to the baby boomers, so we were 3 for 3. And we didn't talk about what we did in the shipyards, and the guys coming home from the war didn't talk about their experiences either. So it was a Richmond City Councilwoman whose mother-in-law had been involved with the daycare center at the Kaiser shipyards. And she thought when she was campaigning, she met a lot of women that had worked in the shipyards, and she decided that if a bunch of us got together, maybe we could have some kind of a memorial. And so she put a little notice in the newspaper that anyone that had worked in defense contact her. And it just mushroomed into the, I guess, thousands. Anyhow, in 5 years from that point, we had a national park, which is just unheard of. And my daughter was 16, I think, and we went to her boyfriend's place, and he was welding on his motorcycle, and I just casually mentioned something about I'd been a welder, and that was the first she'd heard of it. So it was hard in a way to put yourself back in time and remember all the details. And there are some things that I absolutely cannot remember. I know that I had a locker because I had to have a place for my welding pants. They were coveralls, leather, and my hood and my rod box and all the equipment. I cannot remember where it was or what it looked like. But a lot of the memories have come back. And once we got sort of organized and became Rosie the Riveters from that poster, I started writing letters because every town, every place has memorials of one kind or another to the veterans, military veterans of World War II. There's not one word about us, nothing. And so I started writing the letters, didn't get answers until I wrote to Vice President Joe Biden. And I actually wrote in May, and he didn't call me until September. No, it was October. And each letter I wrote, I got more outrageous. And I thought that would help. But then later I realized that the people in the mailroom didn't know who the heck we were. So they just put my letters aside. But somehow, well, I started the letter to Biden. I hope the mailroom lets you read this letter. So I guess that got someone's attention. anyhow, he called us and invited 5 of us to the White House and said he was sorry that they couldn't help support the trip. But the way things are now, they couldn't. So we had to raise the money. So we knew we couldn't do it before the holidays, so we just said we'd like to go the first week of April. And so it kind of grew and grew, and I was the kind of in charge of all the fundraising, and we had to get a place that had the federal tax number. So it was the Rosie the Riveter Trust, which is connected to the park, but not part of the Park Service. And they didn't want me to step on their donors. So they said, okay, you can have Marin County. And so I started writing letters, and I put together this packet for Kaiser, and I wrote a cover letter saying they were the ideal sponsors because we'd all worked at the Kaiser shipyards. I had gone to the Kaiser hospital that Kaiser built for the workers, and 3 of us were members of a Kaiser hospital plan. And I took it out to the office and asked for somebody in human services. And this man came out and he looked at it and he says, "What does this have to do with Kaiser?" And I said, "Sit down." And in a week I got a call from somebody, and then in 3 more weeks they said, "We're covering the trip." And so on Saturday the 29th, we flew out of San Francisco. And in the meantime, one of the girls that we'd had as our coordinator, because I don't have a computer and my sister doesn't have one, so we had to have somebody with a computer, she contacted Virgin Airlines. And so they comped us seats in business class and put on a party at the airport. They flew in jitterbug dancers, all in the 40s costumes, and they had a buffet breakfast brunch thing and had us toast with I think it was cranberry juice, but it was supposed to be champagne, and just treated us great. So Sunday it snowed in Washington, D.C., so nothing was happening. But Monday morning we went, and the vice president had called me on Friday before we left, and he said, "Everybody in town wants to meet you guys, and I've got lots of surprises." So the first thing was we went to the Pentagon and had golf carts and a Marine walking backwards, took us all through the Pentagon and then into the Secretary of Defense's office. And we met him, and then we went to the White House and had lunch in this little executive dining room. And Michelle Obama wasn't able to be there, but she sent her chief of staff to join us. Then we went into a big room, and Good Morning America was there to film us. And then Biden came in, and we were sitting there at the table, and he says, "A friend wants to meet you," and in walked Obama. And so he gave everybody hugs, and I do not remember how far it was from that room to the Oval Office, but he invited us into the Oval Office. And the photographer took pictures, and in my letter to Biden, I had said my fantasy was to have my picture taken in the White House with the president and vice president, and they took the pictures, but we haven't seen them yet. They haven't they haven't sent them to us. And from there, we had a tour of the White House. And I asked Biden's girl, Kelsey, I said, is this a special tour? And she says, oh, yeah. And so we went in rooms that they don't take the public into. And then somebody said, well, the press is out there. Do you want to deal with that? And I said, well, why not? And I walk out, and I have seen it on TV where the people come out, and it's kind of a curved walkway, and there's all those microphones fastened together, and there it was, and I stood there, and somebody says, say something. And I said, I don't know how to deal with this. Here were all of these people squatted down around, somebody on a ladder, and somebody over here with a long pole with a microphone. And so finally they started asking me questions, and that was okay. I could answer that. But that was day one. The next day, we were invited to the vice president's home for breakfast. And we get out there, and when we walk in the door, here's a lady sitting there playing the harp, and this beautiful table set up. And I don't know how he did it, but he talked the whole time and ate his breakfast too. And it was just like, it was just like a friend. He's great. Just so energetic and involved. So he had to go to work. He kept talking, and his aide brought a note over. And he looked at it and he says, well, looks like good news in Syria. And then he just kept on talking, and then the other aide just pointed to him and the door. And so then he stood up, and he says, my neighbors hate it when I go to work because of all the sirens and stuff. So he left us there at the table, and his aides took us up to the Naval Observatory. The can't think of the name. Anyhow, then we came back from there, and they said, hey, you want to hang out? Well, we said we'd like to see the garden and the pool, and so that's what we did. Went in the pool house, and just so over the course of the week, we went to the Department of Interior office, the Park Service, the National World War II Memorial, and then on Thursday we went to the Capitol and had Congressman Huffman gave us a tour of the Capitol, and then we went into Nancy Pelosi's office, and she had maybe 10 California congressmen there and around the table, and she gave us that beautiful certificate thing. Other people gave us, I call them coins, but I'm not sure what the official name is, but it would be each department, their insignia on it. And afterwards, we knew they were special, but someone said he'd worked in the White House for years, and he only had 2, and we ended up with 5 each. So it was pretty special.
I know this is going to be, we're trying, but we will be enjoying your company again on the 14th of June when you serve as our Grand Marshal
Yes.
in our parade. Thank Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you to Phyllis. I met Phyllis several months ago, and she's a real pleasure and really just encouraged me to keep doing what I'm doing, but I could never achieve the things that Phyllis has achieved in her life. So thank you, Phyllis, and I'll see you next week.
All right, let's move on to, oh gosh, other things. First of all, let's start with open time for public expression. This is for stuff that is not coming up on the agenda. These are for items not on the agenda. So 3 minutes, 5 minutes for a group. Come on up.
Good evening. Jody Timms, 290 Cascade Drive. I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the Commission on Aging, speaking of our wonderful, incredible, awesome seniors. I am the representative for the town of Fairfax, and I just wanted to give you a brief report of a little bit of the things I've been up to and that the Commission has been up to. There are 2 more meetings in this fiscal year for the Commission. The next one actually is tomorrow. There's a symposium on healthy living that happens every year at the Embassy Suites. A number of really great speakers will be there. And then next month, in June, there'll be a presentation by APS, the Adult Protective Services. There's very good educational once-a-month programs that the Commission offers that we encourage the community and council, of course, to attend when you can. I want to report just briefly on the one also that happened in February. It was held at the Tamalpais, and it was on future transit-oriented affordable housing for older adults. There was a great presentation by the folks at Whistle Stop. Some of you may know their downtown property. They're looking at a 5-story senior housing complex there of 50 units. It's really very exciting. It was great to hear a lot of the detail. They're talking about affordable housing for seniors there with rents between $500 and $800, which is a great price for them, and also requiring that no one who lives in that complex will be able to own a car. So they're, in order to promote transit, public transit, they've got a really great plan there. So another thing I learned since I'm relatively new to the Commission is that 2 years ago they did write a white paper on affordable housing for seniors, and I brought some copies of that to leave for the council, along with their annual report of the things that they've accomplished in the last year, which I want to pass on to you. Every year they do an area plan and look at how to promote services for seniors. So I don't think that a lot of people in the community at large know about the Commission and a lot of the work that we do. I'm the chair of the planning committee for that group, and we worked on this document quite a bit. 2 things I want to mention about it in terms of statistics. As probably most people know, Marin has a very large silver tsunami coming, as they say. By 2030, we're going to have 33% of our population will be seniors, over 84,000 people, compared to about 25% of the state of California. So we're, different in that sense. We really need to continue to look at services for seniors, housing for seniors. The other thing you may have seen in the paper also around life expectancy for Marin. If you happen to live in Ross, you're likely to live to 94 years. If you happen to live in Smith Ranch or Marin City, you're likely to live to 77 years. So even in our county, there's a 17-year gap in life expectancy between the wealthier communities and the less wealthy communities. So there's a lot of important information that I think the Commission studies and understands and looks at and tries to interpret in terms of what services are needed. For this next year, they're going to focus on end-of-life issues, which is an ever-popular subject. And also, every year, the Commission chooses a particular community to focus its work on. This particular year, we're looking at Larkspur, and the mayor of Larkspur has been will be meeting regularly with seniors to find out what are some of their issues at the left bank. And I would love to propose Fairfax be the community for next year. If we can think of some particular initiatives we'd like to have come forward. Sausalito has worked really hard to become a World Health Organization age-friendly community, which is a whole elaborate process, but looks pretty interesting. So the last thing I just wanted to mention, some of you know about the meals on Sundays at the church. That's undergoing some change. They need to find a different day or a different vendor by the end of June for that to be able to continue in Fairfax. But the commission is working on that as well. So that was my report. I just wanted to quickly bring you up to date on some of the great things that are happening and leave these documents for you.
Before you leave, can you provide us, after the Larkspur folks get their list of stuff, can you provide it to us?
Of things that came up?
Right.
Yes, of
Apparently
course.
Larkspur doesn't respect its senior citizens as much as we do. I imagine taking a bunch of folks who we want to give them good health and taking them out for French food is, maybe just not the path. But come back to us with that list, and if you can if they can accept, it would be terrific to bring it back here.
Okay.
Thanks, Jody.
Sausalito has also has done a huge survey of what their seniors are interested in, what kinds of services, so I can bring that material as well.
Okay.
So thanks.
Cool. Sierra.
Sierra Sealand. I'm thinking about moving to Ross and taking about 20 years off of my lifespan. Or
I'm
maybe
sure their
that's adding
council
it
will
to it.
enjoy you as much as we do.
Can you give me a letter of introduction, or maybe Chris can give me a ride over there?
Yes.
I just wanted to say a few things. One is wherever you went. Where'd she go? Anyway, Phyllis, thank you for the talk on the Marin. Were you at Marin Ship, or were you in the East Bay Welding, or?
He was in the East Bay Welding
Bay?
for the Kaiser Yards.
Thank you. Anyway, too few of us know anything about much of that. I mean, how many people have even heard of Port Chicago, which blew from here to oblivion in the East Bay with the big munitions explosion and shipyard. Anyway, we owe them all a lot. I wonder often, how are we living and what are we giving back? I mean, I walk around Fairfax lately and it feels like Disneyland. And I'm kind of going, what happened? Where am I? Mr. Wizard, help. I just see that we're all driving everywhere in pretty big cars, and we're all driving our kids everywhere in pretty big cars. Or we're just all driving everywhere in pretty big cars with one of us in it. Go stand at the hub someday and watch us all drive around in circles. Why? I wonder. It really feels like Disneyland. Okay, I guess I got to say it. A friend of mine suggested or wanted me to ask, it wasn't so much in terms of parking and not having parking, because I suggested that if you'd have parking for housing and if you have housing and there's no parking, maybe it can just be UFO parking on the rooftops, and the motherships can land and we can get around that way. Or maybe we can just, project. But his comment was, what about the baby ships? Because you only hear about the motherships. And what about the father ships? Okay, David. One of the last things is snowpack. I don't know how many people are aware of the dismal state of the Sierra and the snowpack and the water pack and all the water and crap that we use, and we just consume and consume and consume. And it's dismal. But, that's also tied into our whole lifestyles and endless wars and drones, but we don't really seem to think we can do anything about any of that stuff, and it'll probably do something about us because we don't seem to be doing anything about it. And that's it. Have a good evening.
Thanks, Sierra. Anybody else want to speak during open time? Please.
Okay, I'm going to change the pace. My name is Alexandra Rossi. I live at Fairfax Vest Pocket. I moved in on August 11th, 2012. It's a multifamily group housing for single mothers and elderly and disabled. I was diagnosed with breast cancer about 2 years ago, and I have the BRCA2 gene, which means there's a lot of surgeries. But I informed my roommates that, I had care and I'd be going to skilled nursing, but there's still a stigmatism about people with illnesses because people are afraid. Well, the property manager, Christina Gazziola Sierra, never gave me an orientation when I moved into the handicap room. And I found myself having to fight with no rules and feeling ostracized and terrified that, that I wasn't wanted there. So I went and started to file a complaint with Fair Housing. And Matt Ogerlander, I don't know if anybody knows him. He used to be he's a lawyer for Fair Housing. He's moved on. And he just took an interest and started protecting me because he started realizing there's a lot of complaints about EAH, of their mismanagement. It was really told to me a long time before there's been mismanagement at EAH. So I said, let's go and find out what the rules are. It took 6 months for them to meet with us. He actually drove me there. And I said, your manager is really hostile and unfriendly, and she might need some training. And they said, well, sure, we'll give her some training. Well, that never happened. I always felt like I was worth the jailer, and I was in jail. And it was a very oppressive environment. But other people started to talk to me, and I started to write letters for them because one lady and a gentleman were thrown down a flight of stairs and were injured, and nothing came out of it because a lot of these people who are poor and maybe not in a position to ask for help were just laminated. And so I started writing to EAH or Marin Housing, and I found myself with a 90-day subpoena to move out. And I was just thinking, wow, this is pretty impressive, retaliation, harassment, and discrimination. And then Fair Housing said, yes, you've been discriminated. They said that to EAH, and they said they didn't care because I didn't have the backing to show that they had, well, not the backing, but the lawyer part of saying, well, that there was, I'm getting lost, why they weren't helping. So anyway, I have facsimiles from Fair Housing. That was written by to EAH by Mr. Ogerlander, and so like I said, they didn't care. There was foreseeable negligence on their part towards other people, and the Fairfax police tried to communicate with them, and they never helped. Assist me is to have an investigation. I went to Katie Rice, I went to Kimberly Carroll, I've written a lot of letters, and I've even written to the Independent Journal. And having cancer, I was going through an operation during this trial. A week after my operation, they tried to take me to trial again, and I had to go to my surgeon, who wrote a letter and said, you have to give her 2 months to recuperate. So within December the 19th, I went to court. I had Carl Shapiro as a pro bono lawyer, and he just said, hey, these people really want to get rid of you. And so he just said, look, just go on probation, and and everything will mellow out. Well, while it was on, December 19th, we went to court. On December 26th, the property manager, Christine Gacciola, came into my house without a 24-hour notice and posted a 3-day notice on my door. I was out of town. I have a document here from the Fairfax saying that she entered illegally. I was taken back to court, and they wanted me to pay all the fees that they refused, like rent and utilities, but they also wanted me to pay a lawyer's fee. So Carl looked at me and says, these people will never stop hassling you. You've got something on them. They want you to disappear. Why don't you just let go? So I said I had one more operation, and I decided to stay and asked for 9 months, which will be September 30th. But the thing is, to leave a place in such disarray that's turning into Section 8 housing that was voted in by Fairfax citizens with the help of Ann Howe, I think 16 years ago, of innovating housing, started Fairfax Vest Pocket. Now they're moving people out or trying to intimidate us to move out so they can turn it into Section 8 housing. And that means the single mothers will be displaced, the elderly will be displaced, and I'm just thinking they feel like we don't have representation, and I feel like that's a problem for people who are being abused. Or I have 2 cases with the Department of Employment and Fair Housing too.
Okay, so I see you have lots of notes?
And I have a banker's box full of everything.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Okay. What are you asking?
I want you to keep this and look at this.
Whoa. What would you wish from your council?
I would like an investigation and to look at the facsimiles at fair housing. I would like to look at what the chief of police has on file for 3 Frustra. I would like you to look at some of the things that I have, problems and complaints that I have proposed, that were against me as a disabled person. I'm sorry if I seem a little bit anxious, but
actually,
I
you
have
seem
been very sick, and it's almost like going back into somebody has hurt you, and now I want to say, I want it to stop, and
Okay.
I want to vindicate
Okay.
myself.
Might I ask you to do this? I think you have a synopsis that you've written out. If you could give that to us, maybe you have it here. Give it to the town clerk. Over here. No. That's why we're here. Let us take a run through it. Let us take a glance at it. We're not experts in this area by any means, but let us think on it and how we might be able to help.
Thank you so much.
Well, proof of the pudding is in the tasting.
John Sargent, 55 Madrone Road. I have a few items. One, I'm reading that apparently our town manager thinks it's okay to correct codes and call them typos.
Okay, we're going to be addressing...
I'd like to finish my point.
No, I have to interrupt because if, as I said at the beginning, if something is going to be appearing on the agenda, even sideways, we'll take it up at that item. And unless I'm terribly wrong, we might be discussing that with number 13.
Are you sure we're going to be discussing that?
If we're not, I'll apologize and give you special time to talk.
Okay, and give me some additional time,
Absolutely.
please. I'm hearing rumors. I don't appreciate that, by the way, even if it's not, totally covered and somewhere else. I'm not talking to the other agenda items. I'm merely making a point about correcting codes. And it's a general question that I think you should have let me talk about. But moving on.
No, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Good point.
I want to talk about correcting codes, especially when it changes the meanings of things. I think I used to negotiate labor contracts when I was working professionally, and you just didn't do that, especially when typos, quote, changed the meaning of a code. What I would suggest in the future, if these kind of things come up, and you do change the language and call it a typo, that you take that particular section back to the council and reapprove the change. Moving on. I'm hearing rumors that that in closed sessions you're talking about purchasing the gas station, and this is tied to your plan to close vehicle traffic on Bolinas Road. I know the Brown Act gives you the authority to talk about these kind of things in closed sessions, but you've got a credibility gap to deal with here with the public. And I would hate to think that all of a sudden these kinds of things, if in fact that's what's going on, would all of a sudden appear after you've had all these discussions and then maybe just talk at a little workshop about it. I would urge you, if I'm correct about this rumor, write an editorial to the IJ so everybody knows what you're planning. I'm personally against anything involved with closing Bolinas Road.
Oh, well, let me clear that one up for you. That's just not happening. So
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Thank you. I know the mayor's version of democracy demands a lot of citizen participation, and I'd like it noted that I'm trying to do that. You were right about I was sitting on the sidelines and not doing anything, so I'm making every effort to attend every meeting I can. However, that kind of feeling that everybody ought to attend these things is naive and unpractical. I'm retired. I can do it. Working folks don't have time to go all these little workshops and stuff. They depend on you to keep them informed of what's happening, and they depend on their representatives to carry out their wishes. I've given Michelle a list of additional ways to maybe get your message out there on things. You certainly can share it with the council. Thank you for your attention to these items.
Sergeant, can I just answer the one thing on the Bolinas?
Sure.
Just not going to happen.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Good deal. Glad to help. Any other open time expressions? Otherwise, we will move on. At this time, seeing or hearing none, we'll move on to the consent calendar. John, you had something on number 9?
Yeah, I mean, Elon is here, I think, still. We have a proclamation for Elon Rosenfeld. And I just thought it'd be nice to give it to him in person rather than just rubber stamp it on consent.
It would. After we adopt it and have a moment, I'll give it a signature. But perhaps a little bit of a reading might be in order. Would you like to do it?
Sure. Is Elon here? He was here earlier. Is Elon Rosenfeld here?
Maybe you could just capture the high points.
Well, the high points. This is the proclamation honoring Elon Rosenfeld for his service on the Parks and Rec Commission of the town of Fairfax. And whereas he has served on the Fairfax Parks and Rec Commission for 8 years and served as chair for 6 of those 8 years, often staying late at events and doing such as the winter skating rink thing at the pavilion. He participated in a lot of stuff around town, pavilion cleanups and renovations, painting the kitchen, lobby areas as the Tots Commissioner, always willing to get those high spots. And he also served on the EcoFest committee of the Fairfax Festival, produced program guides for the festival. Also, he's an avid bicyclist, promoted bicycling in the community, and he was also active in supporting the Artist in Residence program and the theater group of the Fairfax Town Players. And I remember him back in the Walk in the Park Players, too. Elon's done a lot for this town. So now, therefore, be it hereby proclaimed on the 7th day of May by the mayor and the council of the town of Fairfax that Elon Rosenfeld is acknowledged and commended for his leadership, dedication, and service to the town and its citizens.
Perfect. We have items 3 through 9. Are there any other items that a council member would like to address on the consent calendar? Seeing none, did I hear some in the community have any questions? Anything on the consent calendar, items 3 through 9 on the agenda?
Number 7, please.
It's number 7. We can pull that if you would like. Why don't we do that? We have a lot of folks who want to discuss this. Let's find a place where we can discuss that works for everybody. What are people's thoughts about putting that after number 18? That way we can move the meeting along. A lot of folks. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if it's just a question someone has, you can
Do you
keep
have
it
a
on, or
brief
you wanted to
question,
pull
or
it
is
for
this gonna be an
discussion.
extended conversation?
Yeah, I'm John Sargent again, 55 Madrone Road. I just, let me get to my, here we go. Okay. Your Measure A, you're talking about what, $74,000? And I was a little unclear of some of the stuff you were doing. I don't know anything about, for example, about Sky Ranch. So could you tell me about that?
Okay, I think we're going to be here a little longer than that. Let's place this a little bit down the agenda. I don't want to shortchange the conversation, but I also want to respect the fact that we have a large room who are here for two very comprehensive items. So let's pick this up. They're not short questions. So, would the council entertain putting this after 18, 19? What are the feelings on that?
I would make a motion to put it after 18.
Okay, can I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, we have Kohler and Reed to move number 7 off consent and move it after number 18. All in favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
Great. Very briefly, council reports and comments. John, you want to take the first cut on this?
Don't we have to pass the consent?
Oh, yes. All in favor of the consent, having taken number 10 off and number 7 being moved?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. First, I'm going to need a motion.
I'll move approval of consent.
Okay, I did it myself. All right, Reed, Kohler. There you go. Moving on to council reports and comments. John, you want to take the lead on this one for a brief moment?
Sure. Let me see. I guess been a number of meetings this last month. One was a special council meeting in here where we were talking about Measure I and various town finances and shortfalls and the efficiency of different ways of raising money in town. I also attended a GPIC meeting, that's the General Plan and Implementation Committee, and some of the things later on this agenda were also a topic there. It was very interesting. The fire meeting was canceled this month. However, I attended 2 meetings of the Executive Transportation Authority Safe Routes to School Oversight Committee. We're basically trying to keep Safe Routes to School alive in its best way. Their money has been cut by the feds by 50%, but we're finding money in different places for that. Open Space just opened a new access to open space at the top of Willow, and I attended that. And people should go up there. You can access a lot of open space, Hawthorne Canyon, and it's a really special spot. You can see Mount Tam from the top. And I also spent a few hours with the Gardeners Alliance, which is basically working to beautify the Center Boulevard strips along the side of the road there. They have several work parties coming up still. They've had 2 so far. And it's basically a group effort from the gardeners in town. So that's my report.
Thanks, John.
Yes, I attended the Marin Clean Energy meeting. I also attended 2 meetings of our new Fairfax Climate Action Committee, and some of our members are here tonight. Also want to make a pitch for our Climate Action Committee meets again on the 13th next week, so feel free to participate. We'd love to have more folks attend. Also attended the Measure I Renewal Forum that had the mayor, all the council members, our town manager, and many of the Fairfax residents, and this item will be on the agenda as well. I attended the Measure A committee meeting, and this was where we developed a revised work plan for how to spend monies on coming from the county on parks, open space, those kinds of things. And so we're going to discuss that later tonight. Also attended our Fairfax Open Space Committee had a fundraiser in Perry Park on Sunday, which was quite a rousing success. I hear that they probably raised, they don't have all the receipts in, but it looks like around $1,500, so more successful than previous years, and all for open space. Also on Monday attended the countywide public disaster and emergency preparedness meeting, and I'm hopeful that we can reinvigorate those efforts on disaster preparedness in our town. But through that group, we're getting insight into the countywide issues. Thank you.
Excuse me. So I attended Earth Day Marin, which was a fantastic event, and I hope that many of you were there as well. The Environmental Forum of Marin hosted a workshop on land use and transit-oriented development, which brought in different perspectives nationally and locally. I I assisted in conducting the town Passover Seder, which is a all-inclusive event that is hosted by the Fairfax Volunteers. Took an inspector from Cal Recycle around our town to showcase our zero waste reduction efforts at Manor School, and to view our first business that's now participating in the Food to Energy program, and that's Mana Bowls over on Sir Francis Drake. Fairfax hosted, as I mentioned before, the first of 2 workshops, starting to form a coalition to deal with the extreme high number of teen and adult alcohol and drug use and abuse. And I attended Sustainable Fairfax, one of Sustainable Fairfax's film series, Toxic Hot Seat, which was directed and created by Jamie Redford, who is Robert's son, but he is Jamie Redford in his own right. And we have a film series that takes place monthly in the Women's Club here. I attended an ABAG meeting of Marin delegates so that I could get a firsthand look as to what that is all about and start to form my own opinions. I also participated in the town's Measure I workshop, and today was International Walk and Roll to School Day, so I rode joyfully through Fairfax with about, 100 plus kids behind the fire engine, and police escorted us across Sir Francis Drake. I want to give a shout out to St. Rita's School, who participated en masse, first and best showing. So yeah, that was my month.
Okay. Attended some of the same meetings, Measure I meeting, went to the open space dedication up at the top of Willow, and the gentleman who actually donated the property was there and had an interesting conversation. His name was Mr. Reed. I don't think any relation to John, but was one of Phyllis Gould's of the greatest generation vintage. And he described how he picked up this piece of property for a song when he was still wearing his Air Force uniform from World War II. I also attended the Marin Telecommunications Agency meeting, which finally, after many, many months of negotiating with all 11 members, voted to support the Community Media Center for the next 3 years. So that's a very important step. It's going to assure the survival and the growth of the media center, and I think you're going to really see that take off like the Marin Energy Authority has. I think it's really on a good footing, and I'm looking forward to that. I also attended the most recent Marin Energy Authority meeting. A couple things of interest. Napa County has actually applied to join with Marin Energy Authority, or actually we're calling it now Marin Clean Energy because it's actually going beyond Marin County. We already have the city of Richmond, and there's actually a couple more East Bay cities that have applied to be members, but Napa County has applied, and the economic analysis of them joining indicates that it would actually further reduce Marin Energy Authority's rates. So Marin Energy Authority customers would probably see a 2 to 3% drop in costs because there's greater cost sharing among more customers. So that's looking good too, and those are the most important things. So thanks.
Okay. Very briefly, I also attended the Earth Day Marin, participated in a national phone conference with a group that we participate in, formerly Mayors Against Illegal Guns, that was set up by our former Mayor Bloomberg, now Every Town for Gun Safety. The Measure I meeting, 2 Marin council meetings. One, the mayors met and discussed a number of issues, most importantly the homelessness problem that will be rearing its head in even greater conversation later this year. The legislation committee, I flew to Southern California and attended the League of Cities Environmental Quality Committee. There's no charge to the town on that one. A number of chamber stuff. The chamber is getting very invigorated. All of us, I think, attended the chamber breakfast, which was very interesting on the new bike museum that's coming in. The mayor always attends a monthly meeting with chamber representatives to talk about issues with the manager, and there was a phone conference as well with the head of the chamber and one of the members regarding the Cheetah Slope project. Just to let you know, also at no cost to the town, I will be representing the town in mid-June in the Netherlands. The Ross Valley School District also had a meeting in advance of that conversation that I spoke about at the very beginning of the meeting regarding what's going to be going on at Lefty Gomez Field. Two things to also consider. The chief would tell us that we collected 160 pounds of drugs during California's Drug Take Back Day, but also that in Northern California, 20 tons of supplements, Advil, pharmaceuticals, all that stuff that used to go generally into a landfill, or even worse, into our bays and waterways, was collected. So I contacted Marin San and I said, I really can't grapple with what 20 tons is. Can you put that into a more, digestible, so to speak, format? And they pointed out that 20 tons would fill 3 garbage trucks. That's a ton of trash, so to speak. And finally, I do want to make notice, earlier today we heard from Jody Timms, our extraordinary representative on aging issues, but no less deserving of attention is her son Jolan, who received the Environmental Stewardship Award from the Marine Conservation League at their annual dinner that I attended a couple of weeks ago. And also at that meeting, another Fairfaxian, Mike Swayze, who works for MMWD, received the Marin Green Award for environmental leadership, and his work over the decades is legion. So with that, we will turn to the town manager's report. Something brief to tell us?
There's no report.
Thank you. That is brief. We will then move on to public hearings. Garrett, do you want to take number 11?
So what number 11 is, we're talking about adopting a resolution to update Exhibit D to the master fee schedule to increase youth rental fees from $25 an hour to $50 an hour, and nonprofit resident fees from $50 an hour to $60 an hour for the rental of town facilities. So we're recommending to open and close the public hearing, and we thought we'd probably give the council a little background of how we got here. So the last time council considered or increased the rents for youth rental and nonprofit fees was back in November 2010. Now since that time, we've taken a look at the cost of operating the pavilion, the women's club, and the community center, and we're looking at the rates, and we see an increase we believe is warranted for youth fees. Now the proposed fee for the nonprofit, we don't really charge that very often, but we wanted to provide some differentiation between the youth fee and the nonprofit rate. And now I should put out, the Park and Recreation Committee has reviewed this. They took a look at the comparison chart attached and believe that a rate is also warranted for youth rental of the facilities. We're not proposing any other increases at this time. So maybe in terms of what the cost estimates to operate these facilities, for fiscal year 13-14, we estimate the costs of administration as well as the maintenance repair of the facilities to be about $60,000 a year. Total rental fees collected by the town is about $30,000 a year. Of this $30,000, about $18,000 can be attributed to the youth rental fees. The proposed increase would increase that, and we're talking about phasing it in to try to limit what the impact would be on youth programs. We're proposing about phasing it in at half. So in other words, while right now it's $18,000 and it's $25, it would go up to $37.50 and generate about $27,000 next year in terms of rental fees. In 2015, July 1, it would go up to $50 and then double the $18,000 currently to $36,000. Believe that phases in. We don't believe it's going to impact demand, at least in terms of for birthday parties. In terms of youth groups, at least one of them that uses it, the Futsal League, thought they could see how it's justified and warranted and be willing to live with that rate. In that case, and how things have to work is that you need to update the master fee resolution just for rental fees. So the only thing we're changing is Exhibit D that says rental fees. All the other fees for planning and building and everything else in that schedule are not being revised. And so at this point, again, what we're seeing is that for fiscal year 14-15, overall rental fees for the town would probably increase from $30,000 to $39,000 with this increase in youth schedules. So with that, I also have our Director of Focus to answer any questions related to programming, and that concludes the staff report.
Hey, Garrett, I have a quick question. We're not making any money on this. This is just cost recovery, right?
Right. The idea is to try to come closer to cost recovery, but as you can see, even at $39,000, it still costs us $60,000.
Thank you. Other questions for Garrett?
Just, you know, I don't know what the council is going to do with this, but, you know, it seems like a pretty reasonable proposal, but I would like to see us just get a report. If we do raise the rate, I'd like to get a report and just see if it's had any impact on the number of events that get booked. The other question I have is whether the town has a policy about music at these events, because I've been hearing that there's been comments made to residents that want to rent the women's club about whether they can have music or not. And I'm just not sure if we have a policy, but I think I'd really like to hear back from you or from staff about that next month.
Okay, we can report back. There is a policy governing music in the facilities. And so it's included in the rental policies that we give to everyone related to facilities. And we have, staff is now very clear on exactly what they can let people know when it comes to renting the facilities. But we'll provide.
Could we bring that back next month?
Yes.
Thanks
Is
a
there
lot.
also a policy about volume, both in the buildings and in our parks? Because this past weekend, as wonderful as they played, boy, the comments by folks are kind of flooding into me about how loud it was coming from the park.
Yeah, pretty much how it works is if you have a permit in the park, then there really is not a noise control. It's more of if someone complains, maybe we'll tell them to turn it down, but they're allowed to play up to a certain amount of time, whatever that time is. In the facilities, it's the same type of process. We've let people know that if PD does get complaints, say at the women's club, we may stop by and ask them to shut their doors and try to turn it down so that it tries to keep the volume to a minimum, although there is a cutoff time by which they can perform. And so what we can do is when we report back, we'll go ahead and share with you all the policies related to how we handle these types of situations.
John?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara.
Oh, I was
Yep.
just going to ask, since I think these rates are reasonable, but for some folks they may be higher than what they anticipated, even with the phase-in. Do we have a policy at all where, you know, a group really needs to use our facilities, but maybe they don't have financial resources to even, I'm sorry, maybe they don't have adequate financial resources to pay the rental rate for a day or something? Do we have any way of offering a sliding scale or something like that, or does that occur?
It may occur. We don't have a policy to address that. If you had something like that, it's something we could talk about in the budget process, if you like.
It might be a question maybe to bring back if this, maybe it's not a problem. Maybe it can come back next month when you give the other report.
John?
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to hearing that report next month. I mean, I think I'm a little wary of, you know, raising the rates on the nonprofits and the youth groups and leaving the other things unchanged. I mean, I'm looking forward to the policy because, you know, I can remember when the policy was different and it was, you know, I don't remember it being changed in an official way. And in terms of music and things like that, I think it's, you know, you want to be responsive to neighbors, but you also want to be able to, you know, provide facilities to the community in a way that is meaningful. And I know that sometimes, you know, in this particular building, and in particular, people are just discouraged from having any music whatsoever. And if somebody wants to rent it out for a wedding, you know, that's, you know, they're going to move on to some place where they can have music. And really, we need to look comprehensively at the whole pie rather than just raising the rates on the youth, I think.
Renee, any questions? No?
I do think it's important to differentiate that when you talk about the youth programs, these are the programs that come in from the outside, the Futsal League and CYO, and it's not our focus programs, which I guess Ann is here to answer any questions about, just for clarification.
Okay, with that, let's, Ann, please fill us in, and then we'll have public comment.
Sure. Oh, just push it. Okay, so really the three main groups that would affect is futsal, which we got an endorsement today, an email saying he's happy to work with us on it. Birthday party rentals, families that rent the pavilion for birthday parties, and then CYO, which also has been notified, but we haven't heard back from. So sort of those three groups. I know about 80% of the birthday rentals that come through would endorse it, would be okay with it. So yeah, that's where I stand.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
With that, any public comment on this item? Please.
Cindy Swift, 55 Madrone Road. I'm a little concerned with raising the nonprofit resident fees. When I looked at the staff report, it said that staff reviewed the fees, found that increasing the youth fees was warranted, and so went ahead and proposed that, but then also proposed an increase in the nonprofits, so there's some differentiation between the youth fees and the nonprofit resident fees. I'm concerned that we may have some nonprofits that use the facilities maybe on a regular basis that may find it hard to take on that additional increase. And if we're only doing that to show a difference between the youth fees and the nonprofit, I would suggest that you look at just bringing the youth fees up to the existing nonprofit fees for both hourly and daily. You get your increase on the youth side, and then the nonprofits don't see an increase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael McIntosh. I've also been one of the beneficiaries to the pavilion, so I've actually rented it from the town as well as participated in different youth programs, primarily futsal. And as a coach, when I carry this through the whole season, it's just kind of like another added expense. And I know one time when we got there early, I had all the kids on the team pull broom. So if possibly the council could look for a way to offset the cost that's paid by the coach, not the fees that go through the whole thing. And even, again, to futsal as well as CYO, many times on our teams, there's many children that really can't afford even the basic fees. So again, we subsidize them, so it's not like the organization and Bernardi is actually collecting all this money. A lot of times, between the league and the coach, we just kind of absorb this. And so again, I appreciate being able to rent these facilities because it's very hard to find facilities to use. But if there's a way to offset that, it is an additional burden that sometimes adds up quite a bit. And if we had an opportunity like pulling broom and taking care of the facilities, it also teaches conservation. And the kids will have a greater appreciation of taking care of this space. Thank you.
Yvette, it's been a long time.
Yeah, it's been a really long time, you guys. I'm glad I could be here tonight. Yvette Wakefield, what's my address now? 23 Alhambra Circle. Until June 1st. And then I don't know if I'll even be in Fairfax or I'll even have a home because that's how bad the situation is. But everyone reads the IJ, you're aware of that. Anyway, I wanted to address the matter of the volume of music inside and outside buildings. I want to ask you once again, I've been asking you for at least 7 or 8 years now, to please do something about the volume of these events. Instead, they are getting louder over the years. That I was up on the hills and I came here several times to complain about as a matter of fact, I came here every single year to complain about the noise from the Little League games, how they have this new PA system, they all think they're Candlestick Park now. So I was glad when I moved away and I couldn't hear that anymore. I was glad to see in the police reports of the Ross Valley Reporter that other people had called complaining about the noise coming from the ballpark, especially on opening day. It seems like every year they're spoken to and they turn it down, and then the very next year, there they are with it really high again, and that includes events that go on in the park here, the fundraiser for the open space. Those volumes are way too loud. When I lived on Main Court, the noise from the Fairfax picnic and that whatever that festival, that green festival or something was that was here for 2 or 3 years, my windows in my apartment would vibrate from the bass of that music. That's ridiculous. This isn't some big noisy city. It's a small town, and you should show consideration, Garrett, for the residents of this small town, which want a limit on the volume of music and other noise. They don't like it loud. You know, I think that if anyone doesn't support me on this, I think you should have loudspeakers put out your house, in front of your house, and when you're resting or you want to do some work, David, when you want to do some legal work or whatever, I think you should have music blasting away, because that is what would happen to me when I was up on the hill. I'm a student, I'd be trying to do my work, I'd be trying to relax, and no, I've got this big concert going on in midair because that's the way the sound travels.
I think Garrett is going to fold that into the conversation that we will have next month on,
Well, if I still live here in Fairfax, I'll come for that.
even if you don't, you should come back and visit.
No, I won't.
Okay. John?
Yeah, John Sargent. I'm a little bit concerned about raising the fees for one main reason, and that is the AA meetings that are held in this women's club. One of the meetings, the Saturday meeting, they do pay the fee, right? No, they don't?
Yeah, this is a youth rate, so AA is under a different runoff. They wouldn't be affected by this.
Oh, do they pay something?
I believe they do, but it's the normal rates that have been happening.
Do we know whether the AA folk would be impacted by today's proposal?
We don't think so. We could report back if you like. Clearly, if you wanted to just focus on the youth rate and not the other rate, that's fine. We could come back and report on that. Or for that matter, we could report back on everything if you wanted to. It just delays things. But that's just really at the council's pleasure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just would hope a life-saving program wouldn't be have their fees raised if that's part of this. Thank you.
Other folks commenting on number 11? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council. Thoughts?
I would suggest that we consider Garrett's suggestion that we move forward on the youth fees with the phasing in, and then discuss the nonprofit and anything else when Garrett reports next month. So a continuance of part of it.
And I would be really interested, and I think the community would probably be interested to know, what are the nonprofits that do use the town spaces? How prevalent, how often, and who are they? I mean, you don't have to, I'm not putting you on the spot, but as we're considering that, it would be useful to know.
Sorry. Many times the nonprofits that go through the pavilion and contact me, or Manor PTA, Yes Foundation, St. Rita's Fundraising, local schools really, and I end up giving them the youth rate. I'm also very, flexible with them on what their needs are. So a lot of the times it's very flexible, and really the rate, like I said, would just affect the birthday party rentals and the CYO and the futsal contract, and it hasn't been looked at in 4 years. We're way under market value with the other townships, so I say endorse it.
Thank you. But also, we have to look at what you started with, Garrett, which is that it costs us to operate how much?
For the facilities, it's about $60,000 a year.
Okay, so we're bringing in 30. We could
Maybe we'll
potentially
come
go
in
to 39. So I think we have to keep that in mind as we look at how to be equitable, that we do have to pay for these spaces and for the upkeep. And we all know we'd like to put a lot more love into our spaces as well. So let's keep that in mind.
Other comments? If not, then is there...
Just grow the pie.
Is there a motion to be crafted?
I would move approval of the phased increase in youth fees for now. And then would move also that we bring the item back next month to talk about nonprofits, and that at the end of the first year of the increased youth fee action, if it's taken, that we take a look at whether it's had an impact on rentals or activity.
I'll second.
Okay, with that, we have Bragman Kohler. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay. Number 12. Discuss the status of the update on the noise issues regarding Deer Park Villa and considering proposed revisions to the noise ordinance. Garrett?
So maybe as some background, you may recall back at your February 5th council meeting, the council discussed the status report regarding the noise at Deer Park Villa and directed staff to facilitate another meeting between the owner and the residents. Prior to staff trying to coordinate that meeting, the few of the residents and the owner met privately, discussed issues, and we determined that another neighborhood meeting wasn't really warranted to give some time to see if the changes would have worked. Again, the primary concern here is what we see is it's the same issue, that the residents, the noise generated by outdoor events affect the residents, and because the outdoor events have amplified music and speeches. The problem is the owner's business model, it seems like, is to use the outdoor venue, which indeed has music and speech, and that creates more noise from the neighborhood. The neighbors continue to file noise complaints. Police continue to respond. We haven't issued any new citations. Maybe as a side note, I should point out that in our efforts in working with the residents, some of the residents feel that staff, meaning myself, was somewhat biased against them. They felt I was advocating too much for the business. On the flip side, the business owner would indicate that I wasn't advocating enough for him and that we were treating him unfairly, unlike other businesses. So really, as we see as a staff, we're sort of in an untenable position. I think anything we do will continue to make either all or one party unhappy. But that being said, you may recall also in February that staff indicated that police would continue to enforce the ordinance as we currently have until the ordinance can be amended. So to facilitate that process, what we did was we put together a draft ordinance. We're not asking for adoption because that's not what's before you. We just wanted to create a discussion because we felt this issue now is at the point where we really need to have a discussion. And really what the key revisions in the ordinance is, one, provide the police more discretion in determining what's offensive and whether or not to reduce decibel level. And two, perhaps a more controversial part of what we put together, was raise the daytime noise limits to 60 dBA. So with that, I recognize and realize that the residents will have concerns with even proposing that. But what we did as staff is we looked at the general plan and we thought we'd share with you how we came up with that number, as well as the other policies that allow you to set it at either not to change it, to address it at this level, or really we have another option for the council to consider that's actually not in the staff report. So going back into the general plan basically says that 60 dBA, which is actually the equivalent of an active office environment, is accepted upper limit for environmental noise in a residential setting. And it also goes out to state that typical California construction, so if you have a home with your windows open, acceptable level is about 45 dBA inside. So what happens is it has a 15 dBA reduction. And thus, in essence, what we did was we said, okay, the general plan is basically saying if your outside noise is 60 dBA and construction with open windows means it gets reduced by 15, then 45 would be the upper limit of acceptability. And that's how we arrived at 60. However, we're not proposing any changes to nighttime limits, which is the daytime limits. But within the staff report, we also point out that the general plan also has provisions that talk about two goals. One is make land uses compatible with the noise environment, and two, maintain the current quality of the acoustical environment. Now, that's more directed toward new development, but I think it's reasonable for the council to take that into consideration in anything if you were to take a look at adjusting noise limits ultimately. And again, the 45 dBA is kind of the upper limit for inside residential. But really what staff wanted to do is really just kind of start that discussion over what seems to be the reasonable levels. Now, another approach the council may also consider this evening is that the owner has indicated that he is undertaking or will be undertaking a series of improvements he believes that will address noise within the Deer Park area. Maybe the council may want to see what he actually has in mind, may want to talk about timeframes of those improvements before really continue any discussions related to DBA levels. From a staff perspective, we support changes to the enforcement aspects of the code. I think that's something that provides PD the discretion and flexibility that they need. To be fair, we're not necessarily advocating for a DBA change at this point, but we just want the council to have a discussion. So again, what we're recommending is you hear from the property owner, hear from the residents, and maybe see if there's something that could be worked out that's acceptable. Now, I should point out that the changes in DBA level wouldn't necessarily only affect Deer Park. Obviously, it affects everything else in town, your other commercial areas and whatnot. So, and the enforcement also affects that too. So this is a broader based approach, not necessarily just for Deer Park, but clearly they would be impacted one way or the other. So that concludes the staff report.
Questions of Garrett? Okay. Mike, can you join us for the conversation?
Could I ask a question? Sure. And it's more directed to Chief Moran. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at the change language that's in the packet, but at some point or another, I think that's going to be an important, your opinion about how that would work for you, whether it would be practical for you to implement it, would be something we're going to need to discuss.
I don't really have an opinion on the wording of the draft proposal.
Okay.
I think the current, as we all know, the current ordinance is very confusing, very poorly written. What we try to do in the police department is interpret what the intent of the section was, but it is just very confusing as written. I have reviewed the draft. It takes away the shalls as far as what the police should, can, or shall do. So in that respect, it clears that up because there's some discussion over the current ordinance on whether it's mandatory that levels will be reduced for certain types of noise versus whether they can be reduced at the discretion of the police department.
Okay.
So in that respect, it clarifies, it cleans that part up. I think it's still a little confusing, but again, you have to go with the intent. So right now, when if we change it, we kind of know the intent because we're all here. Back in 1981, most of us weren't here. It's hard to know what the intent was. We just have to go our best guess and do what's right, as we try to do with everything we enforce in town.
Okay, well, that's helpful, and we're not going to be adopting any ordinances tonight, so don't fret about that, anybody. It's just I want to get the input because it's ultimately going to fall on the police department to enforce whatever we can do or don't do. So I just think you should have a say in how we're going to move this thing, if at all. So thanks.
Mike, a couple of days ago, maybe just a day or so ago, please come up. We received the manager received a memo from you that outlined a really comprehensive set of steps that you were intending to do, and expensive steps as well, sinking a fair amount of coin into making these changes. And I'm hoping you will go over that for the community. And also, I think the manager alluded to the importance of telling us as best you can when you think you will complete implementation of these various steps.
Okay. Well, I've put together a packet, and I've got a few here for anybody that wants to take a look at it. So, yeah, I will go into those steps, but I think I'd like to, of course I don't have enough for everybody, but if you want to pass those out. I just want, to give a brief presentation. So basically, my family's been at Deer Park Villa since 1937, and when wanted to keep the tradition going, and we feel that Deer Park is an important part of the community. And for many people, Deer Park has become part of their family. So we continue to work diligently to keep our clients happy, and we are trying to keep the neighbors happy as well. You might recall the last time I was here, it was my idea, actually, to meet with the neighbors. We met at Deer Park Villa. And I'm quite sure how many people were there, but I think Garrett has the number of people that were there. That meeting was in November. I think it's good to point out since November, Deer Park's had approximately 3 to 5 events that had music that were held outdoors, partly because it's the first quarter is slow, and the end of November and December are cold. So from November till today, we've had somewhere 3 to 5 events held outdoor. So there hasn't been a lot that's happened since I met with the neighbors at that point. I also met with Mr. Stempel at Deer Park Villa. We talked about repositioning speakers. It was his idea. Actually, it was a good idea, and we did, in the few events we've had, we did reposition the speakers to face towards the creek as opposed towards the restaurant. Feeling we'll have more control over where the sound goes. In our presentation, I wanted to point out, well, let me point out that I'm a little surprised I'm actually standing here right now, just because I was under the impression we were doing the right things to begin with. About a month ago, we started building a sound wall, a live sound wall, or a live wall, they call it, and it's in the Grove. It's kind of like trying to create a bowl type atmosphere in the Grove area where the parties are. For those who may not know, Deer Park's on 4 acres, and it's ever since 1922, it holds 300 people in the Grove, and 100 people on the deck, and 200 people indoors. So it's kind of like a throwback to the old big restaurant days, like where Bon Gusto was, and over at the Marin County Country Club. Restaurants in Fairfax back in the 20s were big. So anyway, I got a nice email from Bob dated March 24th, and it said, "Mike, I don't think we need to meet right now. Garrett reports that you are implementing measures to reduce and mitigate noise, and you and I talked about how repositioning speakers might help. Also, the new staff member I met seems to be very willing to work to find solutions. Since the winter season is coming to a close, this might be a good time to wait and give these new approaches a try. You would have found that the other neighbors who wanted to take part in a meeting are very reasonable people who respect what you are doing at Deer Park Villa. With all of us coming together, we may have come up with more good ideas. But let's see how things go for now. In the meantime, we know you are available by email or phone." That's the last communication I had until, I'm not sure exactly when I was emailed that there was going to be this meeting. Maybe the last 10 days possibly, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks. It was kind of like, so I kind of feel somewhat blindsided, but here we are. And also you might recall at the last meeting I wasn't feeling very good, and my health, I've been, I told you since in the last 12 months I've been in the hospital 6 times, and I told them they wanted to meet with me prior to the March 24th meeting, and I informed Garrett that my health really wasn't all that great at the time. Of course, it's still not. So anyway, so back to my report. I wanted to point that out only because the timing of all this seems a little odd to me. So anyway, about a month ago, we started the building, way before I knew there'd be this meeting. We started building the live wall. And I believe there's a picture of it, and you can see it's not really filled in yet, but it will be. So something that the Fairfax community may or may not know, but since 1922, Deer Park's hosted over 4,000 weddings, had a restaurant with, generations of happy customers. We've also a nice gathering spot for many members of our community and beyond that find Deer Park a nice place to have a celebration of life. We opened to the public, not we, but the restaurant, Deer Park Villa, opened to the public as a lodge in 1916. So in just 2 short years, a year and a half, you'll have one of your oldest businesses in Fairfax. It will be 100 years old at that point. The restaurant opened in 1922. It was also still a lodge. It was opened by the Chelani family. In 1937, my grandparents took over as the operators. Something else I'd like to make note of is Deer Park has created thousands of jobs in our community over the years. We currently employ approximately 100 full and or part-time positions throughout the year, some seasonal, of course. We're one of the leading sales tax contributors to the town of Fairfax, and we're one of the leading property tax contributors to the town of Fairfax. Something else that the family, and I know my Uncle Harry's here tonight somewhere, hopefully, and just celebrated his 80th birthday. And it's never been the family's intention to, strike it rich or strike gold at Deer Park Villa. It's just always been more of a labor of love, and or love of labor. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's a love of labor, actually. And but my grandfather was a gardener and a chef. He planted the redwood grove in 1937. We have over 18 heritage oak trees left. I've seen at least 10 drop since I was a young person. I started working there at Deer Park when I was 10 years old. So my grandfather was always quite proud of, we call it Joe's Redwood Grove now. The buildings on the site are original and over 100 years old. The first building was built in 1902. So we take great pride in maybe being a pioneer in kind of a sustainable green attitude. We didn't really know it at the time, but that's just what we do. Of the events we held in the first quarter of 2014, only 3 had amplified music. In November and December of 2013, we had no amplified music. When I first when I first added more days to the restaurant, back to what we used to do, I played more kind of background music at Deer Park on the deck, and to try to mitigate the circumstance and to be a good neighbor, consciously made the effort to not play on the deck for the restaurant, and that's something that hasn't really helped our business, but we're doing it anyway. The live green wall, which is open for viewing. Anybody who's had a chance to come up to Deer Park, and I'd be happy to give them a tour, or my director of Deer Park Villa, Danny Buell, can give them a tour. But so far, we've put in about $15,000 to put this live green wall in. Okay? To try to absorb sound waves, we are, and help mitigate the noise, we will be placing sound walls strategically throughout the property. I put up a prototype. It's not what we're really going to do there. It was just I wanted to see what it looked like. It was 10 feet tall, and it's too tall. And we're going to be taking that down to 6 feet tall. But throughout the property, I see little pockets where if we can absorb as much sound from going towards Porteous, that's one of our plans. I want to keep in mind, and I'm not here to really defend myself. I want to be as positive as I can and tell you all the good things we're doing, and to mitigate and be a good neighbor. But I have to say it. I have to say it for people who may or may not know. But we have had one infraction since 1981 that was taken to court. So, and the judge ruled in the neighbor's favor. It took him a week to figure it out, but so it was pretty close. But either way, I'm not here, like I said, to really defend it. We don't really actually think we're breaking any laws. On the other hand, we think we're darn good neighbors. And when I start adding all this up, I mean, I can't guarantee this, it just depends on all the other things we do, but between the sound walls and the live walls, this could, I could be into this for, easy $50,000. So I know that it's been asked, well, what's your timeline on this? And, well, I've already got 15 into it, and that little live wall is ready for the plants to grow. I'm actually buying 20 hanging baskets tomorrow so we can get some, instant impact or some things like that. And I'm going to put up some live walls between now and the next 30 days, strategically located on the 4-acre property. A lot of people think that maybe we ignore their concerns, and I can assure you that we don't. And we have people here that could talk to you about that. But we have decibel readers, and I had sent the town prior to this a decibel level that was taken, a decibel read that was taken October 27th, 2013. We weren't even open. We had no events. I took it on the fence line on that day, and that particular 5 minutes read was above 55 decibels. So it's a difficult situation for all, not just me. I know it's difficult for the neighbors, but I think that it's kind of let's say an interesting situation that Deer Park Villa, we do meet with our staff prior to events. We're going to have a new position that's basically kind of a security sound monitor. Haven't had to use them because we've only had 3 in the last 5 months. We're going to position, Bob had a great idea, keep the speakers lower to the ground, face our creek. And that's, we also, interesting enough, have a person on our staff that has an engineer degree. And so we're going to incorporate Heather's ability to analyze and study things. And, this is going to be an ongoing process. This isn't going to be, solved probably in one day. I think that what I want to take out of this personally, and what I like our neighbors to take out of it in the community, is that we are, a very conscientious company. We've been able to get along with our neighbors for 93 years prior to my arrival, and but I was there for a long time, for those who may not know it, and I got a lot of photos to prove it. But anyway, so we have an olive branch out. I told my staff, don't worry about your jobs. We're going to protect our right to do business, and we're also going to be good neighbors at the same time. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions of Mike? I'm sorry, Renee.
No, I just want to, for the record, let folks know that in the letter that Mike sent to all of us, he invited us to come out and take a look and have a tour and see what changes have been made there and what kind of improvements he's made toward mitigating the sound. And I did go out yesterday, and Mike toured me around, and I saw a incredible, cool structure, which is the skeleton at this point for the live wall. I've actually never seen anything quite like it, and the bags of soil and the plants are ready to start to be put in. So I did want you to know that there was a spot check on that. And the sound wall, which is taller than it should be now, but will be cut down to size, is actually quite significant. And saw the places where it would be put and some of what it hopes to achieve. So just so that that is known that these things are on there. And having said that, I did mention that a timeline is a really, really good way, as we've seen in other projects, to start to look at how we're going to actually accomplish things so that everybody feels like they're on the same page and they can be actually charted and measured. So I would request that, I don't know, is it Mark Lockaby that would work with Mike? On looking at a timeline of how these improvements would be made so that there's a place to have a conversation from going forward with the neighbors.
Well, ultimately, you would just direct staff, and staff would do that.
Okay, so that would be my request as we go forward, that we craft a way to do that together.
I would also like to note that, from our perspective, we in the long run, at the end of the day, we want to be judged by whether we're breaking the law or not. You can judge us on these efforts here, which are mitigating type efforts that will be, I'm sure, ongoing. And I hope that at some point the neighbors understand that we have been there 93 years, that we want to be good neighbors, and we would like to think that we get reciprocation on that. Any other questions? You have more questions for the $10 raise? Okay, go ahead.
I just want to join Renee in indicating I did take a tour yesterday, saw what was going on, and there are definite steps being undertaken to try to mitigate the situation, and these are very difficult conflicts to resolve, and I do want to hear from the neighbors. But I think it's helpful, to the conversation to see that you're taking proactive steps. And I think you got to look at it like it's a work in progress, because things are going to need to be adjusted. When I was out there, we were talking about maybe softening the fence behind the property.
Behind the creek.
So that would actually be an absorbing surface rather than a reflective surface. So there's a lot of little things you can do to kind of tweak it before we really take a look at amending the code, because that's going to be a can of worms. And I think, and I may be getting ahead of myself, but I think, raising the sound limit to 60 decibels to me is a non-starter. So I think we need to work with what we've got, maybe amend it so that the enforcement's a little more clear. But I am pleased to see that you're taking steps, and you got the olive branch out. So, but I would like to hear from the neighbors. Got to hear both sides.
I just want to say I have changed my name from Garen Gelly to Gandhi Gelly. Thank you very much.
It's funny. Mike, anybody else from your team or staff want to speak at this time? Or if not, we'll begin to just randomly take folks up here to give public comment. Come on up.
My name is Matt Kine. I live at 48 West Bray Drive in Fairfax. I was born and raised here. I was born at Marin General in 1963 and raised in Oak Manor. I worked at Deer Park when I was a kid. In high school, I bought a home when I was working at Deer Park Villa, and raised a family when I was working at Deer Park Villa and for the Garen-Gelly family. I'm a musician. I've played at every club in this town and throughout Marin and throughout the state. I played Friday night, not this last Friday, but the Friday before at Perry's. And I've never played softer in my life than I've ever played. I've also been on national television playing music and a couple of other things. So I've never played softer in my life, including television, where they put all sorts of stuff around you. And I just can't understand why there's such a fuss about this. I don't see 19 Broadway putting up a sound wall or making any effort to lower their sound, and nor should they. Everybody that moved in around there knew there was a nightclub right next door. I've never seen anything happen at Cafe or Sleeping Lady, as it's now called, Cafe Amsterdam before. And Chuck Perry's been there forever at Perry's doing music. And I don't see him having to defend himself here. So I just don't understand how a business that was well established before can go through this. And not to mention, they're pretty good employers and nice guys. I've suffered cancer in the last month, last year, excuse me, and these guys have been right by my back. So I as a resident of this town, I'm offended. But anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvette Wakefield. You guys, there's a worldwide problem called noise pollution. And I'm glad that the people at that restaurant are nice people and the employees and they're happy and everything. But guess what? The neighbors are really nice people too. And the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And you need to look at why these complaints keep coming in about noise. And I read about them in the Ross Valley Reporter. It's really important. It's really important for people to have some peace and quiet in their homes and to not have to be disturbed when they want that peace and quiet. The volume of events has gotten to be too loud everywhere. And I know you're not stupid. I know you're not ignorant. And I hope you don't act like that. And I hope you take some action to make things better in this world. And I'll have more comments later about other items. I couldn't come here for a long time because I always have classes on Wednesday nights, but I don't have a class tonight.
Yes.
Hi. Is it on? Yeah. My name's David Mulliken. I live at 60 Porteous Avenue. And first of all, I just want to say thank you for what you guys do, all of you. I know that the goal here for us is to be able to get along and live in some relative sense of harmony. And I also want to say thank you to Mike for coming and also for staying to listen. I'm glad to hear what you had to say, and I appreciate that you'll stick around to hear what I have to say too. In fact, one of the ways I hold this is that Deer Park Villa is a special place, that it is an important part of Fairfax. And if for some reason, whatever we decide or however we do this, it were to affect your business in a negative way, then I think we've failed. So I just want to say that up front. That said, I do think that the noise and the volume has gotten worse in the last year and a half or so. I think it's an issue certainly in our home. I have 2 young children, and there were several times last summer. I know Mike talked a lot about what happened over the winter, and I'm not sure that that's really a fair indication of what we've been experiencing, and I hope that is going to change. But what we went through last summer is my boys have bedrooms on the front of our house, so the opposite side from Deer Park. And on several occasions at bedtime, I would be reading them a book and literally have to stop because they couldn't hear me reading the book with the person on the microphone. The speaker generally is so loud that it's virtually like this. I mean, it's like we're having a conversation. He's in the room with us. It's so loud. And I don't think it's necessary. I just don't think that it has to be that loud. The people he's talking to are not in my house. The people he's talking to or she's talking to or whatever, and I know they're excited and it's a wedding, but the people they're talking to are right there in front of them. And it seems to me a simple solution to this, that we either keep the volume as it is written or agree upon a new volume, and then we enforce it. And that it doesn't seem like that's an impossible task. I'm sorry that you feel like you're in a difficult position, Garrett. I heard you kind of say that you're going to make somebody unhappy no matter what you do, and I actually don't believe that's the case. I think this can be a win-win situation, that we can come to a solution. I was disappointed with your draft, the idea that I need to live next to what is the equivalent of a construction zone ongoingly, that I've moved in next to a construction zone, because construction has a certain volume to it, that we should be able to tolerate that volume ongoingly. That seems off to me. I'm not sure exactly where you got that idea. But go ahead.
Just a note. Staff works at the direction of the council.
Okay.
The public's praise and ire should be directed toward us, never toward staff. They should be respected. They make decisions, but they do it at our direction.
I appreciate that, but he brought up the idea of a raise in the volume. He was very clear that that was his idea, not yours. So I'm just responding to what I heard.
Well, actually, as you read it, it comes from the general plan, which was as we will be discussing later, a community plan that was accepted and adopted by this council. So if you want to address concern,
that's a concern for me.
It should be.
Okay, that's a concern for me. Thank you. The other things I want to say is I really appreciated Renee's comment that we really do need some sort of a specific time frame. I mean, I work with relationships for a living. That's what I do. And the idea of having some vague, it's a beautiful idea, but to keep it vague is going to create a lot of misunderstanding and expectations that are just ripe for upset. If we could get specific, and I know that is asking a lot of you, I get that, but even if because of the financial commitment that Mike needs to make that timeline longer, then fine, just tell us. That's all I'm asking for. To be specific would really make a big difference. That's it. Thanks.
Mayor Weinsoff, members of the council, my name is Tom Wilson. I live at 67 Porteous, and I didn't even actually know this was on the agenda nor come here to talk about this, but I think Deer Park Villa is a great neighbor. The noise has never bothered me, and I think it's an asset to the community, and I just wanted to speak in their favor.
Hi.
Hello. We live at 3 Roca. We are we're not near Deer Park Villa, but one of the reasons why I'm here tonight is because the ordinance does affect us. We moved in 1997, and we lived for a year and a half with so much noise that we had to take a refinance out of our home to install $30,000 worth of triple pane windows. So we did that. We did windows, we did doors, all around our home. And we still hear noise from the town. And why I'm here tonight is my concern that you may raise the level of that noise. And I'm concerned also that for whatever reason, some homes get hit with the sound more than others. And I have a question. Is the decimal level actually accounted for when you've got areas that echo? I mean, are you measuring it accurately for echo potential or canyon potential, where one home right next to the other might be so much louder? Is that part of your specs and your?
If I understand the question, one has to do with if PD has to go out and measure the noise, and they would take it at the property line. But in general, the general plan is more of a broad analysis. It's not going to be able to specifically address one place that gets more, because it's clear noise will travel in a certain way, and I don't doubt some properties get affected more than other properties, but it doesn't have that level of specificity unless we were to do a special study to address that in that whole neighborhood, which would be pretty costly, and I'm not too sure it would really get you anywhere.
I think it's just incredibly important that we understand that some houses get hit harder than others. And then to measure in one area and say, well, this is a decimal level that's going on for everyone is inaccurate. So if you're going to go out and measure, please go to different locations and average it. So I'm here basically to complain about raising the level of sound. And are we allowed to talk about perhaps another bar besides, or a restaurant besides Deer Park Villa?
That's not on what we're talking about right now.
Okay, so there are other bars in town that have noise issues that neighbors deal with. Are we not addressing that tonight? Is it purely Deer Park Villa?
I think in the abstract we're discussing, or will be discussing, the what the general plan says and whether we wish or wish not to pursue a conversation. Well, that's pretty abstract, but we're just putting it on for discussion.
Okay.
Just this first conversation, but the focus of our attention tonight is the neighbors' concerns that have been raised about volume in their neighborhood, in the greater Porteous neighborhood, but also to hear from Mike on the steps that he is currently implementing.
Wonderful. And then one last thing, excuse me, that I'll have a question on is that the police have so much to do in this town around the bars and the restaurants. And there is some confusion when we do call to complain about Perry's, the outdoor environment that echoes. We don't really, the police, sometimes they say, well, they're going to bring out a monitor and we have to, there's all this confusion around what we should be doing. And I would like to request that maybe you look at the wording in the ordinance that's current and clarify it. Is there a way to consider rewriting it or making it clearer to the public so that when you call as a community member and you complain to the police department that they actually are going to do a certain, 1, 2, 3. If we call once, they do this. If they call twice, they do this. And it's very confusing right now.
Chief, do you want to wade in? No, he doesn't.
You don't. Would you agree?
The question is way too broad. You can't have every situation is different. It's
right.
Always fluid, and we can't have a set way to handle any call because everything's different on every single call. You call us, we'll come out and talk to you. We'll explain the whole thing. You come into my office anytime you want. I can explain it to you, but we can't. There's no way to have a set thing to handle every call.
And I appreciate that you just said that, but to me that's confusing. So I just need a little bit more clarity around the law.
Let me be even more obfuscating.
Yes.
I think from our conversation tonight, we will resolve hopefully something, but we will not resolve this entire noise issue that
Okay.
Yvette Wakefield is kind of alluding to. It's bigger than this. We will have many discussions about this, bigger than Deer Park.
Wonderful.
And we will hopefully try to thread that needle where we respect everybody's, business owners and property owners, trying to get a good night's sleep and all that sort of stuff. But it won't be resolved tonight, but it's the opening to a conversation.
Well, I appreciate that, and you have my comment that we'd love it if the decimal would stay the same or lower as far as the law is concerned. So thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. Everybody's happy. My name is Danny, and I'm the director of Deer Park. And I have been with Mike and his family for close to a year now. And I primarily have done all of their sales for their events and their weddings and that kind of thing. I've recently stepped into also generally managing the restaurant. So I'm here tonight to tell you a few things that Mike has mentioned, but also to kind of bring some of the policies that I've implemented and some of the gestures that I do on my part, being there 7 days a week, being the guy that's on the front line. I want to make sure that neighbors, friends, business owners know that I'm available for complaints. Of course, the police department and everybody. I want to make sure that there's a face that is at Deer Park. Mike is not always at Deer Park, but I am. So that is the reason that I'm here tonight. Just a real brief background on myself is I come from a much larger event world. I come from DreamWorks and from BMW, and I know about sound, and I know about codes, and I know about permits and those kind of things. And so I take this very seriously, and I need you to know that on a personal level, as well as a business level, The second largest conversation that Mike and I have is this issue. So I want to look at every neighbor and every business owner's eyes today and tell you that this is a serious thing for Mike. It's a serious thing for his business, for his family, and for me. The livelihood of our business is the center of this subject. So I take this, when we had a meeting at Deer Park not too long ago, I met with some neighbors privately and I said, listen, here's my card. I'm here from 8 in the morning until 11 o'clock at night, and that's true. And if you need to come down and you need to make a phone call, I'm always available. And I'm going to leave my business cards right here, and that stands for anybody that's in this room. Secondly, and all of you guys can come visit me too, is on a few steps that we have taken and that I have taken in starting to get into the new event world, is that in the past we have had DJs or whoever it is come in with particular clients. So I've implemented a house audiovisual company. It's not an individual. It's not individuals. It's a company that knows our decibel level. We have a contract with this company saying that they understand the laws. They understand Deer Park's Villa's rule. And so when I have a client that calls me and says, we want to have our wedding at Deer Park, I said, you need to call these folks. And when they call that audiovisual company, they say, absolutely, we understand Deer Park. We know where the speakers have to go. We know their rules. We know when the music has to be shut off. Not every client goes with them, but what is my process and what is our gesture? We say, if you're not going to go with our audiovisual company, you have to go through a preferred vendor list procedure with Deer Park. What does that mean for me? The DJ has to come in. He can't call me. He has to come in. He has to understand the rules. He has to understand our concerns for our neighbors. He has to understand that the music is not to be shut off at 10:01 p.m. So just a list of structured rules. I make the DJ sign that agreement, and we're moving into our first season with these rules in place. So I need you to know that there's that happening. On a personal level, just in this room, I look around and I look at neighbors that come to our restaurant. I look at business owners. I look at presidents of companies that I've planned parties for this past year. I look at the family. There's 3 generations of the family in this room right now. I am not a Garangeli. I might as well be, but I am not a Garangeli. But I stand by this family. They are doing the right things. We are really, really hard at work on this subject. Just as much as we can get more business to the restaurant to come in and have a steak, we talk about this just as much. So I'm available. I'll be here at the end of this conversation with my business cards in my pocket and available for anybody who has a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Evening.
Thank you, Danny, for all the steps you're taking at Deer Park. I really appreciate it. My name is Allison Mulligan. I live at 60 Porteous. And for my neighbor who spoke from 67 Porteous, he's actually across and down the street, so the sound may not affect him as much. Deer Park, if it did have music in 1922, I'm pretty sure there weren't powerful speakers that could project the music all the way throughout the valley. And I think even in the past 10 years, we can all agree that technology advances so quickly that bass and sound is made much more powerful and concentrated in very concentrated directions. So this is a really new issue that I think affects not just Deer Park, but the town. My understanding of outdoor festivals is that they can go 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., and that music has to stop at 7 p.m. They have to have a day permit for it, and that it has to end at 7 p.m. So I don't know why it's different for Deer Park that they can have really loud music until 10 p.m. when we live in the same town as those festivals that happen during the day and have to close down until 7. There have been a couple people who have talked a lot about sound, even from the ballpark, and I think this is a really current issue. I'm pretty sure even in 1960 there weren't as many sounds and ambient noise and cell phones and speakers. Speak slower. Leaf blowers. I know the town of Tiburon actually banned leaf blowers. I don't know how they did that, but so I just would like to say that this is a really big issue. There is a hill behind Deer Park. The sound reverberates off of that hill. That's another part of this. It isn't as simple as just hiring someone that says they understand Deer Park. And I invite you all to come to an evening on our side of the street when there is loud music and really hear for yourselves what we're talking about. I think that's really where we're at right now. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Gail Holland. I live at 1A Wood Lane, and I've lived in this town for 32 years. And the Deer Park Villa has been a huge part of my family. With my relatives from England, I brought them over there, and they loved it. It's a wonderful place, and they are really, really trying hard to work on this sound issue. I live across the street. The 4 years I've lived there, maybe I've heard it twice. And it's a happy sound. It's people having fun, getting married, graduations. It's fun. She said about the sound carrying. I lived on Scenic for 23 years. And I used to have parties there. And if I had 5 people and the door open, the police would come and want to shut us down because they thought it was a huge party. But it wasn't. It was the sound that carried. And you can't do anything about that. It's just where we live. So what are we supposed to do? Just shut down and not have any fun anymore? I mean, seriously.
Other folks want to comment? Good evening.
Hi, I'm Carol Habiger, former resident of 15 Wood Lane. Last year, we sold our family home of over 60 years. The home backs up right to Deer Park Villa, the parking lot. And we've heard, I'm sorry, first time. Okay. The family home backed up to Deer Park Villa on Wood Lane for 60 years. And we've heard music, we've heard laughter, we've heard cheering. And it's never been a problem. I don't know what the problem is when we put the house up for sale, you had to disclose, yes, we are across a business. It has events with music. And obviously that didn't deter because our house sold in 2 days. But the thing is, when you buy a house near a railroad track, a freeway, a highway, a bar, you're going to have noise. The police, the town is, and Mike, I know, is trying everything to make it right because the Gurngallies, that's how they are. They want to make everybody happy. And I just hope that people, be a little bit more tolerant if you're going to move near a facility that has noise. You made that choice.
Thank you very much. David.
Good evening. Dave Smadbeck, Fairfax Chamber of Commerce. We have a history of supporting business, of course, because that's what we're here for, to advocate for business. We also understand that this is a very complicated problem, and it's important that the homeowners are heard. I myself and Bob, our executive director, Bob Koppelman, went at the invitation of Mike Gurngalli to see some of the mitigation processes he's put into place, and I was very impressed. And I do encourage all the parties to give Mike the chance to take care of these issues so that he can operate his business and you guys can get the peace that you were so longing for. One thing I will say, I actually grew up in New York City on the second floor of Lexington Avenue and 72nd Street. I can sleep through a death metal band. But I also know that there are people that perceive sound very differently. It's a perception issue. It's something that one person's gong is another person's tiny bell. And so it's very important to make sure that we hear what everybody's saying. And I see that in this meeting tonight, and I encourage you to continue the process. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Michael McIntosh. As a little kid, I played in Fairfax. And then I was looking at it, 12,775 days ago, which represents 35 years and 2 days, so Cinco de Mayo in 1979, I was married at Deer Park Villa. And at that time, I had to give up my rent so we could come to a place that they worked with us to afford our venue to have a wedding. So I actually lived in the basement of the Unitarian Church in San Rafael so we could help afford this. Afterwards, we lived in my car. It's these things that make a community. When I think of the Deer Park Villa, I think of a happy space. When I came back to this town to buy the Marin Town and Country Club, hoping to do something nice for this community, it's because of the experience I had at the Deer Park Villa. And so I would like to see that, and I understand there will be a day that I'll be before you with the same complaints of noise, and nobody wants this noise and nobody wants change. But there's also a consideration for when it's a happy noise. It's a happy noise that carries our community. And this is a place that generates that happy type of noise. And I hope there's different opportunities to mitigate the sound on both sides of the fence, you know, possibly the homes as well as the business. But I'm hoping that everybody can really look past of just an irritant and a noise, that it represents a happy time and a happy place. And that's how I've always seen Fairfax. And I, for one, be very disappointed if we became so enforcing of all these rules that we took away those opportunities. I mean, if we want to talk about noise from the Marin Town and Country Club, I can hear opening day. I can hear the park right in the middle of Fairfax when there's a fair. But you know what? It's part of our community. It's what makes this community a great place. And this is another one of those opportunities that bring a happy sound. So with that, I hope everybody will consider giving a little consideration, and especially looking at the effort he's putting forth. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Michelle Gillette, 111 Frustack Avenue. And I have to say, when it's 9 o'clock at night and I've had a long day and I'm lying in bed and I'm trying to sleep and my glass windows, double pane windows, are vibrating from the noise at Deer Park. And I live across the valley from them. And I've had 1 decibel reading, and it was 51 at 9 o'clock at night. This isn't about the Garangelli family. It's not about the historical Deer Park. My husband and I used it for a reception back in the 90s. This is about turn the volume down. What is so hard? Don't build a sound wall. Turn it down. Why do people need to have this music so loud inside Deer Park Villa? I mean, I can hear the dude talking on the microphone like he's in my living room. If it's a nice summer evening and I want to relax outside, I can't because it's so flippin' loud. It's ridiculous. And not only that, I'm a registered nurse. I've been at Marin General for over 28 years. I recognize some of the people in here as my patients. Do they want a nice rested nurse to take care of them? So please, it's just, there's a knob on these amplified things, and like someone said, the technology has increased. The music is insanely loud where I live, and all you people that say you can't hear it, it doesn't bother you, that's because you're not in the line of fire, folks. There's something protecting the sound waves from hitting your house. But I'll tell you, I am going to do everything I need to do to get every single decibel reading, and I'm going to complain because it's ruining my peace and quiet, and it's ruining my husband's peace and quiet, and I've had enough. Turn it down.
Hi.
Stop.
Hi.
Ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Marcia Custer. I live at 12 Porteous. My backyard and my bedroom backs up against the entrance to Deer Park. I have great respect for Mike Garangelli and the history of Fairfax. I was at a wedding there 20 years ago, and I thought it was one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Since I bought my house a year ago, I've enjoyed living in Fairfax. I came from Sausalito, 23 years in Sausalito, but I wanted to come to Fairfax because I thought it'd be peace and quiet. I would like to address something that nobody has mentioned yet, and that's the deck. The deck is lovely. I've had dinner there. It's lovely to sit out on the deck. But it's also a little bit offensive to sit in my backyard, which is 25 yards away from the back deck, and have to apologize to my guests because of the obscenities, screaming and yelling. The retirement parties get out of hand. It's a lovely place to party, but it's right there. It's a commercial business that wasn't there in 1900, in 1950, in 1960, in 1999. It wasn't there for the last couple of years. So all of a sudden, we have a commercial establishment 25 yards from my backyard, and I have to apologize to my guests. It's obnoxious, and I just think it's a little bit out of order. I sit in my living room like everyone else when the parties happen, and it's lovely to hear a wedding because everybody loves to hear a wedding. But when I'm sitting there in my living room, and all of a sudden the master of ceremony says, "Stand up," I stand up. Deer Park has come into my house. Their parties have come into my yard. If Mike, and I truly believe he means he will do it, Mike, close the deck so everybody doesn't have to share with every party. Close the sound barriers. Turn it down so everybody doesn't have to share. We don't want Mike to go away. We love Deer Park. It's a beautiful place. But everybody in the neighborhood doesn't want to be part of every party.
Valerie Hood, 79 Dominga. Pretty hard to top that one. I think, from my perspective, the idea of raising the noise level in this town is absurd, and I will walk every neighborhood and make sure we have a petition that I can roll from the back of the room up to the front and stop that. Please don't even consider it, because already what's happening, since I've lived here, we have probably tripled the traffic. Okay, we have construction going on all the time. The noise level is just obscene very many times. We leave town. I was a co-founder of EcoFest with Larry Bragman, and I no longer stay in town for that because it's not the EcoFest, but it's the noise of everything that has just gotten, it just goes on. And speaking of window shaking, they do, and they shake from down on the flats all the way up into the hills, and it's intense, and I'm sure that every animal around here leaves town as well. But the thing that really irritates me tonight is that I have noticed a huge change in the noise coming from Deer Park Villa. I have lived here now I've lived in Marin and been in Fairfax since 1981, and I've been hiking in Deer Park for a very long time, but we bought our home in 1990, and there is a dramatic change. The other day I was having dinner on Forest Terrace, the Forest Avenue, Forest Terrace intersection, and I could hear Michael Jackson's Killer, word for word, and I said to my friend, "Sheesh, where is that coming from?" And he said, "Deer Park Villa." So he called up Deer Park Villa, and he said, "Hey, Mike, can you turn this down?" And he turned it off. And I went, okay, that's pretty good proof. It was unbelievably loud, and it was in the evening, and I thought, if this is what it's like around the corner, around the hillside, through houses, this is just ridiculous on a day-by-day thing. And I still walk all the time in the evening to Deer Park. I especially like evening walks because I like to go hear the spotted owls, and you hear them in the evening. And it's really loud. And I just think that I agree with the last speaker that it's the type of it's the amplification. I mean, it's even happening on the ball field now. There's a kid who drives me nuts because he's yelling into that microphone for hours in the evenings, on the weekends, and I just want to go, why does that have to be mic'd? It's not very pleasant voice anyway, but why would you mic that? It's like, come on, give me a break. What is with the noise level? It's too much, thanks.
Yes.
Good evening, Council, members of the staff, officers. My name is Randall Gillette. I live at 111 Frustuck Avenue. You've heard from my lovely wife, the registered nurse, a little while ago, and I'll also put in a professional plea. I'm an airline pilot for American Airlines, and so if anybody's ever flown on us early morning to New York City, you might want to check the crew list, because it, I said that kind of to break the ice and be funny about it, but it's true. It's hard to get sleep, and sometimes, we have to go to bed quite early to, wake up at 3 in the morning to be ready for a 6 a.m. flight. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Garangelli. I don't know him personally. I voted for him twice when he served on the council, and enjoyed his viewpoints on many things. That's why I voted for him twice. I eat at his pizza restaurant. My wife and I had our rehearsal wedding at his establishment in 1998. I think it's great. One of the reasons I like Fairfax is the historical element of so many things, one of which is Deer Park Villa. And I completely appreciate the bind that Mr. Garangelli is faced with owning and operating the business. Some perspective on my experience: I've lived in Fairfax since 1991. I was a resident on 35 Porteous from 92 to 94, and experienced, the weddings and such at Deer Park Villa. Didn't think a lot of it, really. Just thought it was part of the fabric of the neighborhood, and it is. My wife and I bought our house on 111 Porteous, or 111 Frustuck, in 98, so we've been there roughly 16 years. And I had basically the same opinion about Deer Park Villa, and it's only been in the last year and a half or 2 years when Mr. Garangelli came back into the family business and refurbished the restaurant into the steakhouse, and all the things that he's done to try to make the business more successful. That's when I noticed the biggest change in the volume. It's not the 20-year personal history that I have, it's the last year and a half or 2 years. It's so apparent. I don't know what you can say about the readings of the decibels. I don't really need to know the number. All I need to do is invite anybody here in this room, including Mr. Garangelli, to come up to my deck and have a beer with me and my wife and listen to what we listen to. And I think anybody reasonably minded would say, you know what, you're right, that's too loud. Let's turn it down a little bit. And that's a lot easier said than done, I know, because we all like to go out to venues that have live music and have fun. And there's my 3 minutes, and see you later.
Okay, if that's the last of the comments, nope. Rose? Okay, Rose? Bring the mic down to you.
Rose Tabor, 94 Hillside. And this has been an ongoing problem we've lived here since 1965. And we've had problems with Deer Park Villa. Is that loud enough? I'm sorry, I have a hearing problem, so I've missed most of what's going on here. Even at that time, before Mike took it over and his sister took it over, we had Bob that we'd call down there and say, hey, it's too loud. And he would come up to our house when we're out at the swimming pool, and we're sort of in a secluded area, and you don't have to wear too many clothes. And it was a little distracting. So we worked very hard and with the town to come up with the ordinance, and I know it's antiquated and it needs to be reworked. But I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this. I feel that we are being discriminated against. My house has been here since 1875. And I appreciate that Mike's been here, the property's been here 1922. But we're not talking about Mike's business. We're talking about the enjoyment of our property. This is why we brought here in Fairfax, for the peace and quiet. And there's no argument. He has a lovely place there, and or the owners do anyway. I resent having to call the police, going down to talk to Garrett and to Chris, and taking up their time to talk to, and it's the same old problem, same old problem. There was a meeting set up, and it was not set up at a neutral place. It was at Mike's place, and we were talked to for the better part of an hour about what he does for his business. Well, I want to hear what you're going to do for us so that we can enjoy it. All these years, even the last few years, I have had a health problem, and I closed the bedroom window, and I can't watch TV. There's not every night, but when there's sound levels are high, and I resent the energy that's being wasted. And I think with April, there was a noise or a complaint, quite a few of us from Deer Park Villa, and they couldn't take care of it because there was an accident. Why are we spending so much of the police energy? Why can't we come up with something that is mutually satisfying to all of us? I'm sorry I'm using notes. My head doesn't work too well right now. And if you're sick or tired, of course, or worse yet, have a child that's sick and you've put them to sleep and you have this blaring going on. Where are you going to go home? Where are you going to go if you can't find quiet in your own home? That's the thing that really bothered me, that Mike talked to us. And he kept saying about sound people or whatever. Why didn't Mike bring a sound engineer here tonight and explain what he's doing? Wouldn't that be more sense than the people that are working there, that I don't know if they have an engineering degree or not? And I like Mike. You know, we've been in our house longer than Mike's old, so that's... And I have to also say that we have a drummer who lives next door to us. And not once in all the years he's lived next to us have we had to call the police to shut him down. I think if I put my radio out and blared it over the valley and hit as many houses as the Deer Park Villa hits, I would be shut down immediately. In fact, people have been shut down. And I appreciate we can call. That I know we can call, but it's just disruptive to life to have to call to get peace and quiet in your home. So I do hope that things can be worked out, but I just haven't seen that much cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rose. Okay, a few more people. We've got to get...
Hi, everybody. I'm Vinny Garangelli. I live over at 1 Archangel Court in Fairfax. I've been living here my whole life. You know, I live across the street from St. Rita's. The church bell goes off every hour that I'm there. I work late nights, so when I sleep in, I hear it every morning. I'm not going to call the cops to tell them to turn the bell off. It's just about basically where you live at. And Marin County is it thrives on music. A lot of great bands have been brought up here. Grateful Dead, Metallica lives out here. And, you know, we just won Best Town 3 years in a row for a reason. It's because our downtown and how supportive everybody is of our community. So Deer Park has been there for a really long time, and people have loved throwing parties there. And, you know, just because I live next to St. Rita's, I'm not going to call and tell them they can't have their morning meeting out front on their loudspeaker every day. So that's all I have to say.
Well, they do answer to a higher authority. All right, anybody else? Please.
I'm MK Brown. I live on Myrna and Forest Terrace, and it's quite a few blocks from Deer Park Villa, but I can't tell you how many times I've stayed awake listening to various music and with my windows and doors shut. It's been going on for an awfully long time because I've lived here a long time. And I hate to call the police because I feel they only have a few folks down there and they're busy. So I hesitate often and listen to the noise. It's not just music, it's noise and crowd sounds, people having a good time. So I'm hopeful, hearing what Mr. Garanghelli said, that he's actually doing something about it, because in April, after he said he was going to do things, we all had to call the police many times again in the same evening. So I feel very sorry for the people who live next door. I think every word that's spoken on the mic and the music and the crowd noise has interfered with my life a great deal. So I am hopeful. So I wish I could have heard more of what Mr. Toy said, but the microphones are not the best. I couldn't really understand what you said, but I imagine there's a transcript that I can read somewhere, because I am interested in what you said. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi, I'm Valerie Tajero, and I live on Willow, and we had the same thing going on with Good Earth about the noise levels and the deliveries and everything. I never heard a thing. My neighbor who lives directly across the street from me heard everything all the time, and now they've kind of worked everything out, and now he hears everything that goes on at Morrow's. Like there's a dumpster being dropped off at 4 in the morning. I've never heard it. One thing I do hear is the coyotes at the Marin Town and Country Club. I don't complain about them. You know, I bought my house 30 years ago, and Albertsons was there, and I knew that there was stuff that I would hear, you know, and I live on Sir Francis Drake or next to it, and I hear the traffic, and the traffic's gotten worse, but I love Fairfax. I love the downtown area, and I don't have a problem with Fairfax, you know. And I think when you buy a house next to someplace that there's certain things, if you know you're going to buy a house next to Deer Park Villa, you're going to hear some weddings, you're going to hear some music, and, you know, that's just how life is, you know. That's what I think.
Thank you, Valerie. Any other comments? Sir, please.
Terry Humphrey. I live at 7 Wood Lane, and it is kind of ironic because we've been there for 34 years, and we're very close, and we've never had any problem. We've raised 2 boys there, and it's been fabulous. Yet, I guess with acoustics, they must find their way up into the canyons differently and affect people differently. But one thing that is important to me is I think Deer Park is an important part of this community, and whatever solution you come up with, hopefully it won't lead to them having to curtail the festivities that are there. Because I agree with the person who spoke earlier who said it's a happy sound. It is. I mean, basically people are celebrating graduations, weddings, anniversaries. It's all good stuff, basically. And there should be a place in Fairfax to do that. And hopefully there still will be. Thank you.
Bob. Good evening.
Bob Stemple, 42 Porteous. YMCA is a really happy sound. We hear that at weddings a lot, but if you're trying to get to sleep, it changes the perspectives just a little bit on how happy it is. I'm sorry. YMCA, popular song during weddings, happy sound, not when you're trying to get to sleep. Okay. So many people have said things so well. I've got all these notes I wanted to say, and I'm just going to have to scratch them off and try to contribute to things that haven't been said. Mike and I met, as he reported, let's see, it was in February. It was a week exactly after the February council meeting. You may remember that Mike and I both spoke at that meeting, and some emotions were expressed. So I emailed Mike and invited him to meet just the 2 of us, to be able to, the express purpose of it was to be able to vent, get those emotions off the table, because we couldn't hear what we were saying with all that garbage behind. So emotions were expressed. I don't think Mike would have called himself Gandhi Garanghelli during that meeting, but that's okay. That was the purpose of the meeting. One thing that did come up during that meeting was that he said that he was continuing to study measures to mitigate the issue of noise, and that the first test would be the weekend of April 12th. And so I marked that. That was going to be 2 months away. I suggested to him, as Mike mentioned, that rather than pointing the speakers towards the neighbors, to point them towards the guests. That might make the issue of noise a little bit more manageable, and he agreed that that was a good idea, that he should try it. For some reason, I don't quite understand why it has been said that there have only been 3 events in this first quarter with amplified music or something. I will say that there were 3 events with outdoor amplified music. The most important one perhaps was April 11th. It generated numerous calls to the police department, if I'm not mistaken, and probably quite a few to Deer Park Villa itself. It was a very good example of how intolerable outdoor amplified music is. The next evening, which was Saturday, the first hour was outdoor amplified music. That too generated numerous calls, and then it went indoors, and if I'm not mistaken, there were no more calls to the police. The following week, I'm pretty sure there was nothing going on, but the weekend after that, there were parties. I'm sure the police are not aware of that because the parties were indoors. I could barely hear them myself, and I lived right next door to Deer Park Villa. There was amplified music. There were parties going on, but they were indoors. I think we've learned an awful lot from the month of April, or if Mike wants to refer to it as the first quarter, in that we basically have an implicit solution here. My conclusion is that the noise problem is non-existent when music, DJs, and people who are speaking in a mic are indoors. Clearly, events can take advantage of the outdoors as long as they move the music and amplified sound indoors. This has been done in Deer Park Villa for a very, very long time successfully. They have the capacity to do so. What I would like to do is propose, I would like to propose that we find that this is a solution, and I ask the council to pursue measures to define limitations on outdoor amplified music. Now, I'd also like to address, in addition to that, the 2 different proposals that Garrett added to the agenda item, which I thought was going to be discussing Deer Park Villa. I'm glad to hear that Larry says that the 10 decibel level increase is pretty much dead on arrival. I mean, I hope I'm not misinterpreting, but there is no community in Marin County that has such high decibel limits as the manager is proposing. Even San Rafael, which has a freeway running through it, does not. It's hard for me to believe that the suggestion was even sincere. I tend to think that what it is perhaps a beginning negotiating step to somehow reach the 5 decibel level limit, which I also don't think is in character with Fairfax. That too would make us the one community in all of Marin County with the loudest limit. I'd like to address the issue of the way the town manager decided to clarify the change of character for sound.
Yeah,
if I could do that briefly.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I want to hear you blame. I read your email. I'm sorry. How would you characterize it on Next Door Neighbor, the online thing that's been set up? And I said this maybe an hour ago. I'm not happy when any member of the public so pointedly criticize staff. If you have a criticism of the process, it should be directed to me.
Okay, then I'll direct it
but
to
not
you.
the staff who works for the community as well as the council.
I stand corrected. I would like to talk about for the people in the community who are not aware of this, the way the noise ordinance is written is that there are certain types of sound which, if it is determined that a particular noise is, for example, music or speech, the decibel limit should be 5 decibels lower than any other type of sound. When this is enforced, I'll explain to it how it works. I would call, for example, the police department because there is a loud party at Deer Park Villa. The responding officer would come to my backyard with a noise reader. He would listen and say, yes, this is music, and therefore he would apply, let's say, 50 decibels as a limit rather than 55. He would take a reading and determine whether or not there was a violation.
Bob, you've had 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, there is somebody who's willing to speak, who's willing to yield time. Is that okay?
Could we agree on another 2 minutes, maybe reset the clock?
I'll try to do it really, really quickly then, okay?
I really appreciate it.
Okay. So I think this is a very clear process. It has been done before, and it has been enforced in the past. It is very straightforward. The change that has been proposed would require the police chief, who most likely has not even heard the music or the sound, to determine whether it is distorted or whether the lyrics are obscure. This does not clarify the existing issue. All it does is add new levels of confusion. I really don't understand how this is in any way an improvement over the wording as it exists already. I would also like to recommend that because the noise ordinance says all departments of the town shall carry out their activities in accordance with the provisions of this chapter, that I would like to recommend that the town council instruct the police department and the town manager to enforce the law as is written until the issue of clarity is solved.
Thanks. Is there anybody else? Could we make it very quick, please?
It's going to be very quick. My name is Henry Frauneberger. I'm a resident of Fairfax for over 25 years. I'm an attorney that has represented Michael Garangelli and Deer Park Villa for a number of years. Michael has asked me to work with him to try to resolve the issues that are going on around the sound with Deer Park Villa and the neighbors, and to make sure that he's in compliance. I met with Mr. Toy, and I just want to assure the council that we are in fact working diligently to do everything we can to resolve this issue.
I can't thank you enough. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Great.
Hi, I'm Bob Kopelman, and I'm an 18-year resident of Fairfax, and I'm also with the Chamber of Commerce. I have finally stepped up to speak just because I've been listening and just kind of want to net out what I am hearing, which is of the whole situation, which is that there's been sound issues that have occurred in the last year and a half or so since new management has taken over at Deer Park Villa, and this is very disturbing to many neighbors, and that Mike is addressing these issues that have been raised by doing work on the property, and that it'll take some time. I'm not sure what that time frame is, a few months, for some of these things, that, like the green wall that has to grow in, to actually take effect. And I think it's reasonable to look at the progress over the next several months. If this is the solution, Mike is looking. The neighbors have a problem. Mike is looking for a solution. He's proposed and invested in the solution, and now let's give this solution a chance to see if it actually solves the issue and this issue goes away. And if it doesn't, then that was his first attempt, and we'll see what happens next in a few months after it's given some time to see if it actually solves the problem. Thank you.
Okay. With that, I'm closing the public hearing, bringing it back. Mr. Frauenberger, hang around if you would. Maybe I could speak to just a few things. One, at the council's discretion and counsel, I would table the noise ordinance discussion because we have other weighty matters and a very patient crowd, and we can bring that back in a month or two down the road. As to the more immediate question of Deer Park Villa, what I would propose is what Renee suggested and what I think Garrett has mentioned to Mike as well, which is we would like to see some dates hung on the actions that you're proposing so that folks in the neighborhoods that are being affected will know when things are going online. Obviously, you can't tell us when a live wall will grow and be completed, but you can tell us all these many other steps. And I might say, is it possible that while the mitigation measures are en route toward completion, turn down the volume a little bit? That way there can be, I really am, so that we can reach some balance as the mitigation measures go in place, you know.
Okay. Well, David, once again, I can assure you that we are doing our best to keep the music down. We promise to keep turning it down. There is a certain, of course, point of no return. I do encourage at this point, first of all, I would hope that we will not accept only indoor music, by the way. We're going to fight for our right to do what we've been doing for 90 years. And I want to correct a person who said the deck is new, 2 years old. It's been there for 50 years, the deck. But we will, you know, look, I've shown everything we can do to comply. I met with the neighbors. I met with Mr. Stemple. We have mitigating measures beyond that. We have one violation in 92 years. And anybody who, rather than, I like to see, you know, first of all, I respect and I'm doing things to and listening to the neighbors and all that, from Rose Tabor, who I've worked together on many projects in town on. But at some point, you know, it's kind of like a speeding ticket. You know, it's not a speeding ticket unless someone, they measure it and they say, hey, you just went 26 miles an hour. So I do welcome people to really measure it, because there was another gentleman up here today said, well, why don't they measure it? Well, they do have a means of measuring it. We do have a noise ordinance. And quite frankly, you know, to have to defend myself and my family in Deer Park Villa, the almost 100-year history that it has, for something we actually haven't done wrong. But we will try our best to keep working with our neighbors. But at some point, I want to know when they're going to work with me and with my family. Because if we've broken the law once in 93 years, I think that that's a pretty good indication that we are listening and we are trying. And despite, and that said, I will go ahead and do everything else I can do beyond that. Beyond living within the law and the spirit of the law, we will mitigate this with how I sent in this proposal. Sound walls, live walls, Larry mentioned ongoing ideas that we just keep trying to absorb the sound. And so the answer is, as far as the timeline goes, David, you'll see things happening quickly. But I don't think it ends until we are as effective as we can be to live in a, you know, more happy place with our neighbors. So that means if I put up 10 sound walls strategically placed in the property, and I put something against that fence across the creek that absorbs the sound, and we position the speakers, and we do a live wall, and we do all these things, and we keep getting complaints, well, I'll keep doing things to alleviate the problem. But I don't think, you know, that any town, any society should kind of live by mob rule. And what that means is that, by the way, is that if you make the complaint, that means we should just go ahead and fire 100 employees, go out of business, whatever. Because guarantee you, with the dependence on weddings that Deer Park does and outside events, you know, it would be a very likely situation that Deer Park Villa could not survive in our business, and that affects our tax base in town. That affects our 100 employees that it also affects the 100-year property that's been there. So, and by the way, like I said, 55 decibels is the law, and I'm going to try everything I can do to be below that. And even as below that as I can be, and try to protect the neighbors from whatever sounds may be coming towards them. And, but anyway, that's the best I can do. The best I can do is try as hard as I can, be honest, but it wouldn't be honest for me to leave here, leaving it wide open for the possibility of Deer Park Villa closing. So we're going to do our best, and I welcome many of the neighbors who spoke tonight or even didn't speak, come on by. We'll walk you through the property. We'll invite you to participate in how we do things, and get to see from our vantage point what's going on there. So thank you for all the supporters that we did have come out, and thank you for the people who aren't happy with us in the sense that now we can talk about this further. And thanks to the council and the staff for listening to all this for all this time. So thank you very much. And they have my cell phone, they have my email, and I invite them all to come to Deer Park Villa and take a look for yourself. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Barbara.
Just one quick question. First of all, Mike, I want to recognize that Deer Park Villa is a valued part of the community, and I would like to take you up on your offer to come out and take a look. But just David asked the question, since you are getting ready for the busy season, and a lot of people want to be outdoors, it'll be a great opportunity. Do you think that you could give us a schedule of when you think you'll have implemented the things that you haven't implemented or that you're on your way towards? I think that would go a long way. And then if possible, with the outdoor events, if maybe turning it down a notch while the live wall's growing.
Sure.
I think that would really help, and if that's something you could maybe give our David or our town manager, we could try to provide this to the community members, and I think people would feel more comfortable because the busy season is where
this is the busy season is coming, and
great weather. It's a good
will,
time to be
like
outdoors.
I said, one of the things, like I told you before, there's no outside music on the deck for the restaurant. That's a big part of maybe what was happening the first year and a half. That's literally wiping out all that activity. It's imperative, though, that the weddings, the parties, the celebrations of life, that there's outdoor activity. And we do promise to turn it down even further. We promise to mitigate this with everything we just discussed today. And already, as some people have already seen, it just needs to fill in, and we're going to do things to try to speed up the filling in of that. And the sound walls, I might have, I don't know how many, but it's going to be incremental. 3 or 4 will be put up in the next month. Hopefully I can, depend. Anyway, I'll talk about that later. But as far as the, and then it was Bob's suggestion to position the speakers differently. That's going to happen. And I think Larry had a good idea with that fence that is across from our creek. So the speakers will be towards the fence, towards the creek. Before they were positioned towards the restaurant, not the neighbors, towards the restaurant. We're going to put it towards the creek, towards the fence, and I'm sure there's a material that could be put up against that fence that will look good and absorb sound as opposed to bouncing off the fence and going back that way. So, yes, I feel like it's my responsibility to take Deer Park to this ongoing longevity. My son Vinny talked tonight. I'm sure someday he's going to feel the same to keep Deer Park going. Fairfax could say, hey, we got the first 200-year-old restaurant in the country. Okay, that's how we do things in my family. And so we appreciate all the feedback tonight. I know it was great that Danny, our director, was here so he could understand the concern of everybody. So there's no way that we're just going home tonight and, Yahoo or something. No, we're not. We're going to go home, and like everything else, we're going to tackle the issue, and we'll do our very best.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I realize everybody's been waiting patiently, but if you will indulge us in a slight 10-minute recess, we would really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, we're back. as required. We have to discuss what we can get done in our remaining time. Obviously, we're going to take up 13 and 14 and 16 and 17 and 20. I'm wondering what the council's pleasure would be if we continue number 15, the municipal services tax, for 5 years. We're continuing to have special meetings on that. The next one is on the 24th of May. If we could continue number 18, very important, but continue it to June. 19 also, Renee, if you would allow. 20 won't take very long at all, well written. And 21, can we?
21, all you're going to do is accept it. So I'll take
We're
like
just accepting.
10 seconds.
Okay. Very good. Well, with that, let's move on to can we have a vote on that?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Bragman, Kohler. Moving on to number
We got it. Everybody's approved, okay.
13. Garrett, start us off on this one.
Great. And item 13, staff's recommendation is direct staff to schedule a council workshop to discuss possible amendments to the general plan, including the housing element, and to address any inconsistencies between the zoning code and general plan. So as you are aware, that recent discussions regarding Ordinance 778, which converted CH zone properties to CC, rezoned 4 properties to PDD, that's Planned Development District, and rezoned properties to PD, public domain.
Slow down.
Sorry. Public domain, issues were raised regarding the property known as the Wall property. Now, the discussion was that somehow Ordinance number 778 somehow affected the zoning on the property and changed the density from 0.25 units per acre from 0.1 units per acre. The argument was that the tables in the adopted housing element incorrectly listed the density at 0.25 units per acre, even though the general plan and the zoning and the housing element actually had the designation of UR10, 1 unit 10 acres, correctly listed. And currently the general plan and zoning text currently defines UR10 as 1 unit to the acre. Staff finds that 0.25 units per acre on those tables is a clerical error and is considered errata. Now, errata is a common occurrence that could happen with general plans and housing elements just because of the length, complexity of the documents, and really there's an interconnectivity between the different policies, so it's really hard at times to track these things. That being said, staff would, while we're going to correct the typos, we would also, as the town undertakes future general plan and housing element amendments, we would also include those corrections that we call typos in those amendments, which would then reduce any uncertainty related, especially to density. But that being said, attached to the staff report, we actually attach the red line of the tables. And on the screen and over there on the boards blown up are the 3 tables in question related to the housing element. I can't push the button, but first table is H3. What is H5? H3. And what it does is only thing we corrected, if you go down in that table, it shows one of the land uses, UR7 and UR10. UR7 is 1 unit for every 7 acres. UR10 is 1 unit for every 10 acres. Translates to density is 0.14 to 0.1. And on that table, we just modified it, just replaced the 0.25 with a range of 0.14 to 0.10. And that's on table H3. Now, we did do the same thing. Can you push the button for me, Jim? Thanks. And on the next table, and so one of those charts shows that table. So this table is known as H5. So in H5, on the first line, it talks about maximum density for those zoning districts, UR7 and UR10. And again, under UR7, we change it from 0.25 to 0.14. And for UR10, we changed it from 0.25 to 0.10. And then for the last table, which is table H12, it incorrectly listed the density for UR7 and UR10 properties, which are listed on that chart. There is One other typo that we found is it actually listed acreage for one property as .04. It really should be 9.04. So we corrected that on the table. And so those corrections then would be provided in all the documents as errata for that specific issue related to the wall property. However, like we said, when we do a general plan amendment, we will, which includes the housing element, we will also include those typos within that amendment to make it perfectly clear on what the zoning is for that property. Now, some things we'd just like to point out is that the general plan was adopted back in April 2012. The housing element was adopted in October 2013, which in essence means those policies and tables were adopted well before the council adopted Ordinance 778. And so to restate, Ordinance 778 did not revise any existing general plan or housing element policies. It was a zoning amendment, not a general plan amendment, so it could not affect that. Now, one of the interesting things, because as staff, we went back and looked at the code, we found some discrepancies actually in existing text of the code. The wall property is actually listed under two zoning designations, UR10 and actually RS 7.5. RS 7.5 is actually 6 units to the acre, but it appears that the wall property may have been zoned RS 7.5 back in the 70s and was clearly rezoned to UR10 in the 90s, but it just wasn't removed from that table. So while the adoption of Ordinance 778 did not rezone any property, it did, however, create a rule that says any discrepancies between zoning text and the zoning map would be resolved in the favor of the zoning map. So zoning map clearly indicates it's a UR10 designation. Now, one of the future general plan, and actually this is a zoning amendment that the council will consider, is that we'll be proposing to eliminate those lists of parcels under each zoning designation. And the reason for that is for that exact problem that we talked about, is that parcel numbers change, and when you do one change somewhere, you're going to have to track it somewhere else. Much easier just to refer to a map, and that's generally how it's done in all communities nowadays. I mean, that was back in the 70s, maybe that was a practice, but moving forward, you would rely on a zoning map and not actually APN numbers. And so one of the things that it also caused us to do is we did take a quick look at the housing element and some general plan issues, and we found that, yes, there are some more things that we'll need to clean up or address or explore more issues. And so as we move through that process, one of the suggestions would be that we really, in order to facilitate a community discussion related to issues people may have with the existing general plan and housing element policies, we would recommend that the council conduct a workshop. And this workshop would probably start off with a real overview, so a kind of an education process on what the general plan is, its key components, including the housing element. What that would lead to, we would hope, would be a discussion related to possible amendments, possible issues that need to be addressed within that process. Within that, staff would then compile that list, take it back to the council, and then the council would have another discussion related to which policies, which things they'd like us to address, and then direct staff to move forward. So that process then moving forward for general plan amendments and zoning text amendments would be, in essence, we end up going, it would be noticed as a public hearing, we'd go to the planning commission, and then it would come back to the council for approval. So it's a fairly extensive process of which we do plan to encourage as much community participation as possible. Because within the general plan amendment process, you get 4 times a year in order to amend your general plan. And when you move through that process, it's really helpful to receive all the comment and feedback in the beginning of the process. Because once you get to the end of the process, because there may be some SQL analysis involved, really then anything brought up at the last minute would have to be incorporated into another general plan amendment, which then would take it through the same level of months. It takes several months to get through the process. So really, I think what we're overall recommending is that it's a very time-consuming process, but we recognize there's lots of concerns in the community, by the council, even by staff, of general plan amendments and housing element issues that we perhaps need to clarify or address. And so what we're recommending to council is that you go ahead and direct us to set up a community workshop and begin that process. And that concludes the staff report.
I want to, because folks may be a little confused, I certainly would be. There are two items regarding this larger conversation that we're having, number 13 and number 14 on the agenda. They've split out. So folks would be wondering, boy, when should I stand up and start providing comment? The one that we are just dealing with here is two things. One is addressing these typo erratas to ensure for the community as best we can through this process of identifying typos and errata about the wall property, not the PDD concerns, not the highway commercials to central commercial conversation. Those two things come up in number 14. So right here, we're just dealing with wall property issues and the setting up of a community conversation. And apropos of that, I thought your idea, and I'm thinking that you might find this interesting in the back. What Garrett wants to do is to purchase a banner and put it over Sir Francis Drake at the banner place and say, on X date, the community is going to have a general plan conversation. Come one, come all. That way, okay? All right. Well, I hope that's tepid applause. I'm looking for a more, more robust response. With that, other members of council want to comment just on 13, and again, not to be redundant, but if you want to comment on the bigger issue, I'm thinking that might be 14. Don't want to hold you back, but 13 deals with, I think, these more two discrete items. That said, other members of the council?
I think from what I got is a little the same, but a little bit different. These are just examples of some of the things that we want to fix. And so you just gave us some examples, but there may be other things that we need to fix. And the way I understand this is the plan to do kind of an overview workshop on what the general plan's about, specifically on the housing element, and then get into some of the details of the things we want to change. And these are just, you're just pointing these out as the starting point, but there could be 5 more, 6 more. In the community workshops, we could learn about more things that potentially, is that correct?
That's correct. At the community workshop, staff could provide many more examples of things we'd want to address. And I think some of those may be things the community's concerned with. We'd be interested in hearing other things. The documents, whatever, 1,000 pages or so on, so it would be good to hear input.
Okay, well, I support the idea of starting the process of a workshop just to really explain what the general plan's about, the housing element, and that we will be embarking on correcting certain smaller typos that may appear to have larger ramifications. And so I support the idea, and thank you for putting it up. I think another part of the staff report was that we were going to embark on starting town center element workshops, and that in lieu of that, we would want, and I completely support the idea of, let's take this one step at a time. I think the larger general plan housing element are more critical at this time. The town center element should be put off until we get on a more firm footing here. So I would support that.
So, well, just to clarify, so that we would direct you to start to put together this series of workshops regardless of what kind of action we do or don't take tonight, right? Okay.
Sorry, that would be correct, and thank you, Councilmember Kohler, for pointing out the eliminating or holding off on the workshops until we complete our general plan discussions.
Yeah, I mean, that's important to note. I've been talking, this thing's echoing weird. Yeah, I've been talking about this town center element. That's another portion of the general plan, and that's really where people need to weigh in on what we as a community would like to see downtown Fairfax look like or stay like or whatever. And it's difficult. I mean, the general plan is a dry, long document, and here's a copy. It's thick, and there's a lot of details in it, and it's important to pay attention to it. I mean, this is kind of the roadmap going forward, and it's things that zoning hangs on, and it influences our town. And at times it's like pulling teeth. 10 years ago, we were trying to get people interested, put your info ideas down, and some people did very much so. Other people, gave it a drive-by every once in a while. But it really it's a living document, and it needs to reflect the desires of the community. And I think I fully support, especially now that a lot of attention is being paid to it, to have a public workshop on that. I'm kind of sorry that it's replacing the town center element, but I also agree we need to get people involved and get things straight on it. I had asked, a few weeks back to put a moratorium for anything happening on the Wall property on this agenda here, and it has evolved into this here. I think we don't have any pending applications for the Wall property at all. So, time is, however, of the essence, and I think that we need to get all of the details right in the general plan. And I would encourage people to come to this workshop.
I think the owner of the Wall property has a few things on his plate that are just a tad more
Definitely.
than developing the Wall.
Well, at least in terms of his life, yes.
Yes. Larry, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure what the line is between correcting errata and actually legislating change to ordinances, and I think it's a slippery slope to call mistakes that have been extant for, looks like, almost 2 years errata. So I'm still struggling with the concept of what's an errata and what's an amendment, because it's the distinction between the two, I think, is in the eye of the beholder. I think the errata or the mistakes or the unrevised text presents legal vulnerabilities to the town. And I think that has changed with the recent passage of the ordinance, because the general plan as is a policy document, but it is not enacted. And what we came across, and I don't want to go across the line into our next item, but I just want to say the status of the general plan has changed because there's been an ordinance passed that enacted it. And obviously there's been some disagreements about how that came about, but what I'm trying to say is it's no longer a nice spiral-bound policy manual. It's actually been folded into ordinances, and obviously there's been a whole process that's erupted over that. So I don't think we should take it lightly. I think it's a very important issue that we need to take up, and I do think the idea of having, community meetings, special meetings to address it and bring people in, including the same people who were here in March and brought it to our attention, to bring them in with the information that they had so that we fold those folks in. And I think we owe them a debt of gratitude for having brought it to our attention, just like I think we have a debt of gratitude to all the volunteers that spent so many hours working this thing up. So, I think you got two groups of very well-meaning people. We've got that, where we had a difference, push came to shove, and it's sort of taken a life of its own. And I think what we're trying to struggle with here is, how do we bring the temperature down? How do we forge a new consensus going forward? How do we recreate that trust, which is so critical to how we govern here? So I just want to say, I appreciate you bringing it forward. I think there are actually many more errata, mistakes that we need to deal with, and I do believe it is a matter of some urgency that we do so.
Well, let's pick up the conversation, Council. In your opinion, from a legal perspective, does this, as Larry's bringing up, the chaotic point, is it a typo that's worthy of a designation as errata, or is this more significant than that?
Garrett and I have had many discussions about this, and I think that it is a mistake and a typo, errata, if you will. There are several reasons for it. It's in a table. A table is usually viewed as something less than text. There are other places where it appears to be correct, and tables are easily, they're easy to mess up. They're easy to cut and paste and put figures and numbers in tables easier than text. And so for those reasons, I said, yes, it could be considered errata. It's also, though, notable that we would like to have it included in a general plan amendment, just to be absolutely certain, so there's no question about it.
So we can have our cake and eat it, too. What I'm mostly
Belt and suspenders, as it's
belts
called,
and suspenders,
right? Yes.
because I'm particularly concerned about. You can imagine we're all getting calls from folks, particularly in the neighborhood of the Wall property, who are concerned about this, and this should give them comfort that their council have reviewed this and have come to this conclusion today. However, to be even more safe, when we bring this back, we will clean this up in the more formal way. We are somewhat benefited by the fact that I just don't think there's going to be development proposals for that Wall property for the host of obvious reasons. I guess I would ask the community, do you wish to comment upon these two discrete points? One's the typo errata issue, A, and B, I think the logical one that nobody could disagree with, that we should have a big community conversation about this on probably a day that's convenient for most. Or do you want to move on to the more substantive question, which is addressed in number 14, which is to follow? Please, anybody who wishes to comment can do so. I do think, however, I'm trying to suggest, because of the hour and everything, the guts of the issue is in 14.
Thank you very much, Councilman Bradman. I appreciate your comments on this, making it more open, and I also appreciate your comments on what is errata and what not. I will just repeat, if you have something in there that is errata, that changes the definition of a section, I don't think it should be considered errata. Tell me a little bit about the Wall property. I know nothing about it.
Well, it's kind of been taken over by Broom and Dead Oak. What would you like to know about it? It was owned by Dr. Wall, who purchased it, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, in the early 60s. Nothing was ever, to my knowledge, built upon it, although there are some pads that were laid out. If you go up to St. Rita's neighborhood and climb up through there, you might see a couple of them. Dr. Wall, who was a noted physician for many, many years in the greater San Francisco Bay Area, passed away a few years ago, and his heirs, whom I believe do not live in the neighborhood, I believe they are perhaps on the East Coast, I'm not sure, put the property up for sale, and in the fall, I believe, it was purchased by an individual who was subsequently found himself in legal issues. So,
what kind of legal issue? Can you talk about that?
It's really not my place. Read the IJ. Okay? I don't want to get into it. He has his concerns. There was some small efforts at clearing some brush up there, and the town responded quite rapidly. I must say the neighbors were all over it rather quickly, and he was red tagged out from his activities. And so as we sit here tonight, there is no proposal before the town for anything, and there's no activities that we know about that are moving forward on the property.
How big a property is this, David?
It is, to my knowledge, 99 acres.
99 acres.
So on the 1 to 10, this is a potential maximum of nine homes in the entire 99 acres.
The only other comment I have on this, and it will apply to many other things that you have in your packets today, to ask the layman to understand these kinds of tables and stuff is sure asking a lot. Again, I'm going to urge you with these kinds of things to have a simple explanation of what kinds of things will happen if these things are adopted. Thank you.
We had this interesting colloquy. What would you, from number 13, what would you have wanted us to put in our staff report that might not be here? What could have made this more clear?
Well, specifically, it's very difficult because all these tables and stuff, I haven't poured through them. But with that said, I'm very interested in our discussion about the Wall property. You could say it's 99 acres, and you could say that if there's a dispute about density, you could speak to that and very clearly. Is it, in fact, 0.25, or is it not? Those kinds of things, I think, can be put out in just like bullet form. And that's what I'd like to see, not only with this, but with anything else that comes before this council. I think part of the problem where you had this referendum, among other things, is that a lot of people didn't understand, and yes, they should have attended meetings and whatever, but you've heard my comments about that. A lot of times that's just not practical. So, align with the comments I gave you, Michelle, and I'm asking you as a council to make, I would suggest you take little bullet points. If we do this, this is what will happen.
Yeah, you have a point.
Thank you.
Well, it's late. I think, however, I'll just say this. This is so inside baseball. This stuff is so dense to understand that I kind of get it. I've been around it for, a bunch of years.
Right.
I read this staff report half a dozen times to get there. I have the ability to discuss with the manager anytime I want. And I have to say, this is a very complex stuff for non-planners, and I'm not a planner. So I think that we will try. We will try to chunk this down and put it in layman's terms to the best we can. But I just want to say, boy, it's dense stuff by its very nature.
I agree with you there. Thank you very much for considering my comments.
Of staff, which is, didn't we get some kind of an application from the owner?
It wasn't an application for development, but it was
something.
It's an application to try to certify 4 lots.
Okay, so let's put that on the table.
Okay. Good evening.
Shelley Hamilton, 134 Canyon Road. I just have a couple quick questions. I won't take a lot of time. One of the questions that I have is the intent of the community conversation, that there are 2 things going on. There are the getting the details right, the errata. What started back in March was a request to continue it and hold off because of these details, potential unintended consequences, conflicting information. That has evolved into a larger content conversation around the policies. Do we want this density or that density? Parking and traffic and those content-based issues that deal with the goals, objectives, policies, and programs in the housing element. So my question is, are these community meetings simply to deal with the small detailed minutia, or are we reopening conversations? And I support doing it. So I completely support having this community conversation, 100%. I just think it would be helpful to clarify for us, are we reopening a conversation around the high altitude policies and programs of the housing element, or are we simply going to contain ourselves to the smaller elements? So I'd like to hear from each of you, or generally, what that purpose is. Is it really to get into, we don't want 20 dwelling units per acre, let's revise the content of the housing element? And when we're looking at consensus, are we talking about consensus on those policies or consensus on the details and the mistakes and the smaller things? They're two very different things, and so I think that needs to be clarified. And as far as information for the public, I've been frustrated with a lot of the misinformation and confusion that's been going on around the policies. What does an ordinance do? What does a housing element do? If you repeal it, it's going to have this effect, but it doesn't really change the housing element. So I took a stab this afternoon at pass that up. I took a stab this afternoon of my understanding of the housing, of the process from general plan to shovel in the ground. What do each of those steps mean? What's the housing element? What's the town code? What's a project application? What's a variance? What's a master plan? And how do they all need to align? And I think something like this sounds like something like what's being requested, and help for everybody to understand all of the different components, how they fit together, so that we can all be speaking from a common shared understanding of the process, and then get at the real issues. And we may disagree on the issues, but let's not disagree on confused things. So
I think, Shelley, what you're going to see is, I think, to put a phrase on it, I think we're going to have general plan boot camp. And we're going to have a conversation about the terms and the concept and how the broad picture is developed. Because after all, it is a living, breathing document, as the manager pointed out a bit ago. 4 times a year, every year, till the sun doesn't rise in the morning, we can adjust that general plan. Certainly the easy stuff is to clean out the garbage on the bottom and any mistakes that were made. But in all fairness to the community, we will have that larger conversation as well.
Jennifer Hammond, 9 Iron Springs Road. I just wanted to thank the staff for the report on this process for opening up the general plan to the public in a meeting with the council. I think this will be a great opportunity to have people engaged in the process that kind of entered it late in the game last time, and to get their feedback and, perhaps even amending, if needed, the housing element. But whether or not that happens or not, I think it'll be a very productive meeting. And then if there are changes to be made, eventually then a new zoning ordinance can be adopted. But I think this is the way to go, and not to revise the current ordinance, because again, as I've said before, the general plan is the policy, the housing element is the policy, the ordinance just follows the housing element. So
but hold that thought for number 14,
yes,
in which we get into that particular topic.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Valerie.
Valerie Hood, 79 Dominga. All right, I thought there was an interesting question. Who do we trust? That's a pretty big one for me right now. To start with that. Another thing is, I'd like to say, after tens of thousands of dollars being spent, we use a word like errata. I think that's very interesting too. I think we should look at our terms a little more closely and think about what we're saying. It wasn't just one property that the density was raised on. In fact, none of the properties that are in question went down. They all went up. That's a problem for me. Another thing is that I think statements like the people who came in late into the process are not very helpful. I think the most important part is that one of the people that has stood up for our town way before most of you all have been here, the person that protected our ridge lines, is the one who found the problems after tens of thousands of dollars and lots of staff work on this. And I find that a very interesting thing too. I'd like to ask at the beginning that we do not have charrette formats, because that excludes actual community conversations. It's a way to channel often an outcome that is intended by certain parties, and I'd like to not ever see those happen again. I find them very unhelpful. Also, I'm not interested in a workshop unless this ordinance is repealed, because any type of spin can be put on that, so that is not of interest to me. Let's see if I have anything. There's so many things really to say. The other thing I think that I found really insulting is this 11th hour. A lot of us have been paying a lot of attention for a long time. Many of us have very many things that we put volunteer time into. So I think I'd like some of those insulting terms not to be used any farther. They really distort actual conversations, and I just don't think this is fair. Thank you.
Lou. Grandson.
He's doing good.
Okay.
Thanks. Everybody says they're a resident of Fairfax for so long. I'm a resident of Fairfax for 81 years, older than anybody in here. And I'm pretty sure I'm on the right one here, but it has to do with my friend Jim Moore, you bad boy. He has zoned the Mandarin Gardens for 22 units, and this property is completely surrounded by single-family homes.
He hasn't zoned anything.
Oh,
okay.
he proposed.
No, the general plan conversation, but the council is the body that takes the action. He just works for all of us.
All right. Just what I read in the paper. That's what I read in the paper today. Anyway, the paper said it was zoned for 22 units, and 22 units means 44 cars, and that property drains into the creek, and you have to be very careful of what you do there. Whatever you do, it'll have to be paved, and all that drains into the creek. So I just want you to make aware of that. And before anything is finalized, I wish I'd be notified. And then I'll be able to come up and speak on it then. Okay? Thanks.
Mimi.
Just want to correct the record. It's Mimi Newton, 139 Mono. I don't know that Dr. Wall passed. I believe that what happened was that he did pass. Well, I thought that what happened was the court ordered the people that were taking care of his assets to sell it because they couldn't agree on what would happen to it, and that's why it went on the market. So I support keeping the Wall property at 1 house per 10 acres in terms of the density, and anything we could do to make that happen as quickly as possible, whether it's errata.
Suggestion is that it has been done.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Michael McIntosh, I'll put on my glasses so I can try to read this coherently for you. To also clarify, Dr. Wallace, actually a few years ago he had a stroke. He had a daughter that has lived in Mill Valley, and I believe there may have also been another family member over in the East Bay. He has a few children.
Still with us?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to
He
the
did
family.
pass away,
Okay.
and what happened is the children were not in sync about what to do with the property, so the court ordered that it be sold after he passed away. But you're right, they live in the...
Yeah, well, there is a daughter I spoke to also in Mill Valley, and I just haven't spoken to the family for a couple of years. I don't know if he passed or not, but I just wanted to add that. Garrett Toy is right. On October 22nd, the town of Fairfax held a last-minute special town council meeting at the Youth Center, 16 Park Road. It was not televised. In attendance was Barbara Kohler, Larry Bragman, Renee Goddard, John Reed, Jim Moore, Michael from Finance. I do not recall if Garrett Toy or Janet Coulson were present or via conference. The audience had two people, Lou Vaccaro and me. It was at that meeting that the council, absent David Weinzoff, voted to approve the housing element with the increased density. Barbara Kohler, now excluded, voted to approve the housing. I challenged this, stating that there is no CEQA, EIR, proof of publication, nor notice to the neighbors within 500 feet. I was told by Jim Moore that they were exempt from these requirements until a specific project was presented. I challenged that if we wait until the specific project comes forward and the town denies the application, that Fairfax will be sued for noncompliance and be liable for the attorney fees. The town presented 172 units at that time. The next time, the town will add an additional units on the same parcels. They did not zone units. They increased the density of specific parcels, totaling 355 new opportunities to build units on these parcels. These units are not affordable or for the disabled. They are market rate. Affordable units are added as bonus densities, more units. The average Marin household generates 10.7 I'm sorry. The average Marin household generates 10.7 car trips per day. This means that the council on this first go-around just added over 1,720 new daily car trips right in the middle of Fairfax without any traffic mitigation. Our town will be gridlocked. This council does not live in Alaska, they live right here, so ask yourself, what possible motivation could our council have to gridlock our town when it is so openly opposed by the constituents who voted them in? Do they get medical benefits for the rest of their lives? I don't know. The referendum called signature or collected signatures not by a NIMBY. We asked a simple, please, let's have a discussion on this issue and listen to our concerns before you vote. This most simple of rights was taken away from us by the same people who we voted into office to represent us. I, for one, would benefit from almost any development in this town, but I stand united against the action of this council that does not represent the majority voice of the people and lacks transparency. Did I forget to add that the County of Marin just upzoned 30 additional units at the intersection of Oak Manor and Sir Francis Drake? Do you really think that the 14.5 million visitors who visited West Marin in 2012 and spent $569 million want to come see gridlock? Thank you.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Michael. Don't get any health benefits. We don't get any health benefits. No health benefits. We don't get any health benefits. Okay?
Well,
Just wanted to clarify that for you.
And I appreciate that. I added that as a question because
As
honestly,
a gratuitous insult.
I know you
But
guys really...
you should know by now, having attended all these meetings, that every council member makes $300 a month. No other benefits whatsoever. Pay for our own pension side on it as well. Pay both sides.
I do believe that everybody works very hard, and I do think...
Got it. I just want, you made a point. I just wanted to clarify for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I just, if I may, I just want to say that I'm hoping for discussion. All right, thank you.
Are you sure, David? Well, I think you made two mistakes earlier, but that's another. I don't want that to come off my 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask the town council to completely change direction and not have any more development whatsoever that is fossil fuel based. That means no more buildings, no more homes, no more anything, and only have development that is sustainable, such as community gardens, which people are going to need. They need them now, and they're going to need them more soon because the scarcity of food that the world is experiencing already, and I see it going on here. The price of food is disgraceful. Only really wealthy people can afford to buy the food now. And everything else, the price of everything else goes up except people's salaries. So we don't need any more development because we don't need any more pollution. And any more development that is fossil fuel based is only going to bring more pollution. Not just to the world, but to this area. And I want you to really think about changing the direction you're going in, because the whole world is going in this direction, which is to annihilation of just about every single life form on this planet. There may not be very much we can do to stop that. A lot of people don't think so, but I have been studying this in detail this semester. And if you want the specific figures, I can give them to you. They're not very nice, but I can write them up for you and give you the references. But we need sustainable development. That means that whatever we take out can be renewed. And we really do need that. We don't need any more building. We don't need any more traffic. We have limited water, and it's going to get worse. And you know about the limit of housing. And any new housing, it's not going to be for me. It's not going to be for low-income people. And I hope you know that. And I hope you don't pretend that it's the case that this housing is going to be for low-income people, because it's not. So I have 30 seconds yet. I'm really glad I could come tonight, and I hope I get to stay living in Fairfax. But if I don't, that's, I'm one of many people who have had to leave town now because there are no places for us to live. Oh, the other thing I wanted to tell you, something else I learned this semester, is that when there is an injustice in development, in the environment, in towns, in cities, it almost always comes through the planning department. And I can refer you to that information also if you really want it.
Jody.
Jody Timms, 290 Cascade. I just wanted to say that I would love to encourage all of us to try to come from a starting point of assumed trust from the council, from the staff, from the community. I think we all need to hold our own best intentions for the process and the product. And I also just want to say I think there are a lot of people in the community, myself included, that are interested in this workshop series, who want to learn more about the general plan and the process that went into it, what's involved. We want to wrestle with these ideas and understand them. And I want to be in dialogue with the council, with the staff, and the community and hear all the points of view that people have to share and see where we can find common ground. Thanks.
Thanks, Jody. Hannah? Good
Thank
Marine
you.
Earth Day.
Thank you. Hannah Duress, 28 Porteous. Just really briefly, because I want to speak to the other issue, I just wanted to say I think it is so important to have these community meetings. And I think many of us have felt just how tragic it is, the way the housing discussion has happened throughout Marin. The anger, the hostility, the name-calling, the intimidation. And I'll be honest with you and say that I feel intimidated to discuss this issue. Not to say that anybody's being specially mean to me, but just because I know it's such an explosive issue and I like everybody to get along, and I'm a party person, right? I do events. I'd like everybody to come together and have fun. I don't want to be in big fights with people. But nevertheless, I think that Fairfax is and has been for many years, perhaps for its whole life, an outside-the-box place. We're filled to the brim with outside-the-box people, and I think we should have our own outside-the-box process where everybody can come together and come to solutions that benefit people in affordable housing and benefit the environment, and I think we can do it. And in fact, I think the general plan has awesome sustainability things in it that we could leverage to that effect. And so I would really echo that we've got to have a real just a warm process. This is a town full of people that really care about each other, and I think we're all trying to do the same thing on a certain level.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Michelle Garcilaso. I live at 200 Bolinas, apartment 77. I would like to echo Hannah's words. I will say that obviously I'm coming here to talk about the next point on the agenda, but if we are going to have a community meeting and a community workshop, I think that there do need to be some ground rules set. I think that what we've seen throughout the counties has been a very hostile conversation with a lot of name calling. I, along with Hannah, I feel, even kind of wary saying what my position is in terms of item 14 in public before coming to the council and speaking, just because there is so much hostility in Marin regarding ABAG, regarding the county's housing element. So I really welcome a workshop series. I would love it as a resident here in Fairfax, but I really do see there needs to be some ground rules if we're going to do this, because it has not been a productive conversation thus far.
With that, if there's no other public comment, let's bring it back to council. We seem to have a very simple recommendation from staff, which is to direct staff to schedule a council workshop to discuss possible amendments to the general plan, including the housing element, and to address the inconsistencies between the zoning code and the general plan. Does anybody want to make that motion? Just have some other thoughts.
And just to amend it, I think we need to direct staff to again comb the appendixes and all the many parts of this thing, and to continue their due diligence, because we are finding new little bumps in the road, and I think, in all fairness to everybody, I just want to try to get as much done in one fell swoop as we can, because I think that's going to go a long way to addressing some of the loss of trust that's come up in the last couple of months, is really being diligent in that effort. And, I know you've made a good start, and there's probably a few more things we need to address.
So I'll accept that as a friendly amendment if you will second.
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Weinstock, Bragman, unanimous. Moving on to number 14, which is a discussion and consideration of the repeal of all or a portion of Ordinance 778, which, among other things, rezoned properties from CH, Highway Commercial, to CC, Central Commercial, added new PDD, Planned Development District zone properties, and rezoned properties PD, Public Domain. Garrett.
Before we do that, I'd like to make a statement. So previously, on the advice of our town attorney, our counsel, I recused myself from all those discussions. So I believe there was at least 2 to 3 meetings that I was in the kitchen. So now, subsequently, I've been in contact with the California Fair Political Practices Commission, requesting a legal opinion on if I needed to further recuse myself. I recently received a legal opinion from the Fair Political Practices Commission, which provides me the opportunity to now participate in these discussions, so I will remain in the room.
Do you wish to take the reins here and lead us through the staff report?
Sure. So maybe as a little background, you recall in your meeting on March 5th, Council heard the second reading and adopted Ordinance 778. That ordinance brought the zoning ordinance into conformance with the adopted general plan. Now specifically, as you indicated, that ordinance converted CH zone properties to CC, rezoned 4 properties to PDD, and rezoned certain properties to PD. It did some other things too, but at this point I think it might be good to provide a little background for how we got there. Why did we enact this ordinance in the first place? So the council may recall and the community may recall the discussions related to the gas station. And within that discussion, it was discovered that the property the gas station was on was zoned CH, not CC. CC had a formula-based business requirement, CH did not. As a result of that discussion, staff was directed to try to expedite that rezone of CH, all CH zone properties to CC, which was a policy within the general plan. And so staff did do that. Now, within that process, what we discovered that in order to do that, we had to check on the zoning map, and what we discovered was that the zoning map that is shown in the general plan should have been adopted by ordinance, but it was adopted by resolution. So we had to adopt it by ordinance. So looking at CH to CC as action by itself, we determined that it'd be best to bring the general plan and the zoning map in conformance. And that is why we added the 4 PDD zone properties and the 23 properties zoned PD. And that's why that action originally went to the Planning Commission, the council, was just to bring the zoning map in conformance with the general plan. Obviously, different things have arose since then. But I think that's just an important point to raise, that that's what the impetus for all this was to start with. If we could have in the beginning maybe just looked at CH to CC, that was the original intent, but once we looked at zoning ordinance, we thought it makes sense to try to bring that in conformance with the general plan. Now, moving forward for some past history, as you recall, prior to April 2nd, which was, we received a petition submitted to the town regarding Ordinance 778. At that time, you may recall that the council actually was being requested to reconsider the second reading of Ordinance 778. But the petition actually precluded that, and as a result, the moratorium, which was also adopted back in February, remained in effect. However, recent events, the town's election official, who is the town clerk, recently informed the proponents of the referendum that the petition did not meet all the prerequisite legal requirements, and thus she could not certify that referendum to the council. And so as a result, Ordinance 778 is now in effect, and the moratorium on development in CH is no longer in effect. Now, it should be noted that just on, I think it was on Tuesday, that the proponents just filed a writ of mandate requesting the court to require the town clerk to certify the petition. Now, this staff report was written before we had received the writ. So in this staff report, what it is it somewhat mimics what was the original request to council in April. So at that time in April, we asked you to reconsider the ordinance. This time, staff is asking the council to consider the repeal of all or a portion of the ordinance. What that would mean is the options are you could either repeal the entire ordinance, 778, or portions of it. You could just repeal the PDD and the PD part and keep the CH to CC in effect. Now, there are variations to that, but in essence, that's the suggestion.
No, the repeal is start the process.
Right. Okay. So repeal. Talk about the repeal process, right?
Well, it starts the process.
Oh, it starts the process. So I'm getting into now what that all means in terms of the repeal process. So the repeal process is the same whether you repeal a portion or all of the ordinance. You have to go back through the same process by which you adopted the ordinance. So what that would mean, it would mean a public hearing at the Planning Commission, a public hearing at the council, and then a second reading at the council. All the properties within 300 feet of all the affected properties would receive a notice 10 days prior to the public hearings. Now, this process will take time just because of when you have meetings, and it'll take 4 to 6 months. However, it could somewhat be expedited if the Planning Commission were to hold a special meeting in May, the council could consider it in June, and then have a second reading in July, and it would take effect 30 days after. And that's for either scenario of repealing all or a portion. But the next question is, what happens to the properties during the repeal process? Well, during the process of repeal, the current zoning is in effect. So PDD, newly zoned PDD properties are zoned PDD, all the CH properties are CC, and all the public domain properties are public domain. So those would be in effect at this time. Now, one thing staff always points out is that while the new properties are PDD, they're still subject to the existing code for PDD. We did not change that. So there's no language that set minimum densities or whatnot. It's just the existing code. And all new properties would be subject to the existing PDD language because we did not modify that in your zoning action. Now, so what happens when repeal takes effect? Well, all the properties will revert back to their initial zoning. So if you were UR7 before, then and you're zone PDD, and you would go back to UR7. So all the properties would go back. One of the other things, if you repeal the entire ordinance, is that language resolving discrepancies between the zoning text and zoning map, that would also go away. So those are just some of the things that would happen depending on what portion of all or portion of the ordinance. Now, within all this, there are some options to the council regarding moratoriums. So while the moratorium developed in CH has expired, an option exists to the council that during this time period of the repeal, when all the properties are newly zoned, you could adopt a moratorium, say, on PDD, which would prevent any development on PDD until you've completed the repeal of the ordinance. And again, there's some options there depending on what you decide to do. Now, You could either hold a special meeting in May, or you could just wait to your regular June meeting to try to adopt such a moratorium. You would need to meet findings, but it's a possibility. So now you move on to what happens after a repeal is adopted. Well, what we would do is we would return to the Planning Commission and ultimately the Council with separate rezoning actions for each of the items. So rezoning CH to CC, rezoning certain parcels to PD, and rezoning 4 properties to PDD. Each item would be kept separate. Each item, if the council wished, we could actually go back with the actual zoning text amendments as well as the rezoning of the property. So for example, PDD, if there were concerns related to minimum densities, which properties are subject to it, we would go ahead and include that in the whole zoning text amendment, so you'd be seeing it as a complete package. And it would come back separately to the council for consideration. That obviously will take time, but I think it would go, again, to address those concerns of the community related to some of the different issues. I think only thing to think about under PDD would be if some parcel was thinking about developing sooner rather than later, if they had some financing implications to it, perhaps that'd be an issue of concern. You know, it's hard to say at this point without actually having someone come in and talk about that. So with that, really from perspective, again, to summarize, if you proceed with a repeal, again, ultimately, during the repeal process, those properties are under their new zoning unless you adopt some type of moratorium. After the repeal, depending on what you would do, everything would revert back to what it was, and then we start the process all over again related to the different properties. It'd be up to the council to decide if, in doing that, if you wanted to have your general plan workshop before then, before you did some of the zoning text amendments, you have some flexibility there when to proceed. But again, it is a very time-consuming process, very labor-intensive, and staff obviously will do that, but you just need to understand it's going to take a while to achieve everything. So with that, again, staff tossed out the option of the council to consider the repeal or portion of the ordinance. And with that, to conclude the staff report, available for any questions.
Okay. Questions of staff? Larry?
It may be more of a question for Janet. Okay. So right now, we're in a little bit of legal limbo because of the referendum, the rejection of the referendum because of the deficiencies in the circulator's declaration. Oh, sorry. Okay. So we're in a little bit of legal limbo because we rejected, or the town clerk rejected the referendum because of the deficiencies in the circulator's declaration. And now the proponents of the referendum have filed a writ in Superior Court seeking judicial relief to clarify that part of it. So let's just assume hypothetically that the relief is granted and the court issues a writ directing the clerk to accept the referendum.
To certify it to the council.
Certify it. So at that point, the council has 2 options legally.
Correct.
Okay. One option is to put the matter before the people in an election, which presumably would be November. The other is repealing the ordinance, which is the subject of the referendum.
In its entirety.
In its entirety.
Correct.
So my question is, if that occurred, if that came before us in that fashion, in that posture, as opposed to what it is now, which is sort of in a little bit of limbo, would the repeal process be different than what it would be now? In other words, are we given greater ability to do the deed, do the repeal in a more succinct fashion?
No, I don't believe so. It takes a like action to undo an action. So as it's an ordinance, it went back through Planning Commission, zoning ordinance, and that's the same path, a repeal, because a repeal is simply an enactment of an ordinance, changing it back to the way it was. So that's what we would do now. That's what we would do if directed if the council decided that's the route they wanted to take. And you characterize this as a legal limbo. I don't characterize it that way. Yes, I know there is a writ that's been filed, but until there's been some decision on that writ, I think we're in a very clear, known position. The ordinance is in effect. The moratorium is off. It's not in effect anymore. And that's the state we're in. Now, tonight, if the council were to decide to start the repeal process, I prefer that phrase rather than to repeal, because when you say repeal, it makes it sound like you're taking an action to do something, but you're taking an action to start a process. And so if you start the repeal process tonight, for either part of it or all of it, it'll work its way through, and that will change it when that becomes effective. And we know where we stand at each point there. It's not really a limbo type of situation or an unknown kind of situation. At each point in the process, we know what's in effect and what's not in effect. The difference, the major difference that would be in evidence here is that if the clerk certifies the referendum to the council as directed by court, by a judge's decision, then the council decides not to put it on the ballot but to go ahead and start the repeal process. That repeal process carries with it a prohibition on enacting the same or similar ordinance for a year. And to repeal it or to start the repeal process on your own right now does not carry that prohibition with it.
I see. And then the other question I'm a little bit unclear about is why, if we were to repeal all or part of it, why it would need to go to the Planning Commission first.
It's a zoning ordinance, and that's required by state law. It's the same process to undo the deed as to do it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask, and you had said if the writ was upheld, if I'm using the correct terminology, then we would be repealing, theoretically, in its entirety. Could you explain that? Versus pulling something out.
The two choices on a referendum, on a valid referendum, so right now it's not a valid referendum. And if a judge were to say that it is, then the clerk would be required to certify it to the council. The council would have two options, and that would be to repeal the ordinance in question in its entirety or to put it before the voters.
So I have a follow-up question. I think you brought up a very important point. If we make a decision to repeal all or part today, or start the process, that we have no prohibition on moving forward on doing changes to the ordinance or doing rezoning in those areas. Now, if we go forward and if the writ is successful, then that carries with it a prohibition of 1 year. But if we started the repeal process, if the writ's successful, but the question I have for you, which is kind of a follow-on there, is that if we determine to let the referendum go forward on the November ballot, if all those situations are met, the writ is successful, and if the referendum were successful on the November ballot, then I think that starts a 1 year clock from that period. Is that correct? So that's even longer. So we've got, if we move forward to start the repeal process, all or part, tonight, we're not prohibited from going back and working on these issues with the community, doing the kinds of things we want to do. But if we decide to stay with our position and the writ is successful, we have a 1 year prohibition that may start if we decide to start repeal then, or if the writ is successful in November. So we're looking at potentially, if we do nothing, we're looking at potentially more than a year of not being able to touch those potentially a year and a half, if something was successful in November on the ballot.
Yes, I mean, I wish it were a really simple answer, because the same ordinance, that's very clear, and that's in statute, but the case law contains another phrase, or similar. And what is similar is something that is not an easy answer. So I guess for purposes of this discussion right now, maybe we don't have to get to that point quite yet, but for purposes of the discussion right now, I would say yes, you are correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good thing, because I think we need to talk about this, and I think it's also excellent, the staff's recommendation to separate out different things, so in the future it isn't all lumped together, because I think that's how we got into trouble. Going back to the March 5th meeting, I moved to continue this, and it failed 2-2, basically. While we were deadlocked on March 5th, I had moved to continue the 778 so that we could work on it more and talk about it more and get all the different fleas combed out of the, figure out where all the problems were and address them properly. I ended up voting with Renee's motion to pass it, and then with a promise from town staff to, get right on the, fixing the problems with it, which we were cognizant of their being right there because we were deadlocked. I knew that by voting for something, the next council meeting, I could put it back on the agenda to reconsider that decision. And in fact, I heard a report from a staff member in a different meeting that realistically the problems probably wouldn't get fixed until August, September, something like that, because of the heavy load of work that was on town staff. So the next morning I filed I didn't file, I put on the agenda for the next month for April to rescind this vote and go back and reconsider it. That actually we never took action on. That's pretty similar to what we have in front of us now. We couldn't take action on that because the petition was filed the afternoon of that council meeting, so no action could be taken. We did have a conversation about it, and basically there was a lot of comments from a lot of people in the community and from people in the council. I think that at this juncture, now things have changed again. I think it's imperative that we repeal this 778 or start the appeal, I guess, is the proper language. And I think, I guess there's a question. If we start this repeal process now, it obviously leaves us open to, like, the formula store ordinance is something that obviously would be in effect on what would, for 3 months anyway, be the new central commercial zone that would be along Sir Francis Drake. We could probably take an action to address that formula store problem that came to light with the Chevron issue separately, so that once, if this repeal of 778 came through, the process of 3 or 4 months, we would have an extension of our formula store ordinance in place that would affect both highway commercial and central commercial. Would that be possible?
Well, we have the CC area now, and formula business ordinance is in effect for CC now.
Mhm.
There are some changes we'd like to make to the formula business ordinance. We can
Mhm.
bring that forward
Mhm.
and do those, but it's in effect for the CC area right now.
That's correct, but if we started this repeal, it would then change back to highway commercial, which under the way the formula store ordinance is written, it doesn't apply there.
I'm not sure I really understand what it is you want.
Okay, perhaps.
To do.
I think what Councilmember Reed is referring to, are you saying perhaps if you repeal it and once it takes effect, CH will now be back, and in that period of time, could we modify CH so that it also has a formula-based business standard in it?
That's correct. We'll modify our formula store ordinance so that it applies to both of those zones, because then we'll have one of those zones again.
It's not the most efficient way to do things, but yes,
No,
you can do that.
but then-
You can.
We could also reinstitute the moratorium, with a lot less hoops to jump through.
You can do that too.
Yeah.
Just more narrowly tailor it so that we can cover that gap if that eventuality comes up, correct? It's just an easier way to handle that.
Yeah, it is easier. I mean, my only concern with the moratorium is that if there's a business in formerly CH, now CC, going to be CH again, who wants to do something and pull a permit for it, they can't.
Well, we would need to more narrowly tailor the moratorium, so I think we could do that.
Okay.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I feel like there have been people here for a really long time wanting to talk on this. Many have left already. So given that part of this issue is that people didn't feel heard, could we, Mayor, move to do that
Absolutely.
and before we consider
Yeah,
and discuss?
I
Because
would
we all have a
agree.
lot to say, but I really want to hear from you guys.
So with that, we will begin to accept the public's thoughts on this. Phil.
Thank you, Renee. I appreciate that. My name is Phil Green, and although I'm a member of the Planning Commission, I'm speaking here solely as a citizen of Fairfax. I love Fairfax. It's a wonderful community. I just want people behind me to understand that there is a larger issue here regarding the state of California, and especially I'm addressing the PDD zone. People seem to be very afraid that somehow we're going to have the kind of structure that they built in Corte Madera that ABAG kind of shoved down their throats. We don't want to be in that position. The position that we want to be in is in compliance so that we can ask the state to reduce our low-cost housing requirement. But there's a few questions here to ask the people who maybe put forward that petition that is now before the judge. A couple of questions. One is, what is wrong with having our police, fire, and teachers be able to afford to live in Fairfax? What is wrong with the state of California was going to give us hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair our infrastructure if we pass the PDD. And I'll explain in a moment what my understanding of that is. But what's wrong with repairing all of our cracked sidewalks? We're not trying to build an oil derrick in downtown Fairfax. What we're trying to do here is create a future for Fairfax that is sustainable. I happen to have read the general plan, and even though it may have a few number erratas, with that low-cost housing comes the additional requirements for that low-cost housing, including you can't have a car, you have to limit your car use. It's located near bus terminals, it's located on public transit, and people have to be able to qualify to live in and pay for that low-cost housing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The other thing I want to make sure that people understand, it took 16 years of work of volunteers and others to put together the general plan. It may have a few errors in it. Those will be fixed. But the idea here is we want Fairfax to not, so you don't have to fall off the sidewalk. Across the street from the Barefoot Cafe is a section of the sidewalk that actually almost directs you to fall into the street. We need to fix these things. So we also don't want the state to change our 7-year compliance plan to 5 years or be litigated by the state of California. So my recommendation is whatever the town council does with the ordinance 778, that we keep the PDD intact so that we can continue complying with the state's requirements, get the grant money, and fix up Fairfax so that it looks and acts as we want it to. Thank you very much.
Before you speak, can I ask you a question, Garrett, on that? Is it the PDD that he really should be referring to, or is it the CC that he should be referring to? Or both?
Probably both, but I'm not sure which one.
CC, PDD, and PDD.
Right. So it's hard to say if the really argument is the fair share of housing, 172, then that breaks out differently. So I don't know how much detail you want us to go into. That's why I'm not. Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. Again, my name is Michelle Garcilaso, 200 Bolinas, apartment 77 here in Fairfax. I don't know all the technical mumbo jumbo, and you got very detailed, very nuanced, and I think that's why we need a workshop to really delve deep into this. I just wanted to share my story and the story of families like me living here in Fairfax. Earlier today, I was at the state capitol telling over 1,000 supporters that if I'm offered, a 64-cent an hour raise in my yearly review in August, I will have to say no thank you because I will lose my subsidized childcare. Yet, in June, my rent will go up another $175. In the last 3 years that I've lived in Fairfax, my rent has gone up $525 living at Sherwood Oaks Apartments. I have to live in Fairfax in order to maintain my childcare so I can work because my kids go to the Fairfax San Anselmo Children's Center and there are no inter-district transfers. In Marin, a family of 4 needs over $100,000 to be considered self-sustaining. I make less than half that. I find myself in the hole every month by $300. My rent consumes 60% of my income. My check at the beginning of the month is dedicated to rent, plus more. My husband's a full-time student right now. I'm the only one supporting our family. I'm not the only one. We have 2 food pantries here in Fairfax that serve over 180 residents here in Fairfax. They cannot afford to live here in Fairfax. Although I would much rather see the town pass a rent control measure, this issue is not up for vote. I implore the town council to pass a housing element and rezoning plan rather than sending it to the ballot where it will surely fail. The only way to keep Fairfax affordable is to rezone and possibly open more housing units, which may hopefully cause rents to go down. The rents in Fairfax and in Marin are above market value. You cannot find a 2-bedroom apartment in Fairfax at below $2,000. They pretty much start at $2,000 a month. Lastly, the County of Marin was 6 years behind passing the last housing ordinance. According to the county's planning commission, that the county needs to submit another housing element in 2015, or the state will face being sued or losing federal funding for housing and programs that increase affordable housing units. This is not a parking and transportation issue as brought forth by homeowners as a means to keeping it is rather a means to keeping housing prices above market value and rents, I should also add, above market value. What it really is an issue keeping working families and minorities priced out of the market. There is no way a teacher, a lawyer, a police officer, or any other working professional can afford to live in this community. I've seen 10 people move out of Sherwood Oaks over the last 3 years that I personally know because they can no longer afford to live in Fairfax and have had to move out the area. My son begs me, I don't want him to leave from Fairfax. Do I tell my son that we have to leave because we can't as a town come to agreement on affordable housing? Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah.
Hannah Duress, 28 Porteous. Thank you very much. I really think it's important that we not settle this through an election. I think that we're already have been in a bit of a polarized situation, and I think that we should be moving towards finding common ground and away from polarization, and elections, unfortunately, are extremely polarizing. So I really think our resources would be best spent with a series of community meetings where we really break down all the issues and try to have, maybe mix up groups with people with different opinions and try to brainstorm solutions and something crazy like that. So whatever. So anyway, that's just a strong feeling about that. If it means that you have to repeal stuff, then whatever you have to do. But I think we should be pursuing it that way. I just wanted to mention there were some seniors here who are really concerned about the senior housing, as I also am, who had to leave and just kind of couldn't keep up this late. And I really, really want to say how important I think the senior housing is. And I really hope that whatever you do, that you find a way not to derail the senior housing process that a lot of people have worked really hard on, and certain monies have been brought together from different places which are not easy to put together again. The whole thing may die. I don't think that would be good. So the other thing I want to say is that there seems to be some confusion and ambiguity about whether the new housing would be affordable housing or not. I would request, if at all possible, that the council take direct action to completely eliminate this ambiguity by saying it must be affordable housing. And that's what we need. That's a lot of people in Fairfax. This has been like a refuge for people who want to live in Marin and who want to have, be part of an interesting, diverse community. We want to keep that the way it is. So what I wanted to say is it's not the character of the town only, it's the characters of the town. And we're going to lose our characters, and I could be one of those characters that we lose. I just want to be honest about it, because we don't get to go behind the curtain and see how hard people are working to live here. And I'm one of those people who know me know how hard I work. So I should be working right now, actually. I'm probably making a big mistake by not being working right now. So anyway, we all have a million friends who've already left, and for seniors, if they're leaving their network at that stage of life, that is tragic. That could be a total disaster. I wanted to also say that I really have great confidence in the people who have worked on the general plan, the people on the council. I think it's kind of a little bit interesting that some people who have really strongly supported various council members are now casting aspersions about the same council members. We can disagree, but I think we need to kind of just keep in mind that we're all trying the best we can. And I also want to say Fairfax has a history of some dense housing and second-story housing. I don't think that's out of character with the town. There's Bolinas Avenue, there's things on Sir Francis Drake, and I think that can be integrated. Again, I always kind of favor outside-the-box ideas, and let's try to be creative, and also infill housing and second units. It would be really great to make that streamlined so that we can work with what we have and help people stay in their homes, because they can then rent out part of their home.
Hannah, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay, so I'm just going to say there's a lot of real interesting people in Fairfax. There are childcare workers, there are artists, there are people that work for nonprofits and good causes. We all know them, we all love them, we all depend on them, and we really want to keep them in our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. John?
Give me a moment to get my paper out before you start the clock, please. Thank you. John Sargent, 55 Madrone Road. I would like you to completely repeal the ordinance, number 778. I'd also like you, if you're in the process of getting the A-bag money, to turn it down. And I want you to, I'm requesting that you rescind any actions to implement those affordable housing units. I don't know what kind of crack these A-bag planners are smoking with their idealistic idea that high-density housing is going to mean people won't drive cars. Now, David, I think you came from New York, and that could work in New York. You have a subway, every 2 blocks. It will not work in Fairfax. If you do take if you do implement all these affordable housing units, people will drive cars, and we have tremendous traffic problems in Fairfax now, and it will only make it worse. I want to again refer to Spotswood's column of May 4th. I urge you to read it. I gave a copy to one of the previous speakers who had put in a lot of time on this subject. I apologize to the people that have put in all this time. Unfortunately, with these little town meetings, which I now attend, you end up with people talking to each other with like opinions, and the result is they end up talking to each other and convincing them how right they are. And when the general public found out about this, they sent you a clear message. They didn't like what you came up with, and they don't want it implemented. Just one paragraph, please, out of this Spotswood column. What it's proposed is that dense housing be added because then, despite higher overall levels of greenhouse gases generated by the new residential developments, per capita averages will decrease. What bureaucratic drivel. The carbon reduction connection to high-density housing is just politically correct green spin designed to sell real estate developments. Marinites don't need to be lectured on saving the environment. They pioneered the concept. The majority of Marin residents, if not their politicians, are too experienced to accept the logic to accept such failed logic. Thank you.
Thank you. Patty?
Patty Brightman, 12 Raleigh Court. I'm usually not up this late, so excuse me for my voice wavering. And most of my colleagues who wanted to speak on the same subject I do did have to leave early because it's beyond our bedtime. So I just want to put in my 2 cents for keeping affordable housing on the agenda. Marin is aging, and a lot of us are going to be on fixed incomes if we're not already. And I know that in senior housing and affordable housing, very few, well, senior housing especially, very few people drive cars. If you look at Bennett House behind the Fairfax Market, that is my understanding, that is an affordable housing, senior housing, and disabled housing solution. And those people are not causing gridlock. Those people are not driving cars. They're walking to downtown, and they're taking buses if they have to go outside of downtown. I would love to be able to bring my aging mother to Marin, and I can't afford to. And if there were affordable housing, that would be an option. I know a lot of people who are worried about not being able to stay in their homes. I think keeping affordable housing and senior housing in Fairfax is vital, not just in compliance with the general plan, and I love the idea of a meeting to explain the general plan to everybody. I love the idea of a boot camp. But I do think we need to maintain and build more affordable housing and senior housing that is affordable, because we are all aging out. And it's very easy to say, well, that's not our problem, but it is our problem. Our families are affected, we're affected, and I'm just here to put in my 2 cents for senior housing and affordable housing. And because I live in Canyon Village, and one of the proposed places for senior housing is right next door at Christ Lutheran Church, I think it's a brilliant idea. So I'm happy to work to help make it happen among my neighbors, if you will make it happen politically. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Good evening.
I'm Jean Ida, and I live at 661 Cascade Drive. I'm a member of Christ Lutheran Church, and I'm speaking on behalf of the church. The church really appreciates the support that the town of Fairfax has given to our vision to create new homes for seniors who have struggled to afford market-rate houses and apartments. Affordable housing in Fairfax is vital for a thriving, multi-generational community. To give you some background, our church started exploring this idea about 7 years ago. We went out into the community and we conducted some informal interviews at the green markets, at the Fairfax Festival, and we talked to people in the town government, school administrators, and business people. We asked them, what does our community need? Affordable housing and senior housing were two needs that people mentioned often. And that issue of senior affordable housing in particular resonated with our church members, many of whom helped to found the church when it opened in Fairfax in the 1960s in the Fairfax Theater, and who are now seniors themselves. The church felt that this was an area where it was in a position to give back to the community. So this was the seed that started growing into this proposed project that has become part of this zoning conversation. Our driving vision has been to create a multi-generational site in which senior affordable housing would blend in side by side with the existing school, Cascade Canyon, and the church. Within the canyon, the members of the church view this project as part of their legacy. It's a gift they want to leave to benefit the Fairfax community. We envision a community of 40 apartments for seniors with incomes in the $24,000 to $40,000 a year range, located on 2 acres within the church's 28-acre site, side by side with the school and church. The parking and vehicle drop-off and pickup needs of the church, school, and housing would be integrated into the plan. I think we all know that the need for homes that seniors on fixed incomes can afford is great, and it's growing. Fairfax is becoming increasingly expensive, pricing many people, young and old, out of the market. And when their life circumstances change, they may find it impossible to stay here. Fairfax's median house price is now $720,000, and according to current listings on Zillow, rentals in Fairfax start at $2,000, which is twice what a person living on a $40,000 a year income could afford. The housing we are proposing would target rents of about $550 to $950 a month in the current economy. We really appreciate the unique character and creativity of Fairfax, and we think that we need to keep this a multi-generational community. And we respectfully defer to what the council decides tonight, but we really hope that we can continue working on zoning that will create these new developments.
Good evening.
Good evening, council members. My name is Alicia Klein, and I work for a nonprofit housing developer called Resources for Community Development. And it's the Christ Lutheran Church engaged RCD a couple of years ago to help them realize their long-held dream of creating this legacy of housing for seniors in Fairfax. And we're working to help bring their dream to reality. And one of the things, as I've gotten to know Fairfax over the last couple of years, that has impressed me is the really admirable history that the town has of including housing opportunities for folks who may be aging and no longer want to take care of a house, or are a single parent or have a disability, such as at Bennett House in the Vest Pocket community in Creekwood. And those are great, inspiring examples. And the town also had the foresight a couple years ago, as you all have done, which we really appreciate, to look forward to how to meet the needs of the aging population and put those housing opportunity sites into the general plan. And that foresight and leadership has been now kind of acknowledged by the funding sources from philanthropy, the Marin Community Foundation, and the County of Marin that have made commitments of financing for the development of the church's concept, which is called Peace Village. And actually just yesterday morning, the County Board of Supervisors made a second commitment of which brings the total county funding committed to $500,000. And thank you, Councilmember Kohler, who was also on the Upper Ross Valley Advisory Committee that got that first drop recommended to get that ball rolling. And the rezoning of the church parcel is really the first necessary step, but it is by no means anywhere near the full public process that would be required for the affordable housing development at Peace Village. As we work on the development concept, we will of course have to come back to public forums, the Planning Commission, and for the design review and the plan development approval, and that will have its own kind of life of public hearings. So I just want to reassure folks that this is not approving a particular housing development, but it is the first necessary step. If the zoning for the church parcel is, which is one of the PDD sites, is repealed, we very well may be at risk for losing that $500,000 from the county. And because of the federal funding source that it comes from, it has very strict timelines. And depending on the various, I know there are a lot of scenarios before you that aren't all totally within your control, but the longer that the zoning takes to get into place, it is not necessarily just going to slow down the development. It very well could kill the development. And so I encourage you to keep that in mind, and I really thank you for your leadership, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Amy Gossman, 243 Oak Manor Drive. I'm just here to reiterate what Alicia was saying about timing for us. I am currently serving as the president of the council at Christ Lutheran Church, and I'm here to support our congregation's proposal for low-income senior housing, and just encourage you to work your way through your process as speedily as possible so we don't lose what we've already gained in our process. If you could be mindful of us, whether it's separating us out or whatever it is, please just know that we've got our project in your hands at this time. And as a side, I would just like to say, people are easily swayed, and I agree with the comment earlier about not taking this to an election. Because I myself was outside the Good Earth the other day, and a gentleman was explaining to me why I needed to sign this petition, because 74 units were going to be built across the road from Sir Francis Drake, and 10% of that was going to be low-income housing. And I said, oh, I hadn't heard about that project. And he said, oh, yes, you need to sign this. I said, okay, so I signed it. And then I got home and I found out that it was actually against the project that I was actually involved in. So that was rather painful. So I just wanted to bring that up, that it was really confusing the way it was presented to me. And you know, I needed to let you know that. So thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you very much. Jennifer.
Jennifer Hammond, 9 Iron Springs Road. So there is an option here that was mentioned in the staff report, and that is not to rescind the ordinance, and instead just to put a moratorium on the PDDs, which just seems to be the lots at issue here. That's a very viable option, especially considering we're going to have the workshop to amend the general plan, which who knows what changes will be made in that process. And then after that, the zoning ordinance can be revised at that point. I think that's more of a proper sort of procedure. So I would definitely suggest to not repeal the ordinance and to go ahead and put a moratorium on the PDDs. First, a few comments. There's been a lot of discussion about the negative impacts of development and population growth. I think this stems from a fear of change, basically. We have a great life here in Fairfax and in Marin, and we want to keep it that way and push back on the forces trying to change it. But I think it's important to recognize that change is inevitable, and it can be a positive thing if planned for properly. People bring life to the town, And I find a diverse community is far more interesting. There's ways to integrate more people that support a vibrant downtown, increase public transportation opportunities, and stimulate the local economy. People require resources, sure, but perhaps this is an opportunity for Fairfax to take the lead, as it often does, to come up with ways to use less resources overall as a community. I want to keep our Fairfax community here and not force them out with increasing exclusivity. I want our kids to be able to grow up and raise families here if they want to. I want to have options for our seniors who know the history of Fairfax and can keep that history alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good evening.
My name is David Edmondson. First of all, I have a stutter, so I apologize if I stammer a bit on this. I split my time just between the East Coast and San Anselmo, about 2.5 miles away from here. I write the Greater Marin blog, and I am a member of the steering committee of the Coalition for a Livable Marin. I want to second everything that was just said by the previous speaker. Fairfax is built heart and soul around its downtown core. You hold parades on its roads, hold fairs in its parks, you meet for coffee at its coffee shops and find belonging underneath the shade of its trees and its awnings. It is here that you have found a wonderful balance from human habitat and natural habitat. It makes your town buzz with the energy of its children, whom I just saw earlier this afternoon, crackle with the idealism of its young adults, and sigh with the contentment of its elderly. If this is the place that Fairfax wants to be in the future, then maintaining the rezoning of its highway commercial zones into central commercial, which is identical to your downtown, is a good idea. It will allow areas of Fairfax which now seem just out of reach, all to become integrated into this beautiful downtown fabric. It will help limit as well the unrelenting upward pressure on rents that was so passionately spoken about earlier this evening, and have forced so many people simply to leave a town which often they have called home for decades and sometimes since birth. Fairfax is the spiritual leader of Marin's environmental movement, and this rezoning is absolutely in tune with that legacy. I was reminded by a young woman earlier this evening who she's going to speak next, and I believe we disagree on my thesis, but she reminded me about really the need, we must respect our carrying capacity of Fairfax, Marin, and Earth at large. Rather than rescind this zoning simply out of fear of excessive consumption, this body should seek ways to reduce the strain of all of Fairfax on our natural resources. One example comes from Boulder, Colorado, which has found that neighborhood subsidized transit passes can dramatically reduce traffic and boost transit ridership, allowing more support for high quality bus service. My principal point is this: the rezoning to make more of Fairfax like the best of Fairfax should stay in place. The environmental leadership of Fairfax should continue on all fronts, including transportation and resource use as part of this general plan. If you are prone to repeal this ordinance, hold off, however. People in Fairfax deserve a chance to vote on this, and we should wait until our writ is finally resolved. Fairfax, if it does keep this ordinance this evening, will be able to maintain and even enhance its vibrant, inclusive, and and sustainable atmosphere which Marinites, and not simply Fairfaxians, have cherished for so long. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Rebecca Burgess, Myrna Avenue, Deer Park neighborhood. I just would like to redefine some terms. I'm a fifth generation resident of this watershed, and housing is unaffordable to my family, including myself. I'm a renter. However, I'd like to uncouple and unmarry affordable housing issues and the crises that you're hearing from the string of people that have spoken and will speak. Uncouple those crises from this zoning. Because the issues that people are coming to you with around affordable housing, including myself, are not going to be ameliorated by this issue, this zoning, this allowance to increase density. This, to me, is not going to answer the problems that people are coming to you from with their personal stories. To me, we have to first have what's been offered up this evening, which is meetings where we discuss things core to keeping the character of the town alive. But how do you do that? As a team, as a community, we need to get together, because I don't feel like there is enough diversity of conversation that's yet been had. We did have an attempt at a referendum. A lot of those voices felt that they were not heard. Many of them are not here this evening. I also believe that having these general meetings to help understand things like core issues like water. Sonoma County is now importing water from the Eel River. Marin is now importing water from the Russian River. We keep going north for our water rights. We are no longer within our carrying capacity. We also need to understand and uncouple population growth from sustainable. This idea of sustainable growth is, to me, an oxymoron. There are plenty of people in the town already. You do not need to grow the numbers of the town. You do not need to increase the density. There are already people here who need access to affordable housing, and there are ways of the way CLAM has functioned in Inverness and in Point Reyes Station, buying up existing homes and keeping the carrying capacity of that home the same. So you're not increasing the amount of people, because the behaviors that you're inviting into the town when you increase the density, other than the Peace Village, which I've heard is going to be for higher density for an aging community, which I think there could be an exemption, as far as I've heard, for this. Sounds actually very appealing. However, the people who are not aging are coming with their 10 trips a day in and out of their home. Every time their kid has a birthday party, you get all the guests. Where is the part? I mean, we have to look at the practicalities of water and vehicles. We don't have functioning public transportation, and deal with that first. And I know you're saying we need more of a population. We don't need more of a population to get higher functioning public transportation. We need to approach public transportation functionally before, water before. So I would just say look at the fundamentals and the practicalities before inviting in the density. Before. Invite in the density later. So I say a moratorium, and I would say perhaps an exemption for some of these, for the aging population homes, but I do not support this, and I suffer from the same affordable housing issues that everyone else in line does, but I do not support this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiki, good evening.
Good evening, Council. Kiki Laporta, 25 Glen Drive. I want to thank you and commend you not only for listening to all of this, but still being awake. I'm not usually at a meeting at this hour, and I'm sure you're not either. Just to cut to the chase, I would like to endorse the statements of Jennifer Hammond and David Edmondson before me. There's also some things that Rebecca has just said about living within the resources that we have available to us. But I want to remind us all that there's a lot of conversation that we've heard tonight and in previous meetings that is not related to the truth about the issues on the table. The processes that we're looking at now were going on for 10 or 12 years in terms of developing the general plan, a long time developing the housing element. A lot of public process went into those things, a lot of good thought, a lot of people and a lot of hours and effort, staff and public and council, people I trust, people whom I think have the same values that I have about this town. So I think we need to get back to what the facts are. And when I heard all of the villainization about the affordable housing, and I read the RCD document that talks about the development is designed to serve adult households age 62 and older at 30 to 50% of the area median income. I'm not afraid of these people. I also would like to call to our attention what we know is going on in San Francisco, for example. The word gentrification is now coming with a pitchfork. I saw a pitchfork back here in the audience. Gentrification comes with a pitchfork, and a lot of people who have lived in San Francisco for generations are being forced out because of the problem of real estate development and the increasing prices of places to live. And that is happening in Fairfax. You've heard a number of people speak about that. I think we need to be protective of our people. And it's not just about drawing up the drawbridges and not letting anybody else in. It's also about maintaining the characters that Hannah talked about. We have a wonderful town. We have wonderful people here. You guys are working hard and have a lot of heavy issues to think about. But I'm encouraging you to help the public to understand the facts, to not get lost in hysteria and misinformation. And I think that that is an important responsibility for the council and staff as well. And the community is going to help you, but we can't let this process be hijacked. And anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Kiki, a lot. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Whitney Merchant. I live in San Anselmo, and I'm here tonight because not only do I consider Fairfax my home and I care very much about the town, but I attended several of the housing element meetings for Fairfax. I worked on this housing element. I've worked on many housing elements. I am maybe not quite an expert, but I'm pretty close to a housing policy expert, so I'm speaking from that place as well tonight. I don't want to diminish the very real concerns that people have about this change, but it is a little bit of much ado about nothing, to be fair. You know, upzoning or changing zoning does not create, is this too loud? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. It does not create, you know, a big rush, a gold rush of housing development. We don't have to speculate if that's true. We can simply ask our neighbors in San Rafael. San Rafael upzoned its entire downtown for 72 units per acre over 15 years ago. 15 years ago. How many buildings have you seen in San Rafael of that density in that time? I can count them on one hand without even using my thumb. Housing is hard to build here. People who own property, there's a lot of reasons why they don't want to build housing, and San Rafael is proof of that. People make changes all the time to their buildings, and they're not building 4 or 5 story buildings. It just doesn't happen. This is a hard place to build housing. The truth is, there are probably only 2 housing projects that could potentially be built within the lifetime of several people who are sitting in this room. That is the Lutheran Church and maybe the Chinese restaurant. The Lutheran Church, there's already an incredible amount of funding for it. If you guys are serious about wanting to help seniors or affordable housing, that should be your priority, is fighting for that project. That should be really what's at stake. So I would say at a minimum, if you feel like repeal is something you need for flexibility, I would hold off on that tonight and do it next month and simultaneously make the zoning changes at the Lutheran Church site so that they are not affected at all. I think that is the most important thing that Fairfax can do tonight. In terms of some of the other things that have been mentioned, like water and resources, people who live in apartments use a lot less water than people who live in single-family homes. If you want to conserve water, get rid of lawns, not apartments. And when it comes to traffic, if you want to reduce traffic, how about not buying your 16-year-old a car for their birthday? The problem with traffic in Marin is that nowadays it's one car per driver. A generation ago, it was 1 or 2 cars per household. That's what's causing the traffic. And seniors don't drive, and people who live in affordable housing don't drive as much either. We know this because the county did a survey of affordable housing residents. Instead of 96% car ownership rate, they own cars at a 53% ownership rate, and only 5% of affordable housing residents own more than one vehicle. They are not a traffic problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Whitney. Bruce?
Bruce Ackerman. So you've got quite a mess facing you, and I really don't know how to even suggest that you resolve it. But I know where it came from. It came from a small number of people who decided that they didn't trust the political process in this town, and thereby have put us between a rock and a hard place. And you've heard a lot of things tonight. I will reiterate that you should do everything you can to fight for the ability to have that Lutheran church site become senior housing. And I don't know how you're going to do that right now, but that's what you should do. And we should, and I commend you for trying to do this, I commend you for trying to do it last month as well, have a conversation about the general plan, about our plans going forward in this town. And I'll just point out that that's what we tried to do for a decade with GPAC. And we had not only noticed meetings, but we went to the Fairfax Festival and talked with drunk people. We went up and down the town and up and down the street, talked with every single merchant. We did all the outreach you can imagine. We had workshops in this room where we had the walls papered with information. And actually the town center element was developed in this room, not by a committee, but by the people who came to workshops. So it's been done, but we'll do it again, and we should do it again, because apparently either it's been forgotten or people don't trust the process. But we're now in a stuck place, and I think we need to get 2 things out of this. One is we need to not fuck up the Lutheran church site, and the other thing is we need to learn a lesson from this and figure out how we can manage this town in a more intelligent manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Wendy?
Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Wendy Callens, and I have lived and or worked around Fairfax for the last 40 years. I'm on the board of Sustainable Marin, and I also am a steering committee of Coalition for Livable Marin. Our acronym is CALM. Our mission is to create and maintain the vibrant, inclusive, and sustainable communities that, in combination with our magnificent open space, make Marin such a great place. We want to preserve the character of places like Fairfax, but we do not believe that just because something is built means that it will destroy Fairfax. Not all development is the same. There is appropriate development, and there is inappropriate development, and it's important to be discerning about the difference. For those people who are concerned about the character of Fairfax, I have to say, the character of Fairfax is already changing. In case you haven't looked around, the cost of housing, as you have heard over and over tonight, is skyrocketing. Rents are astronomical, and they keep going up and up. I have a friend who was just helped to fix up a home in Fairfax of a gentleman who died last year. He was an artist. He bought his home for $24,000 back in the 70s. It just sold for $1 million. Do you want to know where traffic comes from? If traffic came from just building, then we should have no traffic in Fairfax, because we have not been building anything in Fairfax. And yet we have horrible traffic jams here every day. Now, why do you suppose that is? It has to do with two things. First of all, the cost of housing. The vehicle miles traveled goes up exponentially as the cost of housing goes up. There are more trips and they travel farther. So if you're concerned about greenhouse gases, you should be concerned about the fact that the price of housing is going up. Secondly, I'd like you to go stand out at Nicasio and Sir Francis Drake Road and watch all the cars that are coming in from Sonoma County of people who live here, people who work here but cannot afford to live here, who are now driving through Fairfax every day because they don't want to take the freeway, so they come the back road. You don't have to build anything to have more traffic coming in. It's already coming in. The truth is that people who live in downtowns, people who live near transit, people who live in the flatlands, often are much more likely to take transit or ride their bikes to get to where they go. As a matter of fact, people who live near transit centers are 30% less likely to be driving, and Whitney's already given you more stats about that. So let's talk about the plan itself. There was a video circulated about from the darling of the anti-ABAG people, a man named Bob Silvestri. And I watched it because I wanted to hear what he had to say. So I'm going to quote him. He says, "Why doesn't every community be able to make its own criteria of what they want and how they want to solve it? Now, haven't you spent the last, 12, 16 years doing just that? This plan was created by a dedicated team of Fairfax residents over this period of time. And no, you didn't do everything ABAG told you to do. When ABAG said 3 stories, you said no way. When ABAG said we want 30 units per acre, you said no way. This is a homegrown plan." Bob Silvestri also says, quote, "We need senior housing." Well, I think you've heard tonight that one of the most important projects that you've approved is senior housing. And there is a long waiting list for Bennett House, which is, by the way, another dense senior housing project that everybody seems to love in Fairfax. Finally, he says, "We need housing within existing communities. The vast majority of our resources are smaller, inappropriate infill, mixed-use rehab, or conversion sites." That's what you have decided to do. You are doing infill housing. You're building above the stores in town. You're putting it in an infill site within the town. This plan calls for modest, new multifamily housing complex on one property that is not unlike the many multifamily housing complexes that already exist in Fairfax. This is a great plan. This is something you should be proud of. It should be a model of what housing elements should look like in Fairfax. And I applaud you for doing it. And I really hope that even through all the meetings, that the rest of the community realizes that you have done a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Shelley, good evening.
Good evening. Shelley Hamilton, 134 Canyon Road. I want to speak to, I think many speakers have already spoken eloquently around the content of the general plan and affordable housing. What I'd like to do is speak to the process and the decision that you have before you. And I know it's a very difficult one that you have. There's no clear path forward. Back in March, when this issue was first popped onto everybody's radar, the issues that were raised, the uncertainty and doubt that was raised, was not about the zoning action, but was about the housing element tables and errors, about town code language. It was not then, and it is not tonight, again, about the rezoning action or the language in the ordinance. I have not heard any of you talk about the language in the actual ordinance and the actual change of the zoning from CC to from CH to CC, from UR10 to PDD. That's what the ordinance does. The problems, John, that you address exist in the housing element tables, the town code, not the zoning action or the ordinance language. I think it's just super, super unfortunate that you're considering the repeal of the very thing that you don't really have an issue with. Not because you have an issue with it or you don't like it. In fact, you're considering rezoning it again, basically the same thing, piece by piece. It's not that you don't want it, it's that you've been boxed into a corner at this point out of fear of consequences, of letting it go on for a year, of having it to go to vote, not because you don't think it should be in place, but out of fear of consequences. What I've heard you say is that what you really want to change, again, are the errors in the housing element and the language in the town code. Bring it all together, tie it up in a package, and make it nice. Unfortunately, there's consequences on both sides of your action. Certainly, if you don't repeal it, you might be subject to waiting a year. You might have to send it to the voters. If you do repeal it, there are consequences of that action. The Lutheran Church very likely may lose its funding. We won't actually get the affordable housing, which is the whole point of this thing in the first place. You might have your housing element decertified because now you are out of compliance. You can't implement it for a year. The state housing department might decertify the housing element. That is a true and real risk. You might lose other funding for the town. There might be legal exposure because then if you repeal it, you have a zoning, the old zoning, which doesn't match with your housing element. You need to fix the housing element before you mess with the zoning. That's the way that it goes. Element, then the zoning. So either path that you take has consequences to your actions. These are very difficult decisions. And again, I find it's incredibly unfortunate that you've been boxed into a position with no good answer, that you were not in prior to having a referendum out in the public. That's what boxed you in this position. And that the original use of uncertainty, inserting uncertainty and doubt around, originally what it was around were the issues of errors and technicalities, and those definitely should be fixed. That's what it was about back in March. As we've seen the progress of this conversation, and as evidenced in the latest Spotswood article, what's really underlying the use of the technicalities and the uncertainty around loopholes is a desire to derail and decertify the housing element. We're going in the wrong direction, the policy direction, not the technicalities. And so, unfortunately, that's what's being leveraged to box you into an unfortunate position. I don't, you've got two very difficult paths or more. They all have consequences, and I hope that you weigh them very, very carefully. If you do choose to wait for a year and say it gets certified and you have to wait a year, you can use that year, amend the housing element, have these conversations, change some of the town code. There are actions that you can take if, God forbid, we have to wait a year because the petition was certified. If you take the other action and rescind it tonight, it's probably still going to take a year to then go back and redo what was just undone and thrown in the trash, because you have to start back over again, as your staff has explained. Undoing it takes a long time, and then you're going to redo it. So either way, I think we're looking at a long process. I find that it's very fortunate you've been boxed into this, and please consider it carefully.
Thank you, Shelley. Sir?
David Kroll, and I live on 30 Claus Circle, Fairfax. I think, from my understanding, that the reason we're here today stems from a very simple request that was taken to an extreme. I think a problem came up in the zoning of the gas station, and looking at that so that there could be a right-of-way through the gas station. And when staff took a look at that, for some reason, I think they took a look at the rest of the zoning and thought that the rest of it should be changed as well. And I think that was the cart before the horse. I think the rest of the zoning depends on what happens to the GPAC housing element provisions that the town will meet on and discuss over a few months, and then the zoning changes take place after that. So I think that the policy should be driving the law, not the law driving the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Valerie?
I'd just like to note that we have yet again had a planning commissioner who does not identify herself. I think it's very important that that happens for anybody watching or anybody in the audience that doesn't know that. Okay, so at the council meeting where this ordinance was passed, I asked the council that night, how much housing would actually be affordable? What does affordable mean? And could we actually count on residents getting the housing? And I was given no answers. And the reason I'm given no answers is because you guys don't know, because you're not in control of that. The other thing is I think affordable housing is a great idea. I think rent control is a great idea. That's what's happening right now. We're getting deluged by people that are getting kicked out of San Francisco because they are overturning their, in fairly illegal ways, their rent control that they did have that was pretty successful there. So at that meeting, I said, if infrastructure could be used so that the developers had to assume the responsibility of that, that would matter a lot to me. If we actually did address transportation. I don't know how this town, I mean, I hear these pie in the sky things like, we'll just do this, you guys just do this. I mean, you guys are just like us guys, and us guys haven't been able to do it either because we don't have money to do that. I'm sure the town would love to buy housing and create affordable housing, but we don't have the money to do that. So instead, we depend on developers who get to come in and they get incentives and they get to make a lot of money and they give us short change of affordable housing. The reason we don't have rentals in this town is because everybody's housing went way up. People sold their housing and that was rental housing, and that people have all moved into it who hardly can afford to have a rental house. I mean, isn't that what we're really looking at? And the housing costs keep going up, so it's really a lot of BS to talk about your kids living here someday, unless you plan on, giving them your house yourself, which is the only thing I can see that I could do. What's really important to me is that and I think you should, I think, there's so many mistakes or whatever they are in the ordinance that was passed. I really think it needs to be revisited. So I'd like to suggest that if the council does repeal the ordinance, that the notice clearly explain that we're talking about housing density. Having a bunch of numbers on that paper was really disingenuous. I talked to one council member who agreed with me before. I think it's a really important piece. And the thing about not having housing, cars for seniors, that's not true. It's the last thing seniors give up, especially seniors who are going to be located far from town services. That's a long walk for a senior citizen. It just is. And at the senior housing that we have here already, there's 45 spots, and they're always used. And I've talked to the residents up in that neighborhood, and care service providers, friends, and people that live there are parking in the neighborhoods, and there's zippity-doo parking. So that neighborhood needs to be told that you're talking about providing housing without doing parking, and they need to be a part of this picture, and they just have not been. I mean, the conversations that should have had happened, instead of being ramrodded through, I just don't understand why we've never done that in this town. We always take the time to actually have a conversation. And I think that this idea of having these conversations is really important. I'm a housing advocate. I'm losing my friends. I would love to see rentals. I'm really missing a lot of the friends that I have. I really believe in that part of the character, but I just find that these arguments I'm hearing tonight just are vacuous in terms of real information or fact. It's just not. Every time you add more people, you get more pressure on your infrastructure, and we have exploding sewer pipes. We're out of water. We're at gridlock 3 times a day. Sheesh. I mean, that's it.
Dear Council, Michael McIntosh, thank you very much for allowing us all to speak, because I realize it's as long on you guys as all of us. How I really see this whole discussion tonight on this issue, I think the Council really has to take ownership of it. The Council had an opportunity, even in March, to allow the public to make input, listen to our opinions, and vote however you want to vote. And had you given us the opportunity of just speaking and considering our voice, we would not be here tonight. You could have decided one way or another. I personally hope that you'll protect the Lutheran Church site. I agree that we do need affordable housing, not market rate, but affordable housing, and especially for our seniors, so that they can live and have their end of life in a community where we've grown. So we don't want to lose that. When we talk about all this density, when it comes right down to it, the last thing I personally want to see is our hills and land all covered with houses. So I personally would vote for that 3-story and that 4-story so I could keep the open land around it. And I know that seems like, wow, we don't want that, but if you think about it, it's better than covering all the land. I hope the Council tonight will repeal this so we're not stalled a year and a half and put additional funds like this at risk, protect the Lutheran Church, and move forward. I also want to address why rents go up. I personally have 40 units. I can speak to this fact. I can tell you why everybody in this entire county goes up. We do not necessarily have a use-based tax. In other words, if you have a 10-bedroom, 12-bath mansion with butlers and maids and cabana boys and pools, you have 1 lateral. If you have a tiny little apartment with 1 toilet and 1 little sink, it still participates with your other apartments into 1 little lateral. When you guys make these assessments, whether it's for the school or for the town pension funds and rollovers, these Save Fairfax, I think is I and F, the school parcels, all these are on a per unit basis. So when the sewer tax went up the last time around, $169, so all our great mansions paid $169. So did each one of my tenants. My personal tax went up $7,000. So my base tax, which pays for the dirt and the buildings, is approximately $52,000 a year. When you add on, for me, an extra $5,000 for the first school bond, a second $5,000 for the second school bond, $6,000 for the creek, $7,000 before this last sewer increase, besides the increase of utilities, my total tax bill is over $117,000. That's more than double the cost of the building and dirt by assessment with the state and county. So when you have multiple units on the same parcel, you are disproportionately assessing the people that can least afford to pay it higher amounts. And it's because of how we make these assessments and how we pass these measures. So if the town really wants to see affordable housing and retain the character of our town, I strongly suggest that we look at evaluating assessments per parcel where we can. We don't need to say if we have 1 lateral that we're going to charge an apartment complex with 100 units 100 times of a mansion. It uses the same water. Mill Valley is currently looking at a use basis. San Francisco already has a use basis. It's things like that that can lower our rates. Thank you very much.
Alexander, good evening.
Hi, Alexander Binnick, 7 Meadow Way. I'm so tired, I'm not sure I can be coherent, but, well, let's see. I've heard speakers at times talk about people being afraid of change, and just speaking for myself, I'm not necessarily afraid of change in general, but I do have concerns about some change, which might be very destructive and possibly irrevocable. I've seen over the years what happened to Mill Valley, which, to my point of view, used to be a much more livable community, and really changed a lot through development and other issues, prices going up and all that. Fairfax is somewhat unique compared to some other communities with regard to traffic. It's a very narrow passageway in and out, and there are only two roads really parallel to each other a block away that have to carry all of the traffic. And so the more car trips there are, that all has to be in town and out of town. It's all going to be squeezed more and more. And some communities have a different kind of layout. They're not subject to these kind of constraints. I wrote down just a few of the kind of questions that I would like to see our community having ongoing discussions about, that maybe the people who have worked on these committees have the answers to all these things already, but from what I've heard at these council meetings, I haven't heard answers that really compute for me. So I put a few questions. How much residential development overall is desirable? Should there be an upper limit? How can the town ensure that there is fully sufficient overnight parking on-site and or on the streets before any additional housing is facilitated, not after, or not hoping that it will just all work out? And that includes second floor dwellings above stores, which don't have parking. What are the likely consequences if the town pushes back against ABAG and the state regarding their housing mandates? How can we ensure that all new housing is rental and is truly affordable and continues to be so for low and low middle income people, rather than the rents on those places going up, up, up? You know, it may be a different kind of situation, but some years back, I know of a number of seniors who moved into the Redwoods in Mill Valley, which were perhaps not totally affordable, but doable for a number of people, seniors. And the rents in recent years there have been going skyrocketing. And what's to prevent that kind of thing from happening here? I'm not against affordable housing. I think it would be good, but what makes housing truly affordable, and how can we guarantee that they'll stay affordable? And then I added, with regard to keeping prices affordable, 2 days ago, the IJ's top story discussed how even for those fortunate enough to obtain Section 8 vouchers, many can't find, quote, rental housing they can afford, especially since many landlords choose not to participate in the Section 8 program. So these are just a few of the kind of questions that I think we all need to be discussing as a town, not just the people on the committees, but all the members of the town, those who haven't really managed to be able to participate in the committees, and have a much broader discussion, because I think we don't want to take actions that will end up really changing the character of the town irrevocably, that will not be able to be mitigated later on. Thank you.
Last speaker.
Members of the council, my name is Scott Hochstrasser. I live at 42 Glen Drive. I came here originally tonight to ask you not to rescind. And after hearing the discussion by your legal counsel and your staff, I'm here to tell you that it's probably the best thing to do. Because if you don't rescind the whole thing, and you do it in parts, or you don't rescind at all, and the petition's validated, you're going to be a year away from doing any of your zone changes. That could invalidate your housing element, and I don't think you want that. And I don't think the community wants that. I think what the community wants is some assurance that you can get to the zonings after you correct the problems with the tables. And I think you're absolutely on the right path. Planning is a process. Taking up the wall situation separately is exactly what you should do. Have a workshop on it. That's what's got half of the 1,000 people signing petitions. They think you changed the zoning on the wall property. So let's get rid of that half so that petition can't come up again. Send it back to the Planning Commission, repeal it, and give them direction to do two things. One, Move as quickly as possible on the PDD so that the Lutheran Church and the other good projects can move forward and you don't lose your certification for the housing element. And two, go slow with the commercial rezonings. That's the only option you have. Otherwise, you're going to let these bullies push you around for another year and a half. And I don't think you want that. I don't want that. I don't think anybody that's spent 10 years working on the general plan or the housing element wants that either. So think about it. I think that's the fastest way to get back to where I think you want to go. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. Okay.
Good evening. I mean, I know a little bit about the topic you are all talking about tonight. I've heard a few things from different citizens in the town. I haven't been very much involved in the community and neighborhood fairs of Fairfax for a couple of years, but for 5 or 6 years I tried my best to improve the local community. I started, at 19 or 20 years old, putting on different events, most notably the Good Festival with a bunch of my friends in the Fairfax parks. We provided free music and free food, and our goal, not just as an event, but as good-hearted people to help the town of Fairfax. If I were to speak about one thing, it'd be just about just to try to get as many people involved as possible in this discussion. Housing is a tremendously important issue in Fairfax, around our country, and around our world, especially affordable housing. The economy is still recovering, and whether the economy is good or bad in our country, still many people have a hard time finding housing. So if we as a community are able to come together and find a way to which we are most efficiently to find the most affordable housing in a place like Fairfax as we can, the better, because Fairfax is a very special place. Housing prices in Fairfax are some of the most expensive in the entire country, and to find affordable housing where land is at such a high cost, it can become very difficult. So I think if we as a people can rally together and keep working as a team, working as a community, we can find a way where we can house everyone, or we can try our best. Maybe we cannot achieve all our goals here, but I appreciate everyone coming here tonight. I just saw you guys were meeting here while I was walking by on the street, but it was very inspiring, for me to see many people in line here, many people, all the council members, fire department, police, secretaries, treasurers, attorneys, working here together tonight. And I think, not to step on anyone's toes, but I like to thank everyone for coming tonight. And I think affordable housing is very important. It's a very important issue. So I think we will work through this issue and we will find the best solution we can, because that's the best we can do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And with that, we'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for consideration. Let me just lay out my feelings on this. I haven't spoken on this this evening. If the general plan process was so, if there was no allowance under the general plan process to amend the general plan, then I would say that something that is almost not 100% approved, should gather further consideration. But that's not the case. You get 4 times a year, every year, forever. And to me, you had dozens of people who who work thousands of hours in GPACs and GPICs, and I think Wendy Collins described it best. You had people in open workshops. Bruce spoke about the fact that there were endless opportunities to participate, and you did or you didn't. And there's no judgment. If you didn't, you had other things to attend to, and life is like that. You make your decisions. However, if you don't participate in a small r Republican form of government, in a way, you've ceded your place, and others, carry the banner forward. Again, I wouldn't feel comfortable with this, except for the fact that the general plan process allows you to amend it 4 times a year, every year, until the sun doesn't rise. And so I would find it, unless there was an ethical problem or an illegality, there is no way that I am going to step back from the general plan. And I'm sorry, Scott, to disagree with you, but I don't like to be bullied. I don't like it when the citizens do something and they get bullied, because they'll get bullied the next time. There'll be another referendum, there'll be initiative. We'll live by the terror of folks standing outside the good earth with a inaccurate shtick. And that's not why I'm here. The folks spoke through the general plan. They can speak endlessly through the general plan. And we can fix it and make it better. But right now, Ordinance 788 and the move from CH to 778, from CH to CC is done. It's in place. If folks don't want it anymore, you got 4 cracks at it every year, and let us know. And you know what? If you want to change it back to CH, and that's the public's view of the world, it's fine with me. It's your constitution. You people adopted it. It's I view, my responsibility to implement that requirement. Happy to see it changed. Happy to be the mayor or council member who works with colleagues to see the vision of the community come forward. But this is wrong, and I will not support any repeal whatsoever.
Can I speak?
Absolutely.
So I'm in somewhat a unique position, given that I was excluded from the decision making for 3 months. So in some ways that's an advantage, and in other ways it's clearly a disadvantage. But I did watch things on TV, but not being part of the room, I think I was able to step back a little bit from it. I think what I heard tonight, what I heard of previous nights, is both sides have very valid issues they've raised. I don't think I can find fault with really either side's position, but I also don't want to diminish what the folks who worked on that referendum did. In their view, and I don't think this is all errors and typos. I think everybody has a perception of what happened. And I think we're at a different juncture today. But I also want to say that I also sit on the Community Development Block Grant Countywide Committee, and I've been a big advocate for the Lutheran Church project. The Peace Village project is a wonderful project. I don't think by taking actions to direct staff to begin to repeal the zoning ordinance will we kill that project. We still have time. And there are a number of steps that Peace Village needs to go through to make that project come to fruition that it is not part of what we're doing here tonight. But we do have time. I've worked with Alicia on this project. It's right near where I live as well. Maybe I'll be moving into it someday. But I do want to say that I think Hannah Duress said something tonight that was really important. I mean, so many said so many important things. I don't want to discount anything that anyone said. But that don't take this to an election. There's been too much polarization. And it's okay to repeal so we avoid the potentials that could happen. The reality is that we are in a different position now. I don't look at this as bullying. I look at this as a number of citizens of Fairfax took action against what the town council did, which is their democratic right. Many of you participated in the general plan process. And I don't want to discount that, but I think one of the things I heard when I watched the tapes is Vice Mayor Bragman made a very impassioned speech in March for continuing. I think had we continued at that time, we could have worked to avoid some of these issues, but I think staff have laid out a process, should we direct staff to begin the process of repealing, and I would vote for repealing the entire thing, is to go forward in a stepwise manner. I think Scott also raises a really good point of maybe stepwise moving PDD first. But I think I'm hopeful we won't lose the Lutheran Church project. I'm personally supportive of it. It's become a little bit of a poster child here tonight, but I think we've got time. We can still work with this. I think should we direct staff tonight, we could go the expedited route to repeal the process and get moving. And I'd like to see us get moving in a direction where there will always be some folks who aren't going to be totally pleased with what happens, but I think we can reach kind of a middle ground. So my position is I feel very strongly that we should direct staff to repeal Ordinance 778 or begin the process to repeal, and then we can move forward in a really positive direction, probably without some bumps in the road, but with some bumps in the road, but I think we can move forward. So that would be my position. Thank you.
Yeah, so I've thought long and hard and written tons of stuff down and talked to a lot of people and really deeply considered all of these pieces. And I look out and there's a burning question in me, and if I could address it directly, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put it out there to not only the folks in our local community, but to the larger movement of what's happening and the very angry people who've actually written mad across their chests and showing up in community meetings, to ask them what it is that they do want. I really want to know if everybody says, well, yeah, it would be great to have affordable housing, and I'm probably not going to have anywhere to live, and I really want to live here, but I won't stand for any change or any growth, but I'm going to have to move, kind of thing. I want to know if and when we go forward into these workshops and really invite the community by putting a banner across, making sure everyone knows this is their opportunity, where are we going to get to? I've heard only where the group who has really been strong in filing their petition and now actually filing a writ, which is another thing that's kind of been, to me in the last minute, very difficult for me to kind of catch my breath on what the implications are of an already very complex issue without these two pieces. I want to know where, what are they willing to let actually happen in the end? Because if we're going to work and we can agree and put some kind of a time frame on when we were going to actually decide to cut, Larry says often we should measure twice and cut once. I want to know when is it time to cut? Because my understanding coming into this, when I made the motion on March 5th, was that we had measured and measured and measured and measured at great expense to human time and great joy too. It was from what I understand, and I was on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, but I wasn't on any of the other pieces that had to do with housing. But what I understand is that plan and what I read in that plan and what I thought we were coming to celebrate and move forward to in waiving that second reading was a plan worth celebrating. Everyone around the county who I talk to when I've been in these meetings, including the ABAG meeting that I went to observe, not as your delegate because I haven't been put there, and Barbara and I have had a conversation about this, but I thought we were coming out to celebrate a plan that is worth celebrating, a model plan. We're looking at the Lutheran Church site. What did you call it, the poster boy? The Alima site could potentially be that were there the proper funding that would then assure that this thing isn't going to be lost to big development. It is not the intention. I can speak very objectively about this because I have had hands in all parts of this community and all sides of this story for a very long time. There is no intentionality in creating this. There was no divide until exactly 2 months ago. This was being touted as a very cohesive and very forward-moving council, respectful. We sort of hosted and invited a really beautiful public process around the Chevron situation. Intelligent, respectful, the public showed up. It was then celebrated the next night at the Chamber of Commerce holiday party. Wow, what an excellent situation to be in where everyone shows up. Yeah, risky, but I don't want to look out there and say, I've been talking to my people and you've been talking to your people, because we really are all the people. When we see the kids from St. Rita's and they say, hey, we had a lot of trouble with our project and we ran into bumps in the road and it fell apart and this broke, but in the end we all worked together, it really could be really simple that way. It doesn't come from putting mad across our chest. I wanted to come tonight and put glad across my chest. I look forward to the public process that we can have moving forward. It would pain me to repeal this because of the fact that I do believe that I don't necessarily know what the proponents who are standing to keep hashing through this really want in the end. And if it is that they don't want growth or change or development or don't believe we should have any more houses because we don't have any more water and because we have to drive, then say it like Yvette and John Sargent did tonight. They were very clear. But we won't get anywhere if we go into this process and just review and fix and spend all of our staff time doing that and our personal time. That's all I've been thinking about for quite a long time. We won't get anywhere if the grand idea is to end up saying no again. So I would like, I don't know how we do this. I mean, how do we get a commitment that if we move forward, that everyone can say, yes, I've been heard, and that we can do something? I hate that this may end that nobody's happy. It's one thing when you say one side's going to be happy and the other's not, but when nobody's happy, it makes for a really uncomfortable public experience, or private. So anyway, my first thought was, I want to continue it, because to me it's really not fair to file a referendum the day of the council meeting and have to figure out how to deal with that. And then to file a writ the day before the council meeting, twice when we were ready to put things back on in order to reconsider. So at this point, I'm not going to ask to continue it. And I'm willing to look at repealing the PDD only if we are able to protect the Lutheran Church site. I'm not going to move to repeal this CH to CC. It's where we started. We made a decision. We discovered something. It brought something up. We would be open to formula store stuff unless we tweak everything around. The whole thing leaves us out of compliance with California state law, which to many people is very important. So that's where I stand. If we need to pull the PDD because there are a number of errors, obviously, that need to be fixed, then I'm cool with that.
You know, my takeaway from this process has really been more about process than content, because I think if we had honored our process and really adhered to the open and respectful and slow process that we've always tried to encourage, we wouldn't be here. We would probably be working with staff to correct some of the problems in the PDD. And just, Shelley, to answer your question about what are the specific issues on PDD, there's problems in blanket zoning those 3 or 4 properties the way we did, because we have an existing PDD chapter which gives us a process that we go through in order to ensure that at the end of the development process or the application process that we have a precise plan that reflects what the public and the community wants. And by blanket zoning it ahead of time, we kind of jumped ahead and in effect violated our own PDD chapter. A specific example of that is on density. Under the PDD chapter, there are certain requirements that you have to go through in order to establish density. One of them is to have a signed geotechnical or civil engineer report describing the various features of the property that's going to be zoned as PDD. And we heard Lou Vaccaro, 80-year resident of Fairfax, describing some of the issues on Olima Road. I don't want to go into the weeds on all of it because we're past that now. You know, we're presented with a situation where what I think happened subjectively is when we proceeded to pass the ordinance in March, folks felt disenfranchised. They felt that they had been locked out. And they re-enfranchised themselves, rightly or wrongly. That's what they did. They felt that was their remedy, and indeed it's their right to do so. So when push came to shove, I think we kind of had a failure to communicate or a failure of process, and it's kind of set into motion a very dynamic process of push-pull, which now we're in phase 3 or 4 of it now that a writ's been filed about the actual form of the referendum. But that is where we are. I served on the Affordable Housing Committee. I attended the site capacity studies at the Lutheran Church. I support that project. And I think there's ways of us to continue to support that project by passing a resolution supporting the project, by passing a resolution that somehow sort of threads the needle to satisfy the housing and community development requirement and preserving the community's rights to go through an open planning process that it's entitled to have under our existing code. So I feel strongly that we need to navigate our direction keeping that in mind so that we don't just, sort of blindly throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I feel we can do that. I think we can do that. I think we're going to have to try to forge a new consensus on this. And I think the quicker we get out of this polarized process that we're in now of various groups pointing at other groups, one group calling another group a bully, that other group calling the other group a group of insiders that aren't listening to the community. I mean, everybody's got good intentions even if they disagree. So, and I think at the end of whatever process we choose, and I hope it's going to be a repeal, simply because we are going to get a clean start at that point, and we can start working towards a consensus. And I think that that consensus may lead us back to where we started from. Honestly, I do. I thought some of the solutions that we came up with in the general plan were elegant, did protect the character of the town, but maybe what we didn't do is to bring in more people once we began the separate process of legislating it. And that's one thing I feel strongly about, and that we need to make a distinction, that even though the general plan process was a long and drawn-out process, we were in a new process when we passed law to enact it. That's a new stage, it's a little bigger stage, and it is going to attract more people, and as you get closer to the finish line, yeah, I mean, opponents emerge, issues emerge, information emerges. That is the nature of human existence. As we go through time, we get more information, our perception changes. That all being said, I do think that a lot of what we did in the general plan was elegant and well thought out, but I think where we stumbled was enacting it and bringing people in and doing it in a way that's consistent with our values as a local democracy and adhering to some of the existing ordinances that we have in place that protect the public when we go through these kind of developments. And I just want to say one more thing. When we talk about the existing PDD chapter that's on the books here in Fairfax, that's the chapter that was in place when we approved the Bennett House, when we approved Village West, and when we approved, I think, about 500 units here in Fairfax. So I don't think we should be like looking at our past practices as something we need to reject or change. They've been successful in getting projects through the hoops and built. And you can look around at Bennett House, you can look on the west end of town. Most of those projects went through that ordinance. So I don't think we should be afraid of our processes, and I don't think we should be afraid of each other. I think we need to work together. I think it is vital that we get past this knot that we're in right now. And frankly, the only way I see us being able to get past it is to repeal the ordinance and move quickly to keep it on the front burner and move forward. And I think that's the direction I'd like to see us go, and I think it's the direction we have to go.
John, can I be respectful and ask just briefly, because it's getting toward.
I can be brief.
Thank you.
And I think that, Larry, you've made a bunch of really good points and some very well-spoken points. And I think really where we need to get to as a community is away from a polarized place, which is unfortunate, but we've been driven to that fairly rapidly in the last 2 months. And a lot of energy's been put into the general plan, yes, and you say, oh, there it is, that's it. But really the legislating the details and getting to the right place within it, people really need to be heard. And we need to talk about things. I support the general plan workshops where people can really get into it and figure out what's there and have something to say and be able to say it and have people listen to them. And that conversation is where people feel that they're being heard, and where they don't get polarized. They can disagree perhaps at the end of the process, but they feel like they've been heard and they've gotten a fair say. And they understand where other people are coming from because they've heard them too. And that's really where we need to get back to in this community, is a place of non-polarization. And I said earlier tonight that I think that maybe the closest distance between to that point is probably to move to repeal this ordinance, so that we can move forward, so we don't stay in this polarized place, but work at the same time rapidly and positively towards listening to each other and moving forward. I think most of us agree on what we need to do. We need to support the people that need housing in Fairfax. We need to do it right, in a way that's sustainable, and in a way that supports our community, and with a process so that people feel heard and don't get polarized, and they can trust each other, because we're a community that needs to get along. And so
With that, I'll accept a
would
motion. Somebody wants to craft one?
Well, I would move that we direct staff to begin the process to repeal Ordinance 778. I don't think we can make a motion to repeal. I would look to council for direction on that, if it's got to be direction to staff. I would also add in that direction to staff that staff investigate a means by which the council can express its consensus of support for the Lutheran Church project as contemplated by the Affordable Housing Committee, which would be the 2-acre site at the front of the property. That we would support the density, that there would be a presumption of that the density of 20 units per acre be supported, with the proviso that it go through our planned district development chapter and go through the density study that's required in order to approve that density. In other words, I don't want to say we are dictating the outcome of that density. I'm saying there is support for that concept, but that it go through the PDD zoning process.
I'm lost here. I mean, this thing is 14, discuss the repeal of all or a portion of 778. I'm just lost. I mean,
Okay.
it is 1:30, but I mean, I'm
Okay.
kind of lost.
All I'm trying to say is, I think I want staff to investigate how we can express that support.
Chairman, we'll report back to council exactly what will need to happen in order to allow them to secure their financing.
Thank you.
Because it's fairly complicated.
And I would second that, with the added thing of looking into our formula store business and what actions we can take in order to keep that in place during this process.
Do I understand you're moving to, there are add-ons here, but you're moving to repeal 778?
I am directing staff, the motion is to direct staff to begin the process of repeal of Ordinance 778, and directing staff to investigate how to preserve the forward motion of the Lutheran Church project.
Okay, is there a second on that?
A second, with the adding in the formula store protection.
Okay. Bragman, Reed, I'll vote no. Anybody else want to vote on this?
I think it should, I think we should just, why don't we just have a roll call vote?
Roll call vote's good. Michelle?
Okay. I've never done a roll call vote before. Do I start with Renee?
Start there and I go last.
Okay. Councilmember Goddard?
No.
Councilmember Bragman,
Aye.
Councilmember Kohler,
Aye.
Councilmember Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Mayor.
No. Okay, moving on. We're now on to number 16, and we got to move expeditiously so we can all go home. This is adoption of a resolution adopting the intended ballot language which proposes an increase in the paramedic service tax and other things. Do we need to have a long staff report on this, Garrett, or can we just move to a quick conversation?
Sure.
Chief, have you come for this? Or you just...
We're here to answer any questions.
Right. So, would you like a brief staff report?
I'm sorry?
Would you like a brief staff report?
No, I really wouldn't.
Okay.
Does anybody have any questions of our fire personnel and the chief, or Garrett?
And also, Councilmember Bragman is on the board.
Paramedic thing, or Larry on the paramedic board? No. Anybody in the community wish to discuss this matter? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council and ask for a motion.
I'd like to make,
Go for it.
ahead.
No, it's all yours.
Please, let's do it.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution proposing an increase in the paramedic service tax, establishing a date for election, adopting intended ballot language and ballot argument, requesting that the consolidation of said election, requesting election services of the town clerk, and directing that rebuttal arguments may be received.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that was Kohler Bragman, I believe. Unanimous vote. We now move on to number 17, adopting a resolution opposing a proposed rate increase by the Ross Valley Sanitary District and directing the town manager to file a vote of protest in accordance with 218. I wrote this. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yeah.
I actually served on the consolidation committee. It was a multi-jurisdictional consolidation committee. And I will not support the resolution with the language in it about consolidation. We actually did a consolidation study which compared the three districts, and it went through great detail and depth. And the findings, which are available on the website, are pretty conclusive that consolidation will not work because it does not benefit all three districts. So, that being said, what I would move to do in order to support your resolution is to excise the language in the resolution, and I don't have it in front of me.
Do you want my copy?
I want somebody's copy.
You could take it out of the third whereas.
So I would...
you could take out the language, and it's, first of all, I disagree with you, and I've read that study backwards and forwards, but to move this, which is much more important than the point, I would take out the language and its failure to collaborate fully with the neighbor, in the effort to consolidate. So you can put the period after legal costs.
Got it.
Or semicolon after legal costs.
I got it, yeah.
Okay, with that, any member of the public wish to speak on this? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. I'll make the motion, since I did the legwork, to adopt resolution next in order, 14 next in order of the Town Council of Fairfax, opposing the proposed rate increase of Sand District 1 of Marin County, Ross Valley Sanitary District, and directing the town manager to file a vote of protest in accordance with Prop 218, and encouraging other people in Fairfax to follow our lead. Is there a second on that?
Second.
All in, Weinsoff, Kohler, all in favor? Unanimous. Moving on to number 20. We have new additional language on the response to the grand jury report.
We don't need a
Where
staff
it-
report.
We don't need a staff report on this? Renee?
Okay. Did you include, is the letter included?
What letter?
Wasn't there a letter drafted?
No, there was new language that responds to R2 recommendations. And I think Barbara and Larry, maybe, added some additional revised text to the response? Certainly.
Yeah,
It's good to me.
it's, the response is what we amended. So there is no separate letter. And at the end of the day, the conclusion is we need to revisit this in a couple years when the technology gets cheaper. I don't think there's really any resistance to implementing it. It's just really a cost question for us, so.
Is there anybody in the public who would like to discuss this with us? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. And can I have a motion to approve the response?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the response.
Second.
We have Kohler, Bragman, all in favor?
Aye.
Terrific. We have there were two more things. Accept the preliminary fiscal year 14-15 budget and schedule a budget workshop.
So you have the preliminary budget, it's just a baseline to start discussion. Really, we could send you emails to figure out what's a good time for a workshop. I don't know what your preference is. We still have that May 17th date out there for the town center element that we canceled.
I thought we were going to do the general plan workshop.
No, it's too soon.
Probably be too
Let's get a banner up. Is there any thought on having our May kicking off the budget conversation? More is better. We had the 17th set aside for the town center element. That has gone by the wayside. People available for an initial conversation?
I'm not either.
Okay, so Garrett, you'll circulate.
We'll send the email out and try to find maybe what we did like a weeknight.
Just one note on your first bullet. Funding to hire a part-time civil engineer. It should be registered civil engineer when you, it actually makes a huge difference. So in the budget stuff, if you can include that.
Finally, we had moved, I don't know if you need this, do you need number 7 off the consent, approving the 14-15 work plan for the use of the town's Measure A county sales tax for parks funds?
Well, the person who requested it
Is
Person
no
who
longer
requested
here.
it left.
Can we revisit that and approve it, or do you want to kick it?
Well, unless the council wants a presentation or wants to discuss it, I would just ask the council to go ahead and approve it so we can go ahead and get it into the county.
Go ahead. I mean, I would second that. We had 2 meetings. I mean, we had some pretty extensive.
I would make a motion that we would approve the draft work plan so you can submit it to the county.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
Okay, so we have Kohler,
Goddard.
Goddard, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Terrific. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I would move to adjourn in memory of J. Frank George, an excellent trial lawyer.
All in favor? Aye. We're out of here.
Let's continue that decision.
Garrett.